Egaito same.
Hello. My laughing is it laughing? Hello, my people. Here we are again on another edition of a video from Niger Watch and other brokers, other sister brokers. Today, I want to look that aspect of one of our presidential candidates going to Egypt. Please, in case you are just joining us, please share this video. Make una share and make it reach everybody and make them join us. Not only me go discuss this topic today. As I dey always dey talk, and I go repeat am again. I know say Naija Watch family we stand for one thing. One, then they speak big English. The other one, that they speak pidgin English, so that a lot of our people will live for other countries. And in Nigeria, people will not know the language too much, so that they will fit participate for our program. Today we go discuss on where we reach a level where it be say our people will not dey speak big English, will not dey join the other platform of Naija Watch, go fit dey understand wetin we dey talk. If we use Benin, the way you go to understand Benin go different the way you go to understand the English. The message wey dem dey send come. But me go come out, me volunteer say me go dey talk am as e be for pidgin English, so that a lot of people go dey understand. I know say a lot of people when they just see my face, they'll say this man dey support Peter Obi or e get as e be. Make una no look am dat way. Na election season we dey so. Dis na time for all of us, for everybody to contribute. As somebody wey get flair, wey get interest for media, wey like to carry message make everybody hear am, make dem understand am, na im me stand for. Media always dey explain say, okay, campaign never start now. Any moment from now, APC go bring their own vice president, person wey go be running mate, follow Tinubu. We dey still dey wait for our brother Peter Obi. Him too go announce him own. All dis na the three people so far wey dey forerunner, wey dey front for dis 2023 presidential campaign. The thing wey we wan talk today be say, Peter Obi, one of the presidential candidates wey for dis 2023 presidential candidate, dis week wey we dey so, e go Egypt. E go Egypt to go see how e go take bring electricity, light wey be thing wey dey pain us for body, say light no dey Nigeria, dem no dey see 24-hour light, 24/7 light for Nigeria. So e be like say dat thing na real big problem. No be say e be like, the thing na real big problem. Dis man na Peter Obi, e know. I happy say e know. Na im make am say im dey go Egypt. Im wan go see wetin im go do with light. Me no dey so much talk too much, say na lie I dey talk. When me talk, me dey always dey bring evidence. I go show una picture or video of Peter Obi dey Egypt dey talk about light. Make una wait, I go bring am come out just now. So the problem be say, you go Egypt, good, very very good. Dat mean say you know our problem. But dis week, tomorrow, na Electricity election. Electricity dey do governor election. All the other two political party, all of them just stay, dey calculate who dem go bring come out, who go win vote for them, who go join them work, dem go do many things. Our brother Peter Obi come go Egypt. So the problem be say, nothing wrong o, dat na good thing. Na the people im dey fight for, na im make am go Egypt, go try go discuss how light go take dey Nigeria. Na im make am go there. So my people, dis video no be the one So my people, when I don't see Peter Obi there now, e dey Egypt, they go look for light. Eh? They go look for light. Yeah, Osas Jimoh say no PDP, no APC. He say make una say no to PDP and APC because somebody wey wan be president don go dey fight for light. The rest people dey fight for who go be their candidate. And tomorrow, na be Ekiti state government election. Things wey me go like to talk now before the panelists join me today. I don't know whether the panelists are watching or they are ready to come in, but I know say definitely once na Naija watch, a lot of them want discuss. Dem go dey stand by there now, dey wait. A lot of them, I know that one for sure. For Naija watch, a lot of people believe say me no dey ever dey talk good news of Peter Obi. Peter Obi, he never do me anything. As everybody dey talk about Peter Obi, everybody dey talk about am. Me too dey talk about am. Me get a right to talk and to ask question. The link don come now. Wey una take join us. People wey wan join. If you no quick join, the studio go come full. So I beg everybody, make all of una come join us. Make we discuss am today. The video no go long. Maybe 1.5 hours. Now we'll take discuss or 2 hours. Now we'll take discuss this topic today. I dey see somebody now, Hakim. Hakim dey come. Hakim want join us. Hakim don't join. That na correct guy. This guy Hakim, he tester dey support Peter Obi, not be tester correct one. All this na people wey dey talk good thing, wey dey look talk am as e be. Hakim, you are welcome to the studio. Never talk, I go tell you when you go talk. So the problem wey I get with this type of thing, I know say once I start to dey talk, I don't say the old man don't come again. I no old. Me and Peter Obi na the same age we dey. If Peter Obi dey my same age, and na dey call am youth, then me na youth. Youth American Bama. The problem wey dey here so be say election day on Saturday tomorrow for Edo State, for Ekiti State election, governorship election. Peter Obi no go there, go dey talk about in plan, make it tell Ekiti people. Peter Obi comot go Egypt. Egypt, me I never know whether Egypt dey sell light, dem get light. GEC, Siemens, now dem know for electricity. Our Peter Obi can't go Egypt. It be like say something is wrong somewhere, but I will leave it to our panelists later. Make them tell us whether Egypt, they know the way they give electricity out. Me, I don't know. But one thing where I know will be our problem for Nigeria and our distribution. I don't first talk out for most video here. Me where they UK so. I be day one business. Where then they take malu, cow, shit, take and do light, then they call them biodigestive. Malu go shit, you come pack. I know say all the malu with the Europe, they're not the waka like the one with full and the pack go about where they waka around the whole nation. They come lean, diarrhea, disease, everything. Something go they chop their ear. So their shit not go let person collect. But Oyibo now one place, then they feed them there. They go the shit for there. The next day, will carry tractor machine come pack the shit, come pile am. The whole place come be like quarry. Now that one would they feed into the machine where they process am, where they process the waste from malu. Then the only thing we do, I took well and see Peter Obi sit down just and there with the see to see how many he produced. We were even connected to national grid. As I still they talk to you too, me not do the business again, but the business still they Wirral for betting. For anybody we know Wirral, we dey Northern England, Make them try pay visit to Wiro or Google Wyatt Farms. Then they do the thing there. The guy will get now my business associate would they do correct machinery engines to Nigeria, Africa before Buhari can crumble the naira. So me not dey talk lie. So why Peter Obi go Egypt now go dey look for light? Me I no know. Maybe Hakim know. Hakim go don get information say Egyptians that they do light, so then they still they know about the light. Now two things now me raise out from that thing visit where go. One, equity, election day tomorrow. Labour Party, I hear say they don't even collapse their structure. Give APC, make APC carry go. But I expected Peter Obi, where everybody dey clamor for social media, make it go there, make it go support the governor, make it be say it show in popularity, make we see how many people youth go come out, make APC and PDP owners so no one, make them begin the shit for body. You know go. People they choose vice president. If na person wey serious to be president, you supposed to sit down, begin the work on who go be in next vice president, so that don't write the project well, not be the one we don't just hurry pick. The detail come talk to big trouble later. The people will say now Peter will be later, now they not come get the thing again. You know, he never choose, you know, go, you know, arrange, you know, work well, make it choose in VP. Onyenka say make we leave Peter Obi alone. He say not perfect. It's just a human being like us. Correct man, Onyenka Arab, you are saying the truth. It's not perfect. So in a way, you agree with me. Say it's supposed to work on who go work with him when he become president. You are a correct person. You're not the cost person. You are objective. You are straightforward. You are welcome to my show. Yeah. Uki Ebo don't talk in you say na lie to say them solve Nigerian problem. Nigerian problem for electricity say would they generate enough, would they produce enough electricity, but the problem now the distribution. I would like to welcome Akim today. Akim, you are welcome to the studio. You be listening to me. What do you think about the thing when I talk today? I beg, I can't wait till somebody there, evangelist togetherness. You want to talk something. If for better say evangelist, you use the link, but you not use it, choose to phone. I agree with you. Go ahead, evangelist. Evangelist, go ahead.
Minister,
God bless you.
God bless you, sir.
God bless you.
Yes, sir.
God bless you too.
You know, say, and this life where we see good things, many people don't know.
Yeah.
As for me, Peter B is a godsend to Nigeria.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
we
yes.
say that people when they Nigeria bribe and everything, old people don't come. But this is time when the youth have stand up now, said okay, they want to support Peter B all over Nigeria. The first time when Nigeria they agree together.
Correct.
Whether
yeah.
Peter B go to Egypt about light. No, everybody get in way to do something. As you did that studio now, nobody will control you for that studio.
That they control me. That they control me.
Studio. Maybe as I called now, you don't want to pick, you will not pick. If you want to pick, you will pick.
Correct.
Want to do, you know, say what you are doing is good when we help people. Peter B is a person that as he go that whether they are doing election in that state, they didn't go. That one doesn't mean maybe I have faced this program before. Just so you go, they do things not the way we do in Nigeria. But then tell you say they give you time. Maybe that time come for this time. Not this time. You don't be say just recently instant. Say you won't go that Egypt. You understand? That is the problem there now. I didn't see anything bad about this man. This man, you know what is going. If this man can even be say he enter president and give Nigeria a life, only that will do for Nigeria. When Nigeria
that not correct thing.
Move forward. Everything don't move forward. That's why when God created, we say,
if Peter Obi bring light come Nigeria today, me go pack come out because I get business there and only light they drive me from Nigeria. Go on, just 1 minute, let me finish here.
Yeah. When that light enter Nigeria, sir, everything will change in Nigeria. Because darkness, you say darkness and light, they don't agree. God said, let there be light. And there was light before he started creating everything.
Correct.
He started, because say, let the spirit of the spirit now started moving on the water.
Thank you very much.
Of God.
That's right.
Sir,
thank you.
Is this I want to make everybody support Peter Obi, whether he's doing he didn't do the right thing. Maybe we should put it up. They said like Baka now. He said the man is stingy. Is this kind of man we want in Nigeria president now?
Not be me talk say stingy, not be me talk say stingy. I not talk so.
He will use our money for the poor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. God bless you too from my land. Thank you. I would like to greet our sister Felicia Osahan Bosson. I don't know how to pronounce them, if I pronounce them well or not. I beg me, pardon me. I beg. Hakim, you are welcome. That our brother say, make we all support Peter Obi. With the supporter now, to say me not supporter for not come out today, especially that light where they cost me, where me be saying that light now hold me down for Europe. So, not be say if I come up for Europe and not they come here, I go still they come. Because to live for Europe, now correcting a lot of people for Nigeria politicians, one of the reasons why they thief our money, now because they don't feel send their picking come here, they're not where they can't treat themselves here. So for people to talk, say, we forgo home. I mean, I'm one of the proponents where they talk, say, all those one not to get mad tonight be. How you see fine life, you see heaven, you see they go ahead. That one not possible at all. They even jealous us with people will get British passport or get European passport. If you don't know, make you know. That they jealous us. I go like our brother Hakim to go on and make he explain your part for it. And make una join me, make we welcome Mazi. Which Mazi okay Mutiabi Mazi Unan deny you be. Mazi, you are welcome to the studio. Where is he? Don't come out again. You don't verse it because I don't see the way I want to talk, where I will try to talk, say no work well. Will I say making no conjoin bad person?
If you be saying a network, get problem.
Now true, because people with Germany, they not get access to network as we get for the other part of Europe. That's not the reason they see that they mostly participate here. Then they use Holland network. Mr. Hakim, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation today.
Yeah.
And thank you for the wonderful show. And just want to say good afternoon to those on the comment section as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to what you said, and it's a good analysis. And this topic of Peter Obi traveling to Egypt to see how the electricity system worked there. I've not really had the chance to contribute because last time when the debate they on, I don't get access to come in, and I was kind of busy as well.
Yeah.
But I just put it this way: I don't like to be criticizing Peter Obi's decision. He did what he did. He did it in his own in his own knowledge and what he thought. So, but this is what I don't understand, right? A lot of us that come from Edo State, we have a governor in Edo State who didn't have to go to Egypt and was able to he knew straight away what to do when it comes to electricity, and he was able to attract investors such as the Oshomo power plant to come to Edo. But we still castigate this man, we still kind of rubbish him. And then somehow you see people now praising Obi to say, yeah, it's a good thing, we have electricity problem. Come on, electricity, we all know what our problems concerning electricity is. It's just that they need to change the law so that people can be able to invest into that sector. So if you change the law now, to say, because when they privatized electricity back then, the law was so badly written that they gave it to their friends and their family members. On top of that, they were giving them grants as well. See, today those money they stole all the money. But what they should have done was just kind of decentralize the whole system. And this is what I don't understand why Peter Obi was going to Egypt. All he needs to do is just say, listen, when I become the president, I'm going to decentralize the electricity system, send the bill to the National Assembly. Every state generate your own electricity, distribute your own electricity. If you want to bring in a company to come and set up a power plant in your state, that is up to you. So nothing like say, if you generate electricity, you have to put it onto the national grid. Stop that nonsense. That is not working. So there's no reason why everybody have to suffer at the same time. Those states who are strong enough, because don't forget, the federalism, that is how it's structured. I made an example of this platform one time. If you remember when they had a power collapse in Texas, the blame went to the governor of Texas, not to the president of the United States, because that electricity was being is in the what do you call, in the territory and of the Texas governor. So all of the blame at the time, because a lot of damages happened at that time. So the blame was channeled to the state governor because that was his responsibility. So why can't we go in that direction in Nigeria? So I'm not going to fully criticize with him, but what he would have just done was just take a short ride to Edo State and speak to Governor Obaseki and ask him how did he do it, and maybe that would have been a bit cheaper for him as well. So that is what I have to say on that issue of electricity and him going to Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akin. Never go. The thing, one question when I would like you to ask now, you answered it, say for Nigeria that for Edo, people don't even know how to manufacture the electricity. That is a good point. The second question be say they don't make Peter Obi president where they go shop around for electricity, because ever since we don't hear Chinese they can't talk about electricity, but we never hear say GEC, because the thing don't too pass. Since we get independence, light not there, we not get light, we not get anything. Now that light be the main problem. They say now it cause production, now it will make people not get factory, now it cause and say a lot of people, all those people they do tire, where they do small business, light not let them better. Me I for like make our money not come out for that country again, make we get make we get our own way of generating our light. To me, they tell us say light, to generate light not be problem. We even get one for Edo. Not be Osiomo, one way they go by it, they generate.
They have two. There's two power plants in the, like two independent power plants in Edo, which is the Azura and the Oshomo power.
Azura, yes. Now distribution be our problem. So this not the problem.
If our distribution is not only the problem, that the amount of megawatt that we have in Nigeria is not enough to even Lagos State alone can use half of the power, the full capacity that we are, which they say is about 7,000 or 8,000 megawatt. That is for almost 200 million people, and for a nation as big as Nigeria, that is nothing. What they use in Ghana, what South Africa is what about 60-something thousand megawatt. So Egypt is talking
about they produce more rather than going to
Egypt. The truth of the matter is this, right?
Yeah.
To finance those infrastructure such as electricity is very capital intensive. Like it takes a lot of money, and for a country that rely on crude oil alone, on the sales of crude oil alone to generate fund, I think what would have done was just liberalize the industry completely. Because don't forget, we have enough gas in the country. So even if those companies was to come in and set up, so for them to generate would not cost them that much, because the gas will not be coming out from outside. The gas will be coming from inside our country there. So majority of the gas they would have used to power their power plants. It's just like what Oshomo is doing right now. So they just put the plant there near the gas turbine, near the gas pipe in Ologbode, and they just generate the thing from there. And in areas, in areas where they don't have gas, they can explore other options like solar, like renewable, and all those things. And if they have to even transport the gas through underground pipe, federal government can then come in and say, okay, you know what? We will put some resources, some finance into this to transport the gas to you. Then you set up your power plant in certain areas. So all of these things are things that we need to look into. It's not rocket science. If we go in that direction, let me explain something to you now.
Thank you.
Between
I
Azure,
think 1 second. Thank
just
you.
if I just
So,
hold on, just 1 second. Between
yeah,
Azura and Oshomo, you're looking around maybe 400 to 500 megawatts. And that is almost enough for Edo State to have 24 hours power supply.
correct. So, have you finished?
Yeah, finish now.
So, it is good for Peter Obi to go to Egypt to go look for light.
Hello?
I not go blame and say go Egypt, but at the end of the day, I don't think
Hello?
he needed to go. I don't think it needed to go. But to be honest to Peter Obi, the people said to check the electricity and other things. So it was. I don't think he went there specifically just for electricity alone. I heard they talked about education.
He never be
RGP.
president. He never be president. Make our brother Charles make it take off for you,
Bros,
Mr. Charles and Mazi.
this
Stand by,
Mazi,
please.
I'm here. Can you hear me, sir?
Mazi, yeah, Mazi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for including me into this chat. Initially, I was having problem trying to link up, but I think I'm
Yeah,
okay now. You can hear me.
thank you. You are
Yes,
welcome.
first I want to commend you, sir, for this channel. This is the first time of me since Peter Obi became the limelight, the light at the end of the tunnel. Kind of, you know, this kind of your forum and others. This is one thing that is giving me joy about Nigeria, that there is going
Correct.
to
Thank
be,
you.
yes, sir, there is going to be positive news at the end of this, because we are all in this struggle. This one
Yeah,
is not the one where we allow this politician this money back. Every Nigerian is keying in because Peter Obi has given us hope,
yeah,
and he has given all Nigerians hope. And
yeah,
what is exciting about him is that he be like us. He don't there abroad before.
yeah.
He don't know what it be to get bank accounts for abroad, for you get to base business loan to build yourself up, to get, you know how we they live. So and he's one person that has done that thing, went to Nigeria and applied the best practices that he saw in UK, or let's say
Yeah.
abroad, generally in the Western world, to
Mm.
governance. How to prune down, to limit wastages, how to put money where it's needed. And he always prioritized education. You know, he talked about how he built relationship between the students, their
Mm.
junior prefect, who is the number one citizen, number one executive of the students, and himself, for them to tell him directly what are the issues they are facing there in his school. He gave them power, which is every school had generator. He gave them mobility. He gave them bus, and he gave them access to information, internet. You see, then
Mm.
he made sure that he was accountable to people working in the government, to salaried earners. He paid salaries he never owed. All those best practice, all those things that are done here, he did it there. So I don't understand when some people are criticizing him about he didn't do some infrastructure, he didn't do all those things have been done by other governors as a way of cornering money from projects. But I'm sure he did not completely not do any of those capital projects. But his focus is on the people. How can he develop people? How can he invest in people and their businesses? He's the one that make Innocent what Innocent is today. He helped the man to establish, and he gave the first orders of the vehicles uh, 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 that Innocent sold. But to this topic of electricity, when he sent the message about this trip, what he's going to do in Egypt, it is part of a wider scope of his work on this subject. So it's not that he did not have any consultations or any plan beforehand. This is just now that that everybody has picked interest in him, even though the campaign has not officially started. and he's seen that he's already getting traction with the people. He now decided, okay, oh, let me even tell them what I'm doing part time, significant things. So that's why he now said this is part of a wider, because he has already done research before. That's how he was able to educate us on how countries like this, Egypt, for example, are able to double their generation from
So
22,000 members.
you mean he go learn for strategy? He go study some of their strategy, not be say go out there
Yeah,
for
he
that.
not give us the full details, but I don't think that he was completely negligent. He has been a governor before, and he knows the law that we even as governor, you even if you generate power, you are not allowed to do localized power. You have to feed it back to the grid, that kind of thing. So he's until the law is changed. So he's trying to do it based on
So wait a minute. We've heard you. We've heard you. The point you are going to repeat again. The problem here, I'm asking that when he was the governor of Anambra, they get 24/7 light for Anambra.
no, now the same Nigerian problem where everybody get where light no day now.
He not see and say make it take example, may do the kind one, the yeah one way Abasaki they do for Edo. He not do that one.
No, you see, when he was governor, this was the early days of this our fourth republic, and you know, I'm not holding brief for him. I don't know what he did in terms of electricity or what he did not do for the state, but I know that that thing is on the exclusive list, legislative exclusive. I think power generation is responsibility of the federal government. It was later on during Jonathan's time that they privatized, which Obaseki is enjoying some things now, because there was no privatization before then. I think at that time,
Mm.
you understand. I don't know the whole details of the law and how
It
Abaseki
works.
is able to apply it effectively. But I know for a
Okay.
fact that
Sorry, brother. I understand you have explained. I want to ask you one question. Going at that time to Egypt and try to support the governorship candidate for Ekiti, which one do you think will be first for an aspiring presidential candidate to go and test his popularity or boost his popularity or would the Ekiti voters? Can you explain on that, please?
okay, the trip to Egypt, I don't know whether it's just 3 days, right? I don't know how many days it is. And I don't know whether he has already planned it with them, because this government trips is based on an agreed timetable, because the the business of government is according to, there's already pre-planned things.
Hello.
So, hello?
In a government now, it don't enter government.
Eh?
Peter BJ government now, be
No, in no the government. I'm saying the Egyptian place where he went to. Maybe he has already arranged it ahead of time before all this. You know, these things, these people like him, they already have things they've planned ahead of time. So maybe it is something that's already been pre-planned.
Peter BJ bring money come. Who detect the time? Customer for my shop
Eh?
does know. I say customer for my shop. Now king them be king. They not the pushover.
I know.
Let us give chance to Oga Oga Charles, make he explain that aspect. Oga Charles, may you talk now because Mazi he don't talk, he talk well. Say make we support Peter Obi with the supporter, but with the talk say don't go Egypt now, go bring electricity come for Nigeria. Don't go look how you go take bring electricity come if you now vote for her. And that electricity na really big problem for Nigeria for us. So that na good move. Now na see me say me they talk today. I dey praise Peter Obi. Oga Charles, make you talk your own now.
Okay, my brother, thank you for the opportunity you gave to me.
Yeah.
Uh, this P2B trip to Egypt, yeah, it's not a bad idea. But honestly, to me, I think he has a lot of time to do it since there is an Ekiti election going on. I think he need to be around to support them. But you see, coming to electricity, you see, electricity is government generally is a business. The only thing we have, the only problem we have in Nigeria is that government itself, they want to get involved in everything in Nigeria. That is why there is corruption. I'm living in Australia. Here in Australia, it is not the government that gave light. It's not the government that manage airport. It's not government that manage everything is under private sector. What the government do is to regulate them. That's the job of government, because I know if you give electricity to the private sector, they go and borrow money to build, to fix it. There will be no corruption because they will manage it very well. There will be all this corruption we are crying. There is corruption here, there is corruption there, there is corruption there. It's because the government is involved in everything. They want to build road. They want to get the contract by themselves. That is corrupt. But if you want to build road and you give it to the private sector, they go and borrow money to build that road. It is their business. They will manage it, and you regulate it based on the tax and everything. You regulate it. They make their money, pay you. There will be no, all this corruption will reduce. This is, but in terms of that is, yeah, why he went to Egypt is a very good thing. He went there, but I say it is not. I don't think it's the right time, because even if he succeed becoming the Nigerian president, he still have all the time to make all this inquiry. Not now.
Thank you. So you are saying that it's supposed to go to campaign.
Yes, to me, as far as I'm concerned, because this is a new party, they never have. They are still struggling with candidates from other states. Since there is someone representing Labour Party in everything, it's supposed to be around, support him, test his popularity. Let's see. I know that, you see, there's something I was discussing with someone. I said, now a lot of people take advantage of Peter Obi's popularity and come into join Labour Party to use his popularity to win election, which everyone knows. You see, everyone know. A lot of people take advantage of his popularity, and he need to be careful about it, so that tomorrow, many people, he won't have problem. The people will not say, "Is this not Labour Party?" It's not Labour Party, because many people will join Labour Party and use this opportunity, power hunger. For those who want to get into power by all means, they will take this advantage of his popularity and get into power. He should be careful about it.
You are very right. Thank you very much. You are saying that Ekiti election is important too.
It's important.
Not only Egypt can be joining after when there is a break.
Yes,
so I don't know why this thing is echoing. Somebody this thing. I want to call on Louis now to give us take on this. Hello, Louis, are you there?
Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Is somebody talking? Because it's echoing. I don't know.
It's echoing from my side. I don't know what to do at this point.
Can they mute
because
it?
somebody is watching and discussing. But maybe
It's better now. It's better now.
Huh?
He can go ahead. It's good.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, gentlemen on the panel, and good afternoon to our fellow Nigerians on the comment session. So, when you asked me to come this afternoon to discuss Peter Obi, I said to you, I am actually tired of discussing on Nigeria Watch or on most of Nigeria platform. I say part of the problem we have in Nigeria, it is still resonating with even this Peter Obi movement, is that we don't like the truth. We don't like the truth. When Ma started China, the revolution in China, He said we must be ready to separate fiction from truth and to stick with facts and truth. That is how the revolution starts in China. But in Nigeria, we don't like truth. What we like is sentiment or emotions or ethnic sentiment or regional sentiment. I am from the East. I will support an Igbo candidate. I am from Ododuwa Republic. I will support a Tinubu. I am from Kano. I will support this. We don't like truth. We like this kind of emotional things. So why am I saying this? Now, when we had this started speaking on this channel, we spoke extensively with a lot of panelists, Israel, and I think Pahitro and many other people back then. Well, I think we used to discuss those states here. So one of the things we discussed here, and even today, I think Niger Watch labeled me as the biggest critic of the Obaseki government. Now, I don't like those kind of label, because at the end of the day, what you look at is what I have said. Obaseki has been in government for 2 years now, or whatever. Have you gone back and listened to what I said? I said to you back then that there is nothing like what do you call it in those states, the Gelegele port, that nothing like that is existing. So has that today come to be a critic? It is a fact. Now, today, I told you that Osiomo will not light up at those states when this whole project was going on. They were all shouting. What is the fact today? Has Osiomo lit up at those states?
No.
No. Then I also told you that there will be no probe of the stormwater project. Even then, I can remember I said I give the government in Edo State 3 months to come up with a probe. And the people say I'm criticizing the government. It's gone more than up to 2 years now. Where is the probe? So our people must be ready to separate fact from fiction and stop being emotional when it comes to every situation. Otherwise, Nigeria will keep going around in circles. So now with this Peter Obi issue, Peter Obi is a nice person at heart. He's a gentleman. He's level-headed. I like him. But like I always say, I'm not going to discuss Peter Obi based on emotion or based on emotion means that you are talking about, oh, we want a revolution, one change, whatever happens. No, I'm going to look at the facts and what you put in front of me. So it doesn't matter whether it's Peter Obi or Tinubu or Kwansoko or Sanwo-Olu. It is what you put in front of me. So I'm not telling anybody to go and vote for anybody. It's for you to make up your choice. Now, when Peter Obi left the shores of Nigeria and he says he's going to Egypt, what did he tweet? He said, I am going to Egypt to understudy. Maybe that word should be breaking down. I want to go and study, among other things, the Egyptian power sector. I want to go and study power in Egypt. That's what he said. He also said education. I want to go and study education in Egypt. Amongst that, he also said planning and the financial sector. Those were the 4 areas he mentioned in his tweet. Now, I'm just going to speak on the power sector that you have just mentioned this afternoon and also the education. So I always say that before people speak on things in Nigeria, you have to speak from a position of knowledge or from a position of research or looking at things. Don't just hear, I want to go and do this, you start shouting, you start clapping. Now, let's take, for example, the education. Now, what is the global ranking of Egypt when it comes to education? If you go and check in the last couple of years, Egypt, when it comes to education, out of 137 countries that has been ranked in the global competitiveness indicator by the World Economic Forum, in 2007, in 2019, Egypt was ranked 93 in the world. In 2018, they were ranked 100. Thereafter, 115. So what are you going to understudy in a country that is already failing in education? So I don't understand. Now, even Egypt recently, in trying to address some of these issues, actually created a small micro model, which is the Japanese system, to look at and see if they can pick up some things there. So the Egyptian educational system is nothing to write home about that you want to go and understudy in the first place. So when I say our people need to listen to things from a position of knowledge or understand things, I'm not stupid. It is the fact that is there. These old things are all there. Go to the World Economic Forum, it's all there. These things are not hidden. The problem is our people don't read, they boil on rumors and they go with it. So I will just move to the main issue, which is power. Now, my friend here mentioned a lot of things about the power sector reform and everything. Now, power sector is an area I'm very vast on. if you look at the power sector in Nigeria today, the reform of the power sector actually started under Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as president. So that was one of the good things he did. So Jonathan started those reforms. So one of the things he did was to actually say, okay, let's take up these discos, what you call discos today, what you call the power generating companies from the hands of government and put it in private sector. Now, it was a good initiative, but the mistake he made was he actually gave it to cronies who are not actually into power. A lot of them, it's only a few of them, like you have the Davido's Dado and the Transcorp that is a little bit that can do it. But majority of them were not into power. So Jonathan gave it to them because he was struggling to be president and to gain favor. So he shared it among them. That was what he did them. Now, we moved from Jonathan. So when Buhari came in, Buhari saw this whole thing. And one of the things Buhari tried to do from day one was that, okay, these power generating companies have been given to people who know nothing about power. What do? He thought about taking it back from them, which is to say you take it back from them, which on the side of government, it sounds good. But on the side of investors, it will scare away investors from the country. And secondly, the government will also have to pay in the court of law because they will go to court and the government will pay. Now, if you are a government that don't have the financial wherewithal, like Buhari or Nigeria, so he decided to say, okay, I'm not going to take it. So what he then did was that, okay, I am not going to approve any new power plant going to these people. That was what happened in that government. Then within that process, we all know that like my friend mentioned earlier, the power plant in Edo State, which is not Osiomon, what's the other one? I forgot the name just now. The Azura power plant. So that one was built under Oshomole stroke, I think Jonathan or whatever it was built. Now, one of the things this administration saw with Azura was that Azura is a very feasible project. It's working. It was built in a private funds from the World Bank and several other Nigerians living in the US. Now, the problem with Azura is that the contract that was signed when they built Azura means that the federal government has to give to Azura about $30 million every month as long as they generate power. So even if Azura will generate power today, even if the power goes to your household, it doesn't go to your household, the federal government will pay $30 million US. So when this government became a problem, so Azura is producing, but it can't get to the house. So what they then did was that they then came up with the presidential, the National Electricity Master Plan, which was later transformed into the Presidential Electricity Master Plan. Now, I'm just giving you this bit of history. That's why I don't want people to come and say, oh, it's criticizing Peter Obi going to Egypt. Now, there's already a presidential initiative on the Power Master Plan. This Power Master Plan is not one of those plans that the federal government or Nigerian government will just write. They'll put it there, they say it's there. No, this was a plan that was signed in the presence of the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, in 2018. So if it's a fraudulent document, Angela Merkel won't be party to it. It was signed in her presence. Now, the agreement was signed by Merkel and in conjunction with Siemens of Egypt. Siemens is the umbrella company that is going to execute the project. And Siemens we're talking about is also the same company that executed the power upgrade in Egypt. So why go to Egypt when there's already an existing contract between Nigeria and Siemens in the first place? So Siemens is the one executing that contract. Now, one of the things that a lot of people didn't know that you people know that man called Abba Kyari that contracted COVID. It was when he went to Germany, part of this negotiation that with Siemens managers that he contracted COVID, came back and died. So this whole thing has been there. Now you will ask me, people will say, okay, now why has the project not taken off? Now you've got those 2 years of COVID. A lot of countries were grounded. So after COVID, it wasn't really an issue for them to not to continue it. Now Siemens is the one that is contributing the finance for this project. And don't forget, like my friend mentioned, Johnson, that we don't have enough power. At the moment, we have up to 12,000 megawatts of installed capacity. So that is not where the problem is. The problem is in the distribution part of it. That is where mostly the problem is. Now, even with that 12,000, now, if you fast forward a little bit, the Dangote refinery will come on stream by the grace of God at the end of this year or early next year. The power that will come out from the Dangote refinery alone is enough to power the whole of Lagos. So the issue is no longer about generation, even if we still need more generation capacity. So the deal with Siemens means that they will improve, is to be executed in 3 phases, which is to take our generation, our electricity from 4,000 megawatts first to 7,000 megawatts, from 7,000 I think to 15, then to 25 megawatts, 25,000 megawatts, up in a period of 5 years. Now, why has the project not started?
Alois, hold on 1 second, quickly, 1 second. I want to quickly remind you of something. Don't forget, you just said just now that we already have 12,000 megawatts.
Yeah.
So why is Siemens not going to take us from 4,000 again?
Listen. I think you missed a little bit of what I explained. We have 12,000 megawatts up to 12,000 installed capacity. Where the problem is the distribution of that power. So once you put power into the grid, what happens is that the grid, you always hear that the grid collapse. So the grid is very obsolete that it cannot take more than 3,000 or 4,000. That's why you always hear that the grid has collapsed. So there's what you call in engineering, what you call eddy current, which is one of the things you do in engineering, which is to say, if you say you put water through a pipe now, 10 liters, the 10 liters is meant to come out on the other side. Instead of 10 liters coming out, 2 liters will come out in electricity. That means you are losing electricity along the road. So it is the distribution channel that needs a major upgrade. That's why you see that when Buhari came, he said, I'm not going to fund any new power plant. Let's work on this. So what Siemens is coming to do, so first of all, improve on that distribution up to about 15,000 megawatts before we start setting up new power plants. So that's what I'm trying to explain there. So even with that, the Dangote refinery will give you a lot of power as well, which is coming out from there. So another issue was, okay, why don't we allow states to generate power or not to give power to the to states instead of giving it to the grid? Now, we have to understand a lot of things. If you go around the whole world, there is no country in the world that doesn't give power to the grid. Even in the United Kingdom, all power generated is given to the grid. There is a reason it's done like that. Number one, power is very capital intensive. That is one of the reasons. And secondly, you don't want to create a country that is unequal. I'll give you a simple example. If you say power generated in Lagos be given to only Lagos State, do you know what will happen to investors? They will all be investing in Lagos, putting all their factories in Lagos. No one will go and put in Kebbi or in Edo State because Lagos is already close to the port. So as a way of spreading wealth, government around the world will say give the power to the grid so that the grid will give to every state. You don't want to create unequal states. That some states will not have power. So if you are an investor now, you know that people in Lagos have money to pay for power. You go and put your plant in Lagos. You forget people in the Delta State. So that is the reason.
Sorry. I'm going to quickly come in again. Sorry for coming in every now. They just sorry. I really apologize here. Okay, with the current system that we have now, don't you think we still have an equal state? Are there any states that are on par with Lagos State in Nigeria as we speak now?
Are you talking about generally or just in power?
No, generally, because your submission was that if Lagos was to be generating 24 hours electricity, it means that every company will go to Lagos, everybody will want to move to Lagos. Okay, Lagos is not generating the electricity. Is that not still the same situation that we find ourselves right now today in Nigeria?
No, we are in that situation, but that wasn't caused by power. That was caused by historical situations. For example, Lagos was a de facto capital. Lagos has ports. So there are other reasons that cause that. But you as a government don't want to create that scenario to make Lagos to become the superpower. So you put it this way, for example. Now, if I ask you now to go and build a power plant in your village now, you will not go. You will say people there don't have money. I prefer to go and build in Benin City or to go and build in Unewi where there is money. So you as a central government, you don't want that. You want people to be in your villages, in your different areas. So like America, now America is the only country I can recall that has two national grid. One from the north and one from the south. The reason they have it was that, don't forget, America was two separate countries at a point. That's why you have it. So there's one that run all the way from the north to Texas. So if you even remember last year, you heard that there were power failures in America due to the cold weather. Now, the main one which covers the rest of America is owned in a way by the federal government. So what the federal government did there, they've over the years spent money to upgrade it. But the other one is partly privately owned. It's not been upgraded. So you can see where the disparity is. A lot of countries in the world, the government at the center invest in power. There is no country in the whole world. In fact, a lot of them subsidize it because power is very capital intensive. And investors don't want to just dive there. The most they want to go into the production. That's why you have like the Azura. They produce, and government have to guarantee that power. If you look at Azura, like I said to you just now, the federal government pays them money every month. It's guaranteed money. You have to guarantee it. So the issue of Nigeria with Siemens, what they are doing is that, okay, we're going to upgrade those distribution lines for you and take it to a certain level. After we've gotten it to a level, you can start talking about, say, you want to build more plants. We need more plants. We need more megawatts. But what I'm saying is that Peter Obi, there's something wrong with him going to Egypt. It's his own strategy, it's his own mind, it's whatever. But what I'm saying is that it's like you're trying to reinvent the wheel. The wheel has already been set with Siemens. It's Siemens that did Egypt. You don't need to go there. I'm not preaching to you. Go to Siemens website. Go to the World Economic Forum. All these documents are all there. So our people don't like truth sometimes. So we hear things, we just shout and follow, whatever. So I'm just saying we should always look at the issue, forget the person. That is what I'm saying. I just hold on for somebody else to speak.
Thank you very much.
Hello, can I say something?
Lucky Raf,
yes.
Son of Lucky Raf. Go ahead.
I greet all of us. I greet you guys. I greet our brothers and sisters that are watching. Our brother that just finished right now says something about we discussing sincerely and not no emotion attached, no sentiment, no emotion attached, no religion and all that. That is true. But right now, it says that charity begins at home. He that just said that right now had made one mistake. And that mistake is this. Obi went to Egypt. And the evidence he sent to us is on power. And when our brother wants to talk about it, instead of talking about Egyptian ranking on electricity distribution, he went to education ranking. And in that education ranking,
can you just hold on
I'm coming when I finish. When I finish, brother.
Louis, you come to that. You come to rebuttal.
When I finish, one by one.
Finish.
When in education, he mentioned about Egypt being 100. That is not true. Egypt have improved from 100 years back to 67, 2021. And in Africa, they and Johannesburg are on top. Now, if you come to electricity, Egypt is number one, 100% distribution. 100. So, now, coming to Obi going to Egypt, he has been traveling around the countries before now. He's in Vietnam some months ago. He's in Bangladesh. He went to Morocco. That is why all this speech you see he's giving with his statistics is not just what he read in the paper. Is his experience where in countries he's visiting. So going for this kind of trip is not planned today. It's on appointment and is planned even months before this now. He can't just cancel it. It's planned. He's not preparing for this presidential election now. He have been, if you watch his message, his speech 6 years back, there's a time he fought with even Alice Madueke over waste. He had been on this same track since that time, and he had been visiting countries. He's visiting universities in Nigeria, speaking to business associates, business corporations. Now, if we have to discuss and look deep into what we are discussing. Obi being to Egypt, you know what is killing Nigeria? Like what our brother is saying, we have 12,000 megawatts, but the output is 4,000. Why? Our brother, his explanation is 100% correct. But management is the problem Nigeria is facing in electricity. He's talking about contract being already signed. They have been signing contracts since 2000, year 2000 up to date. Every government is signing contract with one company or the other. And they have been mapping money out for it. And why it never work is because the person in power don't know much about generating power. And he don't care to know. He just give out contract. Whatever amount they told him it is, no problem. The engineer that will do it, whether the engineer is lying or not, he don't know. That is the problem Nigeria is facing. Let's leave it to the power minister. They don't want to, the person who is actually have the power to question the power minister don't know anything about it. And that is why this P2B, hardly before he give out contract, and he will be duped or messed up, because he always make sure he understand about it before giving it out. When he give it out, he will be monitoring it as well. He will be questioning the contractors, and that way the job will be executed without any over budget, without any giving a contract to wrong person. This is exactly the reason why he went there. If you have been following him since he left the government in Anambra, he have given speech more than 500 speeches on this same waste and management and all that. Also, this is will be number 36 countries he have visited on government appointment, not just visit. The government will know he's coming. Like Bangladesh, he went to Bangladesh because he's wondering why Bangladesh is making more money than us that produce oil, just in garment. That is why he visited Bangladesh. Egypt have been used, is just 4,000 megawatts before. Suddenly they jumped to 50. Is it not magical enough to know why and how they do it? I don't know why things that don't supposed to cause chaos among us, we cannot look at it genuinely with sincere mind. Electricity, I've been to, I'm not the one that travel most, but I have been to 9 third world countries around Asia, around Africa, we are the only country without light. Cambodia, that's just finished war, late 90s. When I visited Cambodia 2006, for 3 years I spent in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. They never took light. Cable, all this in Nigeria, people sees cable as a big man. For big men, cable is just $10 in Cambodia, and you can watch almost in the entire sports in Europe, America, Africa, everywhere in the world. These are countries that just get out of war that kill over 5 million people, all the prominent men, yet they are ahead of us. Water, you can never run out of water. You don't see anyone carrying water in their head. It never happened. You can't stay a place and it will remain the same. Only in Nigeria, you go out, you come back, it will be worse. When are we going to be tired? And all these things are happening under the same group of people, the same clique. No change. Tell me, if you are sick and you don't have hospital to treat yourself. Does it matter whether you come from Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo? That you lack amenity, wherever you come from. It doesn't matter. Are we telling ourselves that if in sincerity that we are from one family and these three people are out, we are asking who is going to lead us? From what we have heard, from record, from everything, from whatever, and we said who is capable enough to lead us? Who can represent us? Is it the same way we are going to be discussing it, picking issues over everything? Of course, no. This is not how we are going to discuss it. So our brother, when you said speak sincerely, it have to be real. It have to be real. No country in Africa have ever, it have never happened. Egypt jumped from 4,000 megawatts to 50. It seems impossible, but they did it within 2-3 years. Come on, learn how the threat you said they have is going on. He will be able to know when people are manipulating the country, when people are routing. This is how all this routing, okay, now the budget on light almost every 4 years is close to 15 billion to 20 over power, just for power, every 8 years. But South Africa created is at 56,000 megawatts, South Africa, and they did not spend what we are spending. Here in community.
Can I just say something?
Mr. Alois, can you give a rebuttal to Lucky Raf, please?
Raf, I don't know. Yes, my brother, you are free to. I don't know what you are saying. That what I'm saying is wrong. I don't get you. What you keep saying is that Egypt jumped from whatever to 25,000. South Africa jumped from this to that. That is not the issue. The issue is in Egypt you're talking about. Egypt had a presidential power initiative. They also signed it with the German chancellor and it was executed by Siemens. So that is where the issue is. You don't go and understudy Egypt. It's Siemens that did the project. So the whole thing is there. Go to Siemens and see it. So you are going to travel to Egypt. You go to a power plant like you have Azura. You walk inside and walk around, then come back to Nigeria. That's exactly what you are saying. That's not the issue. The issue is Siemens is the one that executed that project from whatever Egypt are to 25,000 megawatts. So the person that knows how to do the job is Siemens. It's not the Egyptian government. So you have to get that point clear here. So Nigeria already have that agreement with Siemens, and Siemens, part of the reason the project has been delayed in Nigeria, you have to understand one thing about Nigeria. For you to do something in Nigeria compared to Ghana, we have these 250 ethnic groups that you are talking about and so many interests. And one of the laws which you have in Nigeria, they call it the local content law. So what I'm telling you is not that I'm making things up. You have to look at practicalities of issues. That's what you call the local content law. So when Siemens were about to start this project last year, they couldn't start the project because of that local content law. And that local content law, I think it said you must have a minimum of 50% of the equipment being manufactured in Nigeria or whatever. And Siemens said they can't. So it becomes what you call like a blockage between the government and Siemens. So they have gone for many, many months until that was taken away. So don't say Egypt increased power from that. What you do is that what did Egypt do? That's what you look at. Siemens is the one that do it. It's not that Egypt increased power. And for example, you talk about the education.
You are contradicting yourself, my brother.
I'm not contradicting
You are contradicting yourself. Let me tell you how you are contradicting yourself. All this contract Nigeria is having over the years is never Nigerian company. It's not by Nigerian company. It's from different countries, and none have been successful. Now you are talking about it's SMNs. Of course, all these ones are from different companies, just like Siemens, but he never successful.
The question
So,
I asked you,
the locals,
who did the Egyptian one?
Lucky Raf, let him land. Let him land.
Who did the one in Egypt? Answer the question. Who did the one in Egypt?
Answer.
Who did
Answer.
who upgraded
it's
the power in
Siemens.
Egypt?
It's
So what is
Siemens.
now the point? So you are not going to deal with Egypt or Siemens.
It's Siemens.
So what is now the
But
issue?
that doesn't mean.
So there is a standing there is a standing contract. Wait, hang on. There is a standing contract signed in the presence of the German Chancellor, Siemens standing the Nigerian government. You are now telling me that that contract is fraudulent than somebody taking a plane and visiting Egypt. That's exactly what you are saying. So I don't know what you are saying here. The German Chancellor stood in the room, shown on TV everywhere. It's on Siemens website. The Nigerian government.
Do you believe? Okay, do you believe? I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you believe? Do you know that Siemens can do that job in Egypt at $1 billion, and our own government will put that same job, that same capacity of electricity at 20 billion?
That is not the
Do you know
my brother, you are saying something.
No. I'm telling you. No. You are just.
Something else.
I'm telling you why you need to know what you are going into.
My brother, you are saying something else now. If Peter Obi
I'm telling you why you need to know what you are going into.
If Peter Obi or Tinubu or Kwansoko become the president of Nigeria, and they swear in on day one, and they go and approach Siemens and say, listen, I want to review this contract. That's a different thing. You can't say by visiting Egypt. Egypt has no business in revamping power in Nigeria. See, it's like you trying to do a Formula 1 car now. You go and visit South Africa. When we know that McLaren is the one that does it, or Ferrari. That's what you are saying now.
Do you
I understand you?
Okay. Do you remember what happened in a renovation of Anambra State Government House before Obi came in? Let me give you Anambra State Government House.
Time up, Lucky Raf. Can we give chance to Mr. Charles to air his own view?
He's already on it.
Mr. Charles, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you switch off your device you are using to work us? Oh, you're not ready yet. Can we ask?
I'm here. Can you see me?
Okay, go ahead. What do you have to say? What maximization or efficiency or the provision of essential electricity?
But you are echoing.
It's not from me. Someone Charles is only putting on his device. Off your device you are using to watch us, or close one of your YouTube browser and leave one on.
Yeah, that's better now. It's better now.
Okay, go ahead, Charles. We seem to be having problem with Charles there. Can we ask?
Can you hear me now?
Niger first.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hello.
Everybody mute yourself. Except the person that is talking.
Hello, can you hear me, Epa?
Good evening. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I overheard your conversation. Thank you so much. All the people who was on this panel. The problem, what we are missing here in essence regarding this power generation and EG visit and all that, we cease to believe that we have the knowledge alone without having to go and consult how it's been done somewhere else. Over the year, we have been casual with this government, whether PDP or APC or whatever who have ruled the nation, both state level or the national level. They will tell us this is what they want to do. They will contract one contractor to come and do 1 or 2 projects. Before you don't know how it's been done. Or even when it is done, a lot of billions will go under. So I don't see any problem with any man, whether being you or individual or being government official, going to Egypt to go and understudy what is being done and how is being done, so that he will not know how to put government or whoever that is in charge question them, hold them accountable. So going there to go and understudy or how is being done or how is it working, I think it will give them another knowledge of what Siemens is going to do here in Nigeria. We are all aware that Siemens over as in have be contracted the project of power generation here in Nigeria to them. But the question here, the truth of the matter is that it will be beneficial to win Nigeria for someone who want to contest for power to understand or to have the knowledge, or not just the person alone, to give us the knowledge, with Nigerians to have the knowledge as well. If not for the fact that Peter Obi went to Egypt, many Nigerians would have been aware that Siemens is even the one handling Nigeria project. And besides, today now, you know what happened in Nigeria rail? The rail they constructed in Nigeria is a foreign body that constructed it. Do you know how much billion they used to construct just one rail? But that same money was used to construct many rail in other parts of the world. In Nigeria, there were one project of one small project with a big amount of money that can be used to, how much they use in building Dubai. So there is the aspect. Going there.
Naja first, 1 second, one question. Louis submitted position that there was already ongoing contract or ongoing talks with Siemens or GEC in Germany, and that one of the major leaders in Nigeria, Abba Kyari, the secretary to the government, went to that meeting. On his way back, he caught the COVID. Then he died in the course of trying to discuss or fight or look for ways for Nigerians to have light. I, for one, I would prefer to deal with the developed country like Germany rather than doing with the second-hand one. I would have expected Peter Obi to visit Germany first, got first-hand information, or go to the archives or get information before asking the beneficiary of electricity from Siemens in Egypt. And Peter Obi is not the president yet.
Thank you so much.
It's just like Osaze, that Benin half-caste footballer. They were thinking of hiring him in one club. Before they could sign him, he went and started driving around the place, trying to get people to him. So go on, Naja first. Go on.
Thank you so much. Like what you just said now is a very good point. The reason why I choose Egypt is even more preferable. If we say, let's go to Germany first of all, an average Nigeria will believe that Germany have a very working system. They are developed world. The point is that if it can be done for a country that Nigeria is even better than in terms of population, in terms of economy, at least we are the largest economy in Africa. If all those people can do it, then let's see the magic they've done. It seems that like here now in the US,
I don't think we are. Sorry. Point of correction. I don't think we are better than Egypt.
Hold on 1 second. Niger first.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know. Is that Tiobada or I don't, because you sound like Tiobada.
It's Niger first.
Okay, sorry. You know what I wanted to say. Sorry for coming in. I just want to quickly put something before you. What I wanted to say, I'm just going to make an analogy according to what my brother Alois said. It's just like Julius Berger construct road now for, say, Ogun State government. Then Edo State government want to construct road now. Should Edo State government go to Ogun State and say, how did you construct this road? Or should they go to Julius Berger to go and meet Julius Berger to say, listen, we want to construct road?
Yes, very good question. It will be better we go to meet Julius Berger. But the problem is that...
Okay, sorry. You see, that is what my brother Alois was trying to say. That
yes,
Peter Obi had no business going to Egypt. He should have just gone to
I don't know if I can buttress this a bit. In a sane environment, it will be better for us to go and meet Julius Berger first of all. But this project have been handed over to Julius Berger over the years. Julius Berger have not been able to do anything. That is the more reason I will now have to leave Julius Berger and go to Ekiti. This road that Julius Berger did in your area, and they are doing it in my area. What is the problem? How did you people do your own? All these things, as in that, just that I believe.
Wait, my brother, before you just finish answer the question, let me just make my point really clear. So I'm not saying Peter Obi should not go to Egypt. He has his right as a Nigerian to choose to go to Egypt. It's part of his strategy to go to Egypt. There's nothing wrong with it. So now, Martin Luther King, or a lot of them, talks about the exigencies of time or the fierce urgencies of now. There is an election in Ekiti State. And secondly, now, going back to this power project, I understand people are saying there has been project which has been abandoned or not abandoned. Now, when Nigeria wanted to buy the Super Tuscano fighter jet, it was an agreement between the US government, the Nigerian government, and the Brazilian company that manufactures it. So the US government standing there already tell you that project is not going to fail. The Tucano were delivered. When the Siemens Power project was signed, it was the German chancellor standing there with the CEO. It's not a secretary or a deputy. The CEO of Siemens standing there, and President Buhari and his advisors. You are not telling me that these people have not concocted a contract, that me taking a plane to Ghana to look at Ghana is not better than these world leaders concocting a contract together. That is what I don't understand that they are attacking me for. And secondly, Siemens, when Egypt also did their contract, this same thing I've explained, that's what they did. So Siemens already has all these things, platform or template to work with Nigeria. So if you are saying to me now, say if Peter Obi become president tomorrow now, he goes to Siemens and say, oh, Siemens, I beg, now 2 billion you charge for this thing, I beg. And say we are a poor country, please take 1.5. They will start understanding what you guys are saying here. Now, for Peter Obi, the most important thing for him to do at this period, whether you like it or not, that's why I say we must always speak to the truth. There's an election in Ekiti. I'm not saying Labour will win it. This is the chance. He's in the media. He's supposed to go there, campaign for the Ekiti candidate, but it looks like this is a deliberate attempt not to go there, but to look at somewhere else. Going to Egypt, whether you have a visit to visit Egyptian president tomorrow or next tomorrow, it can always be postponed. This is not even this is not a visit that, if you look at the videos you saw, it's a video somebody in a power plant looking at meters or how many megawatts. If you go to Osiomo there, you will also see go to Osiomo, they will give you that control room. I'm into engineering. So the people that make the policies in Egypt are not people in those engineering room. It's the politicians, the finance and whatever. So this template is already there. So it's like you now telling me now, say, let's look at the railway in Nigeria. Now, I'll give you a simple example of the railway. Good Lord, the railway was envisaged under Obasanjo. They thought about it. Then good Lord Jonathan, by the grace of God, he was able to carry that project on with the Kaduna, whatever, the Kaduna Abuja railway. Now, when this railway started, China, when they do the feasibility study of the railway in Nigeria, they say we need a minimum of close to $50 billion to put railway in every areas in Nigeria. So at that point, those projects were stalled for some time. So the government, they came under Jonathan, they came up with a different strategy. They said, okay, we don't get 50 billion. Nigeria doesn't have that money. Now let's break it into chunks of sector. That's when you see that the Abuja Kaduna Railway started. So when Buhari came in, he continued, he finished that project. He then went to the Lagos Ibadan. Now, if I'm the president in 2023 now, I'm contesting, I will not take a plane, say I'm going to go and visit China to understudy their railway. That's exactly what you are saying now. No, instead of meeting those companies already doing it in Nigeria.
I don't.
So I just rest my case.
I don't think.
Can I say something?
I'm saying at all.
No, it's not your turn. Nigeria first. Finish a roundup in 1 minute, and we have panelists and commenters. Please, let's welcome Dr. Yakubu and NT. Yakubu NT, Dr. Yakubu NT, you are welcome to the studio. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
NT.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thanks a lot for having me. You guys are doing wonderful job.
Thank you very much. Naja first, go ahead, round up in 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Like the point the last speaker just talked about is a very valid point. He's not coming back to come stop the initial contract. The most important thing is that having the knowledge, I think, is what he's going for. And besides, this person is not Nigeria president yet. He's just trying to go to have a knowledge of what is happening. That just, I believe, what he's doing, just to have a knowledge, so that at least you have a first-hand knowledge, despite the fact that another company is handling it, to have what at least some good relevant information about it.
Thank you. You said you need to have a knowledge before going to Electricity. Dr. Yakubu, please tell us your own take in this. I'm coming back to you, Naja, first.
All right, thank you so much. I just stumbled upon your channel, YouTube channel. It's wonderful hearing a lot of discussions from Nigerians. I want us all to understand one thing. Forget about the discussion from whether somebody travels to Japan, wherever. That is not where the problem lies. You see, at the federal level, there are layers upon layers of, if you like it, oligarchs. It's the same thing all over the world. So one of the things I found very disturbing with we youths is that we want to start influence of presidency from the top. And you will notice a trend. People just come up and express interest 1 year or 6 months or 8 months of presidency. If you check out people who have had very powerful influence or did something great when they became president, you have to have a chain of what to call influence before you even declare. Because at the top, it is a different ball game entirely. Now, somebody mentioned Peter Obi ought to have gone to Ekiti, and that is absolutely correct. You need those that will support you at the level of National Assembly.
Thank you.
Otherwise, the oligarchs, the cabals, will just find a way to impeach you. In fact, they will make hell out of your administration. Remember, everybody you see in that National Assembly are there for their own financial empire. They are not just sitting there. Now, you cannot rule a nation so corrupt, so bad, by being the only person from a platform. It is extremely very difficult, because these guys in National Assembly are not just looking at it. Nigerian constitution is so wrongly set up that you cannot even influence anything. That is why you find them trying to amend constitution after constitution. If they tell you the layers of people who have been eating from this power project, you'll be so shocked. And they are ready to bring down anybody. They are not just alone. They have foreign collaborators from your own region. So I think the P2B's movement, I don't know, I pray he wins presidency. But whether he wins or not, we should put our feet on the gas. What do I mean by that? Every person who is online shouting now should go back and start forming influential group. Whether it is group of 2, group of 3, start from your family. Educate your child. Let your child know that it is not devil that is causing the problem we are facing. It is our actions, the action of ourselves, starting from us at the family level, at the community level, at the local government level, at the state level. Let me tell you, and our groups and everybody who cares to listen, more than half of the federal government subvention goes to state and local government. And we know the state governors control the part that goes to local government. So what we are saying is that half of what Nigeria ends finishes at the level of state. So we must learn that, such that if I hope Peter Obi will secretly, I pray, get access to Muslim Brotherhood. There is a group there in that Egypt. Let him study what they've done. If you do a democratic election today in Egypt, Muslim Brotherhood win it over and over again. You know what they did? They have people at the grassroots. Every house you enter, there is an ideology. If a poll falls, they have group that set it. So everybody recognizes it. Peter Obi is a messenger. Let us not focus on him or doing presidency or whatever. I pray that he should use this momentum, so that as many youths can ride on this Labour Party and win local government, states, National Assembly, House of Assembly, House of Reps. This is the only way we can go there and say, look, now lie, it will not happen. Now lie, you cannot carry 50% of nation's revenue and spend it in the National Assembly and presidency and think something will happen. It cannot happen. Otherwise, he will go there. If this movement online, we can transmit it to on-site because there is a light difference. If anybody thinks, let's not be emotional about this movement because the cabal are sitting there, they are watching everything. And to fight a mad person, you have one choice, just kill him. If you allow any iota of life inside a mad person, you cannot win. So if anybody thinks in his wildest imagination that you can just go there and dislodge the cabals the way it is now, that is a great joke. They don't mind because everything is so intertwined. Security agents, everybody is feeding from the same pot of soup that is so bad. And if Peter Obi gets there, go and ask Balarebe Musa, the governor of Kaduna State. They impeach him. Nice man, the people love him, they voted him over landslide. But the cabals, the mafias, already have their people in the State House of Assembly waiting for him. Of course, when he got this, a straightforward man, say, no, you cannot be spending this money like this. This is way to be spent. Wahala started. So this Peter Obi, let us not only be shouting, Peter Obi, go and get your PVC. You yourself, myself, yourself, go and start your own movement. Go and participate. Start educating your family. There is a reason they never educate anybody in school. They don't want you to understand how the nation is governed. Every region of Nigeria is controlled by oligarchs, if you don't know now. In the north, they have oligarchs. In the southeast, they have oligarchs. That is why Peter Obi cannot muzzle them out. He cannot. These oligarchs control resources, contracts, juicy things. They cannot survive outside those juicy pots. So every one of us, as we are shouting Peter Obi, yes, PVC, we are going to vote for him. Please start forming influential group. At local government level, go and participate. Don't worry whether you lose. You'll be indebted. Don't worry. Explain to your wife, to your child. Don't say child is small. No. Tell him that, look, devil is not the reason why you are suffering.
Thank you, Doctor.
If you go to Israel, Jerusalem, Nigerians run to for pilgrimage. Saudi Arabia, let me tell you those people. They are so technologically advanced.
Doctor,
everything is working.
Yes,
so please, let's not get distracted by where Peter Obi went to. Please leave Peter Obi alone. Let us focus at how do we get people out to vote? Because at the end of the day, whether you argue from now to tomorrow, if you don't go out, if you don't mobilize logistics, strategy, they will just finish you hands down. It will all the talk will end on this.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Doctor said that Peter Obi will need the grassroots, the local government, the State House of Assembly, the chairman. But the topic here today now, Dr. Yakubu has come in to just explain it that it would have been proper for him to be in Ekiti and try to mobilize people for his support or test his popularity. Thank you, Dr. Yakubu, for coming. NT, go ahead. NT, the ball is in your court.
Who are you calling?
Calling NT.
It's like you don't forget me.
Hello, NT is gone. Hakim, can you go ahead? NT, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much.
NT, 1 second. Let's receive this.
The other man is still talking.
No.
The doctor is still talking
from a different device. NT,
okay.
Wait a minute.
Right. What I want to say
wait a minute, NT, wait a minute. Hello, go ahead.
Okay. So what I want to say.
Wait, caller from you.
What I want to say is that,
go ahead, NT.
Okay. What I want to say is that I don't know why Nigerians always have myopic thinking. Let's take ourselves back. Before, Nigeria used to be the biggest producer of palm oil.
And try to mobilize people.
Can you hear me?
Switch off your device. Switch off your device you are using to watch. Close one of your browser on the YouTube.
Yeah. I've closed it.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So before Nigeria used to be the biggest producer of palm oil. What did Malaysia did? Malaysia came to Nigeria and studied how Nigeria did it. They sent students. They sent students.
Go ahead.
I still hear echoing.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
It's you. It's from your side.
No, I've off everything. I've off everything.
The other man is still talking.
No.
The doctor is still talking
from a different device.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Right. What?
Hello, Hakim. Can you go ahead? While NT shot his device off, let's see if we will hear that background noise again. Hakim,
okay,
go ahead.
If I agree to you, hopefully my side is clear.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. You see this Peter Obi debate here. To be honest with you, I try to not get myself involved in it anymore, because I think that when you try to be logical, people see it for something else. But the truth of the matter is this: I think we have to understand that where we are now, desperation is not going to help us. Desperation probably will lead us to even a worse position sometimes if we're not careful. So this is why it is always good that we should learn from our lessons from this current government. When they were coming, everything that we were told that they were going to be, and everything that we were told, listen, their manifesto, the APC manifesto, in my lifetime, I've never seen a political party with such solid manifesto. But where are we today? Okay, where are we today? So this is what I want everybody who is clamoring for a movement, who is clamoring for Peter Obi, always have at the back of their mind to say, listen, it could go wrong. What makes you think that Peter Obi will solve the problem? Why do you think that this man is going to come and is going to be the Messiah? Do you not understand that it's only just one man in a community of institutions? So this is what I'm trying to make people understand that it is okay to ask questions. It is okay to look into this man properly and then scrutinize him. It's just like you want to give somebody a job. See, people forget he's applying for a job to become president, and you are saying, no, let us don't look at him properly. Let us don't. If you're looking at him, okay, what do you want? Do you want the other man? Listen, none of us know what is going to happen tomorrow. What is guaranteed is today. Tomorrow, all of us were just forecasting. We are not God. So at the end of the day, whatever we want to do, we must properly scrutinize the man. Okay, if Peter Obi is not corrupt, the rest of them are corrupt, I'm not going to believe that. I'm not going to buy into that, because there are a lot of information out there that says otherwise. So if you come to me and say, listen, among all of them that are running, he has the least baggages, then I understand position. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because at the end of the day, I've asked this question before. I've asked this question before. I said, listen, if you are a man of principle, and everybody come and say Atiku is a thief, Atiku has done this, Atiku has done that. Okay, why did Peter Obi accepted to run as his vice presidential candidate, in the last election? The same man that everybody is calling a a thief. So if you is that not a guilt by association? So at the end of the day, we must hold everybody to the same standard. We must hold everybody at the same standard. Let us don't give one person the pass just because we are desperate. No, desperation will only lead us to where we didn't want to find ourselves. Thank you very much, Ipa.
Thank you very much, Hakim. You see, it was short and concise. I assume all panelists should just make their comment like that because today's normally the traditional Friday debate. We're not going to stay long here today, in spite of the view. NT, can you go ahead and make your contribution?
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can't you allow me to make contribution anymore?
Right.
No, Lucky will come to you. Don't run.
So basically, what I was saying is that we all know that previously Nigeria used to be the biggest producer of palm oil. Malaysia came to Nigeria. What did they do? They studied how Nigeria was doing it. They sent students to study. Not for one day, not for 1 week. They spent months in Nigeria and studied how Nigeria was doing it. Today, what is happening? Malaysia is now the biggest producer of palm oil. Nigeria is nowhere to be found. So when someone criticizes Peter Obi for going to Egypt to study how Egypt achieved, a generating of electricity, that is rubbish. You have to learn from other countries. You don't just go to Siemens and say, "Oh, come and produce 100,000 megawatts for my country." No, you have to go to countries where they've done it. You ask the countries, you study. Climates are not the same. Areas are not the same. You have to study. Do you have common climate with these people? Do you have a common things with these countries? How do they manage to generate energy? What type of energy do you think your country can focus on? Is it solar? Is it hydro? Is it wind? So you have to study all these things. I heard someone said he's an engineer. If you are an engineer, you should understand all these things. Even here, I live in UK. Britain wanted to do speed train. They went to Japan and studied it. Britain has been operating trains since God knows when, but they went to Japan and studied it. There are Hitachi today, Hitachi company, building fast trains. They never just invited Hitachi to come. No, they went to Japan, studied it, and then invite those countries. You have to do feasibility study. How do we achieve this? So you don't just sit down and call Siemens and say, come and do electricity. Or else you spend hundreds and hundreds of billions and achieving nothing, which is what is happening in Nigeria. So the simple thing is that you have to go to countries, study how they do it. If possible, even send students to study it and engineers to study it. That is how you achieve things. The problem with Nigeria is they always sit down in Nigeria and invite those countries. Sometimes someone that doesn't even have a company will just register one quack company, which was what happened in one oil deal, and then scam them of billions of dollars and naira. So the Peter Obi traveling to Egypt, I don't see anything wrong with that. He has to travel to many countries, not only Egypt. He has to travel to several countries and learn. If possible, send people, send engineers, students to learn before we can even achieve what we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is saying that going there, Britain went to Japan. But we did know that we all live in Great Britain. I mean, some of us live in Great Britain, and Japan has this history of supersonic train. That is about 500 miles per hour. They may have gone there to check the electronic device of it, but not the technical rail or the rail carriages, because Britain is known for train. I do remember Germans sent people to come and study how the British do their underground train. And the people went back that the way they did it is so difficult, so complex, we cannot do it. Hitler brought all of them out and executed them. I told them before he executed them that are they not human beings who did it in Britain? That is all types of government. I've seen along here today, a lot of people have been comparing Nigeria with countries that are bordered with industrializing countries like China, Japan. They mentioned Malaysia and all. They're not far from each other there. Here is a country, Nigeria. We've had a complex electricity problem for years, about 60 years now. I do not think Egypt model will be the best. But someone came out here to talk about how we have even been to the people, the number one people in that industry, that is GEC and Siemens in Germany, and that a contract was signed. Listen, a lot of people up here, the commentators or the commenters, they ought to know that everybody is talking about Peter Obi, but like the role of media, we are discussing this. If Peter Obi is watching, he too can take some lessons from this media discussion. A lot of people are saying, oh, Peter Obi is the right one, which our brother Al Lewis said that we don't follow leaders with sentiment or emotion. So we have right to tell him, this is how it is, this is the feelings, this is the views of the people. From there he can grow. Is it not the same lesson he's learning from the comfort zone of
Okay, guys.
and traveling?
So what type of
I will want who's the next person? I have not been speaking here since.
I think it's my turn now.
Raf Lucky, it's your turn
It's
now.
Lucky.
Don't run.
Yes.
Go ahead, Raf Lucky.
Okay. Please, someone, there is noise coming from some.
Don't worry,
okay.
That will be sorted.
Now,
we will know the person just now.
Okay. Now, I want to take it one by one. Doc said something, and all that he said is true. Please, can you tell others to mute their speaker?
Well, I will look for that person now. I will tell him I'm looking for it. I'm looking for that person. Go on, keep talking. I will know.
I think it's better now. Yeah. Doc mentioned about electing chairman and governor and all that. That is correct. He is right. But one thing about Ekiti that I want us to understand is this. You know what is killing Nigerian politics? Man is from PDP. They don't care whether he's competent, whether he's allied with the party policy or whatever. They will just go on and elect the person, whether they don't care. That is what is the big problem with Nigerian politics. And when you do that, it will end up affecting even you and your own belief. I want us to look at it this way. Even in Anambra, when people say Obi is in Apaga, Obi is in this, Obi is in that, I want you to understand, even when he is in PDP in Anambra, when he is in Apaga, he never, that his belief and believe that you must not spend country or state money just anyhow. That is his belief. And if you don't believe on that with him, he can never ally with you. That is why in Anambra, for him to win second term, is the people who sees what he's doing. Church, school, universities, they are the one that elect him the second time. The entire cabals in Anambra is against him. That's how he managed to win the second time. So for him not to go to Ekiti, there must be a reason why he don't go to Ekiti. Someone that have been in politics all these years should know that he needs somebody, but not just anybody. If he go to Ekiti and do campaign, and he don't believe, he know that the man he want to go and do campaign with is not aligned with the actual thing he is campaigning on. And tomorrow that man do something, people will say, oh, he's the one that gave us this person and this happened, this happened. So we must know the facts to know how we ask questions. Without us knowing exactly reason why he did not go, then we shouldn't be, yes, the conversation should end in, okay, he's supposed to be in Ekiti, but not stretch it beyond our own knowledge.
Lucky Raf,
Now,
nobody's, Lucky Raf, 1 second, please. Apart from going to Egypt, there is this issue that INEC set a deadline that all political parties should produce their running mate on a deadline, I think today or tomorrow. Any moment we should be hearing from APC. Then, process of choosing a running mate, it's not just an easy thing. You need some calculating process here, techniques, and sitting down to concentrate. You have to do all those ones. 3 days up to Egypt and all this, not going to Ekiti. If Peter Obi is truly a serious candidate, I think he should be doing that.
Can I ask you a question?
Not these excuses of getting out of the country. These are we are trying to model into the right path. Don't get me wrong.
Wait, I know.
Yeah.
Do you think the entire party don't know what you are talking about? Do you think they are not aware of this thing you are talking about?
I know they are aware, but the entire party,
if they are aware,
we put somebody on him.
Okay, so that is more reason why you shouldn't bring it as a something to for us to start arguing whether this or that. Tell me, is there any other candidate that were discussed that like we discussed to all this? Have you ever discussed and asked questions about Atiku or even Tinubu?
My brother,
so it's good. Next month. It's good that we are discussing about him. It's good thing. So if it actually means something good is in it, that is why everybody is talking about it. But like our brother that spoke before said, we should always discuss sincerely and without emotion. That way we can arrive to the truth. Now, I don't want us to, I want to say something about what our brother that spoke about oil, palm oil from Malaysia, which is the reason why this argument about will be going to Egypt is not necessary. One, he went to Egypt with his money. Two, he had been going to countries before now over the same thing, which he have said again and again in different speeches. What he saw in this country, what he saw in this country. So he have been on this journey for a long time. That is coming to what our brother said. Learning is never a bad thing. Jack of all trade is what is killing Nigerian government. They believe they know everything. And the people on top believe they just don't care to know. All they know is to give out contract and give out money. They don't know. They cannot find know when the person they gave contract is actually cheating on them or whatever, because they are not interested. What they are interested is when they give out contract, they take their cut, which is the reason why when they renovate Anambra State this thing, they invited a company from outside to come and renovate it. This one is 400 million. This one is over or close to 100 million. But when he entered, he said, this can never happen. That 400 million, he spent only 80 something million to do it. You know how much he saved? That money he saved from
you have
there he bought
the need for cost maximization, not to spend too much for something. That's what
we just we don't need to keep arguing on unnecessary.
We will come to your turn again. Somebody just joined us now. Is your Karele, and is going to speak to your side. And somebody just mentioned Nadine Solomon. He said, Dom Solomon. He said we should arrange a balanced debate. I mean, which I don't know what he's trying to say. But if you watch my debate here, I always look for people that will be pro and against. Unfortunately, most people rooting for Peter Obi, they are so good at attacking other opponents instead of telling the world what Peter Obi stands for. We're talking here about topic he went to Egypt. We want to analyze what the benefit of his going to Egypt got to give us. Electricity, our major problem, and vice versa, being in Ekiti to garnish more supporters for his electoral campaign and choosing a running mate. The three tasks at this point in time because of the deadline set. So with that now, I would like to welcome Machiavelli, the Israel of Asemota, the Okarele of Niger Watch. Okarele, you are welcome. Please, your contribution will be brief.
Good afternoon, Mr. Monday, and good afternoon to the panels and those concerned citizens around the globe. Just as Mr. Monday has introduced, my name is Israel, and he is the one who named me Okayele. And Okayele in the Benin language, so those of you who does not understand it, is also known as the head of the youth leader. To God be the glory, he named me that. As a father, I will also take the name, but that doesn't mean that was just my name. So apart from that, the topic is today, why did Peter Obi went to Egypt, and who might be his running mate? Am I right?
Well, we are saying that he went to Egypt to bring electricity to solve our problem, and that why Egypt, not Germany, and why going to Egypt at this point in time when there's a deadline for Ekiti election, which is tomorrow, and the deadline for choosing a running mate.
Okay. As you know, Mr. Monday, you're most familiar with my analysis for the past almost 3 years now.
Yes.
I believe on good governance, and I believe on a smaller party can also become a governing party. And I believe that the right of every citizen should be given. And I also am an advocate for a fundamental human right. With all these things I have said, that will point to the finger that Peter Obi has never been my candidate. But in terms of my candidate, I have preferred Omoyele Sowore because I believe that he has never governed and he should be given the right. Looking at what he stands for, I also keen on it. But when Peter Obi switched and said the party he belonged to, they contradict his norms and belief. So from that angle, I started looking at him as someone who believed that the people should be the first and the topmost priority. Him going to Egypt to see you saw it when he was in Egypt, what he was seeing, what he was visiting, and why he was there. To me, it shouldn't be the topic now, because the opposition are trying to use it as a winch hunt. And I'll continue to say it, because ever since the opposition party, which is the bigger party now, the parties of the day, These two political parties who has enveloped us with hatred has never done anything. They've never even been to the Germany or to the Egypt or even Cotonou to check what is happening. How does these people get their regular power supply? They've
Israel,
never done
maybe, Mr. Israel, 1 second, please. Not second, so. You see,
it's okay. Go on, sir.
Maybe you just joined us. One of the panelists analyzed how Abba Kayari went to Germany to sign a contract for the same electricity with Siemens. On his way back, he caught the COVID, and eventually he died.
Okay.
But you are just saying that none of these two political parties has been
never.
No, it's not,
I'm going to answer the question.
Can I just say, Mr. Israel, it was actually me that said it.
Yes, I know. I know it was Alois.
And before you finish it, I would like you to just clarify one thing.
Yeah.
If the Nigerian president stand in a room with the German chancellor,
yes, Angela Merkel at that time,
and the CEO of Siemens signs a contract, and somebody takes a plane and goes to Ghana to study electricity. So are you not telling me that what they signed in that room is not fraudulent? That's what I've been hearing in this discussion.
There's nothing fraudulent about it, but
because I don't understand. That's why I ask you the same question.
Yeah, there's nothing fraudulent about it, but it's about the actualization that matters. They've gone to sign with Siemens and everything, but it's never actualized.
Yeah, but you said it's never actualized.
Yes.
I will employ you. Go to Siemens website.
Yeah.
Go to these other people. Now, the Egypt you are talking about, if you go and read...
One second, please. 1 second, mute yourself. We have a caller from, I don't know, so it's just here, it's been pestering me with a phone call. Caller, go ahead. Caller.
My name is Tony. I'm calling from Germany.
Go ahead, my brother.
I want to say something about this issue you people are discussing.
Yeah.
For people to be going to Egypt, I don't think it's a big problem. You know, it shouldn't give us a headache.
Yeah.
Do you know somebody was talking about the contract that the Abba Kayari signed with the German government and with the Siemens, and so I follow that contract and I know a little bit what happened in that issue. The German government said that the Nigerian government is not serious. And for what I know, how many years I've spent in Germany, Germans don't do anything that is not clean, anything that is not straight, anything that is not authentic. So there was an interview granted a German chancellor, and she said that when Siemens went to Nigeria, that Siemens did not see anything on ground where to start from. You know?
Yeah.
So they now concluded that the Nigerian government is not ready for anything. You know? And that is why those papers they signed were just formalities. So, and the issue died just like that. So I'm telling you the fact that is actually what happened. So what P2P did with his own private money, my brothers and sisters, we should appreciate that. P2P is under a party. So in a kitty election tomorrow, the other members of the parties can also support their candidates in the kitty state. P2P must not be there for him to win. You know, so this is what is there. You know, we are looking forward to see somebody who will stand for us. You know, somebody who will be there, who will even travel with his money. Not, you know how much Abba Kayari and his gang spend in coming to Germany here, and at the end of did there? What did we get? Nothing.
Please tell him not to leave when he finished talking.
That's our argument.
Akim, say again.
No, I think this guy is very economical with the truth. He
No,
says the
I just
German
want to ask him a
government
question. Let him say when he finished talking.
Power supply.
is very funny.
Thank you very much. You are repeating the same thing. Caller from Germany. Tony, please.
Keep him on the line. Just keep him on the line. Let me quickly ask him a question.
Epa, keep him because he's very economical with the truth. He said the German
Why
government
do
said
you like to
Nigeria is not
interrupt
serious.
people?
I'm not interrupting people now. He's making a claim which I made. He said the German
Be
government said Nigeria
patient
is not
when he
serious.
finishes.
You didn't tell
Let's
us
take it one after the other. Let's take it one after the other.
Tony, you didn't tell us when the contract was cancelled in Germany. Another caller, please. So, go ahead. Where are you calling from? Tell us your name and where you calling from. Good afternoon.
The guy is gone now.
Thank you.
You know, the issue of Bakare should not come into this discussion. It's how Bakare
Thank you.
on his own trip. Someone said Abakare, which is Nigerian government. Now Abakare went to Jenny and he catch COVID and he died. Right? What of the federal government? Did they die with Abakare? That is my question. I don't know if someone can answer that question.
Thank you.
Let me finish my analysis.
Another caller here. Clement, go ahead.
Let one finish.
Clement, go ahead. Hello, go ahead.
Okay. My own little bit. Yes, I'm hearing you, sir.
Go ahead.
My own contribution is that if issue of let me say Bankari or the other one is the real issue now is that who will save Nigeria from the problem these same leaders since 1960 have created for us. We in diaspora, and apart from that, every Nigerian want a Nigerian that will favor everybody. The Europe we are running to, America we are running to, Canada we are running to. People of that country were the one that built it. People in that country were the one that make electricity in that country to work. It is not God that come down with the angel to do it. The beautiful tree, the beautiful houses we are seeing in all over Dubai, it is the Italy that did it. So now, about this Peter Obi, we see him using his personal money. He's not in government now, and he went to go and sing by himself. And he's showing us where he went to with his own money, and we are comparing such a person with a government, a fake government that have said Tunde Bakari to Jemmy, and they forgot about the contract, they forgot about everything. Since Buhari have entered power, we are talking of a 4,000 megawatt for 200 and something million people. Why Peter Obi was referring to Egypt, that is African country here, under 4 years, they produced 20-something thousand megawatts. So let us be frank with the truth. Under 4 to 5 years, Egypt produced 25,000 megawatts. Do you know if we have 25,000 megawatts that there will be constant light in Nigeria? So Egypt was having about 25 before. They now add another 25 under 5 years, which means, if we are to be frank and sincere with the truth, which means that we are not talking of campaign for the next election next year, making 8 years of Buhari failure. Which means
thank you very much. Round up.
To that 25,000. So, and we are not producing it.
Thank you. It took.
Let me finish my
wait first. It took 5 years for our governor at those states to produce to do Oshomo power plant.
Let me finish my analysis, Ifa.
Mr. Machiavelli, go ahead. It's your turn.
You see, Nigerians, you see, we are not here to be discussing what Obi did. Obi used his money to go to Egypt. Abba Kyari used the taxpayers' money to travel to Germany, to go and look for how they want to bring light to us. Abba Kyari, on his way back, he caught COVID and he died. Now, where is the federal government now saying this is what Abba Kyari did to this place? Let someone carry on. Until this time, you are finishing your tenure next week, and you are not telling us that this is what you wanted to do. Nigerians should not be cajoled with all these things, because for me, I believe that in the saying in Edo language, which you know, Epa, he said when a woman sees snake and the man kills it, or a man sees snake and the woman kills it, provided the snake dies, Abi. So why is it now that this issue now coming out just because there's election coming? The government has failed. These parties are in government has failed. There's nothing to promote here. There's no cock and bull story that they are going to sugarcoat it. This person is ready for change. We, the Nigerians, are going to queue on him to say that even if it's just a tip like this, he can open the door for us. We will follow him. Because for me, all these that these two political parties are trying to make us envelope again, it will not work. This is 2022 for crying out loud.
Thank you, Machiavelli. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. For me, if I was to be Obi, I prefer to go to Germany, go to G.
Even if you go to Cotonou, we don't care now. Because it looks as if the two parties are now jealous. It's now they want to bring their policy. Which policy? Sambisa Forest will become an abandoned project. Talk about Sambisa Forest. Let us see how much are you spending on defense budget. This thing is not working here.
Mr. Israel.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, Mr. Akim.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. Akim, talk.
What Alois was doing was not promoting policies of government.
No, it's a part that I'm saying. A part is trying to make it look like a promotion.
They don't blame me now. So
Alois was trying to explain that there was already a deal in place with the same company that actually did the Egyptian electricity. So why do you have to go to Egypt? The Egyptian government are not the engineers that constructed the power, the electricity they got. It was a company, Siemens.
It's a consultation process. It's not ending today.
Israel, you live in
thank
Britain.
you so much.
There's what we call, you don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Israel, please, a minute.
Okay,
you are very correct. The point is that it's not going to end today. It's a consultation process. It may still go and meet there at the end of the day. The most important is that let's see what we can do to make Nigeria work again.
That is correct.
Thank you. Alois, go ahead, talk.
Can I just make a correction? I think people seem to, what I'm saying, I'm not defending the Nigerian government or whatever. Like I said earlier, Peter Obi has his right to go to Egypt. If he like, he can go to South Africa. He can go to Japan, anywhere. It's his own campaign strategy. It's his own personality. That's what he chose to do. But the point is, I'm looking at what he said he's going to Egypt for. So I'm not saying he shouldn't go. So my friend from Germany made a call just now, saying, I live in Germany. German government said Nigeria very serious. They canceled the contract. So people always make this kind of assumption or statement, but they don't go and look at.
You would have let me respond to. I would have let the back keep him on the phone. I don't know why people come and just make.
Let me finish it. So let me finish it. Somebody, you will say something, say German government cancelled. What you need to do as an individual, go and look at the reason the German government said that statement. The German government, let me finish it. The German government never cancelled the contract. Go to Siemens website as I'm speaking now. The contract is under execution. Now, don't stop there. Look at what the problem. Look at what the problem was with the contract.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me finish. Okay, please.
No. I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want you to finish.
Every contract you execute in Nigeria today, even Dangote, that is a member of the government, also face the same problem. It doesn't matter if you put Peter Obi there. There is what you call the local content law in Nigeria, which means at least 50% of the engineering front end, back end, the equipment must be manufactured in Nigeria. So when Siemens came to Nigeria, like he said, they didn't see anything. They have to have companies in Nigeria can manufacture these things. So when Siemens did their feasibility study, they said there is no company in Nigeria that we cannot do it. So Buhari cannot just take Barrow and say sign like that because there's an existing law. So there was a standoff almost within 1 year or 2 years between the government and Siemens trying to push them down, bring them down to say, okay, let's do some of the engineering in Nigeria. So it took a couple of 1 year or 2 years. Now they've reached an agreement. The project will start executing by September. The first shipment will arrive in Nigeria. So when people start saying German government council, you should go and check. Don't just make
Mr. Alois, let me give you that one. Let me give you that one. You see, it is going to start in September. This was what I said before. Your tenure is about to expire in the next week.
Wait,
is doing its own strategy. I am not saying that you are not right, but my point here
was signed in 2018.
Okay, wait
it
now.
It has a timeline. Don't just
okay. I get that it has a timeline. The reason why I said it should not be a topic now, do you know why? Because the ruling party and the opposition party are seeing it as a way that Obi is using his own strategy. This is a political party that has an aim of having a strategy. That is why a political party is being set up. If he's using that as his own strategy, other parties should not see it as a way of saying, no, everybody must bring the own.
Israel.
Yes.
The train project today was actually started with Jonathan, isn't it? Yes or no?
He started with Jonathan. What did he end now? Where did he end now? That there's no security. No, Epa, see all these projects you are bringing. What has he helped? What has this project helped Nigerians? Problem. The people they kidnap. Is it not the train? Is it not the train that they said they construct? Okay, is it not the same minister of transport that was putting his hand in his waist and saying, I don't know, I told these people to put a CCTV camera. What is
Epa, we need to have can I just finish and yield the floor for you? Let me finish and yield the floor.
Yeah.
Finish and leave the floor.
Okay, let me finish and yield the floor. Like I said, Peter Obi has his right to go to Egypt or wherever I want to go. So for me, I'm very logical with politics and everything. And I concur with what the doctor says. We have to understand there's the exigencies of time or the fierce urgency of time. There's an election in Ekiti. As far as I'm concerned, people can say that when you become the presidential candidate of the party, you are now the leader of the party. The presidential candidate should be there. So let's give him the benefit of that with Ekiti. There's another election, I think, in Ondo State or one of the Yoruba states in 2 months' time. The presidential candidate should be there also. Now, as for 2023, people keep talking about candidates, political parties, or whatever. To me, I'm not bothered about the candidate, whether you are doing APC, PDP, Labour, or whatever. Nigeria will remain the same in 2023 and in 2028 or 2025 until we start answering the fundamental problem that is affecting Nigeria. None of the candidates, whether you are saying Showore or Peter Obi or Tinubu or whatever, is willing to answer those questions. As far as I'm concerned, for you to fix Nigeria, there are 4 or 5 issues that we have to look into. Egypt that we are talking about today, they looked at those issues. Number 1, population. We have to look at it. It doesn't matter who you go and elect in 2023. It's a silent problem that we don't want to look at. Number 2, economic liberalization. Nobody is talking about it. Floating of the naira, subsidy removal, and restructuring. So those are the key issues that will start solving Nigeria's problem, but none of the candidates is addressing it. All we keep addressing is, I love Tinubu, I love the other one, new party, small party, whatever.
What do you think brought to it? Alois, what do you think brought to it?
Huh?
What do you think brought to these people now saying, looking alternative way? Because all these things you have brought makes up a system, makes it actually works, which I agree. But the issue here is, Nigeria has been producing these people, leaders, which are enveloping and swallowing our money as if snake is swallowing eggs. But they never actualize it. So what do you think people are going to do in 2022? They are going to seek for alternative routes. Yeah, this is the problem.
People are seeking alternative routes. Let me just finish so I think
I wanted to ask you a question so you answer the 2 together.
Jesus Christ, please, go on.
Okay, fine. Like what you are saying now, I really appreciate that very crucial point. But the point is that you find out that this leader, this question you are asking, restructuring this and that, we have, as many people even cried out. You see that this present government, even the previous one, whatever, they are not even answering this. They are not answering it.
Thank you.
Did you hear what I said? I said all the political parties, I didn't excuse one, including Labour, NMP, none of them is presently answering those questions. That is the problem of Nigeria. It doesn't matter who you go and change and put there. So until we start answering those questions, I'll give you a simple example now. The average, when I say population, if you look at Nigeria, let me make some comparisons for you. So a lot of people like making comparison with developed country. China, Malaysia, whatever. I don't like it, but today, maybe I should decide to make up one. If you look at 1960, Nigeria had a population of 45 million. Great Britain, Nigeria had a population of 45 million. Great Britain had a population of 52 million people. Today, Nigeria has 211 million. Great Britain still has 68 million. It's only increased by 7 or 8. Now, in 1960, we are still earning the same money we earn from oil. Then, today, all we get is between 15 and 20 billion US dollars. But Britain is earning trillions as a small percentage. Now, a lot of people make those comparisons. They keep talking about Dubai, we change Nigeria to Dubai. Dubai has a population of less than 1 million people, and they sell more oil than Nigeria. So nobody is looking at these critical issues. Now,
that is where the leadership failure is all about.
That is what I'm saying. Now, the issue of economic liberalization, the Egypt that our brother went to the other day, Now, Egypt did some kind of things as well. Now, were in the same situation as Nigeria, the same problem. But what did they do with this?
Hello, please. Yeah. Hello, I'm so sorry that I have to interrupt you there. I'm not sure who was talking. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. NT, I want to talk to you. I removed you, but I'm putting you back so that you can hear what I want to say now. You're on a live broadcast. The whole world is watching you, and you are. There's a big knife in your hand in the kitchen, and everybody's seeing that. That is not right. We don't entertain things like that on this.
No. It's very warm, so I'm just cutting watermelon.
No. It doesn't matter, sir. If you are doing,
okay.
You should mute. Excuse me, sir. You should off your camera when you are doing stuff like that.
I don't know. You can see me. I've took my phone to the other side. I don't know. You can see me. Okay, please. No problem.
It's prohibited to the YouTube rules.
No problem.
All right. Whoever that was talking before, I'm sorry for interrupting you. You guys can continue. Bye for now.
No need to apologize, because what you actually said is totally right. The guy can't be on a worldwide platform and be holding a knife. So apart from the authorities, there are children watching as well, if they are watching. So I'll just round up quickly. I just want to say, I did support what the doctor said. So we are supporting Peter Obi, but we have to take what the doctor said really seriously. Nigeria today, we have 36 states. And of those 36 states, a lot of them is controlled by oligarch, like he used the word, but I'll call it special interest. So you have to understand Nigeria today, until we start micro campaigning in those 36 states, those change will not come. I'll give you a simple example. You have states like, say, for example, Borno State, or states like Yobe. If you check the history of election in Nigeria since 1999, there are some states there that even if you bring a he-goat, PDP doesn't win there. So if you look at those eastern regions, it's always be ANPP, then went to APC. So these are going to be areas that's going to be very difficult for the Labour Party to flip. So the reason I said this man should have been in Ekiti is to consult at home. The most important thing is to make friends, and make friends across the Niger, across the north, and work together. Because we can say all we want to say wherever in any platform, but until we make friends in Zamfara, we make friends in Kano, we make friends in Kogi, we will not reach those places, because a lot of those states in the north, they don't just vote based on their individual. They vote based on their elders, based on their MIs, and based on their community leaders. So these people actually give the instructions. So if you don't believe it, like if you look at the APC primary that day, those 14 governors came out and said, we are voting for the Asiwaju. Look at what happened. They gave them the vote. That's how they operate. So we must work to penetrate those areas and don't feel that we are only going to win in the South. The South is only going to win you the victory. So I just leave the floor for the next man, please.
Mr. Andrew, don't go. We are still here.
I wanted to go because
no,
I don't want people
brother.
to think I'm against Obi. When
No.
I speak,
We are not.
I don't want to
We are
contribute
not
to that.
quarreling. It is, we have to argue to make sure people understand how the political spectrum is. That's how it works.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alois, and thank you very much, the person who is saying Alois should go. Please, before the next caller, there's a call hanging up here. I don't know who is it. Let him talk. Go ahead. Tell us what your name and where you're calling from. Hello?
Good evening, according to your time.
Thank you.
So I have some little contribution to add to what I've been listening to since in your platform.
1 minute. 1 minute to go ahead. Go ahead, talk.
I heard every debate and how every individual have earned their own quota. You understand?
Yes.
But for me, people are just trying to be biased, which we all know. Even if we are trying to turn everything upside down, we know deeply inside our heart that Peter Obi will never win this election. Why are we dragging this matter too far, giving Atiku the upper hand to win this election again? Hausa man will come and rule Nigeria for another 8 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, caller.
So
You've made your point. Yeah.
1 minute is not enough for me to talk, Chairman.
You come back again, please. 1 minute. 1 minute. And you come back again. I'll give you the chance. Just 1 minute now. Go ahead. I add 1 more.
Okay.
I add 1 minute.
Okay. Because Peter Obi, how many months to election now? This is today is 17. The next year, January or February is election, and no taproots on the ground that signify that Labour Party can make the day. If he is believing on social media cry or social media thank criers to come and do it for him, you are not yet the president in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are going to Egypt to seek consultation for electricity, going to this, going to that. That does not call for. All presidents have their own plans. Whether they do it now or they do it after now, they have their own plan. What they are doing now, everybody is trying to put this on ground on how he or she can win the election.
Thank you, Mr. Agbe.
Hold on, madam. Don't let the caller to go. Hold him down after his call.
And we want everybody here that is standing and saying that Peter Obi. The white man said charity begins at home. Let Peter Obi start campaigning in Igbo land.
Thank you. You can. You heard what that caller said. I don't know his name. He said Peter.
That's Mr. Agbe.
Who is Mr. Agbe?
That's the caller you just spoke to.
I don't know him. Mr. Moruni, can you respond to him?
Yeah, is the caller still around? Is he still available?
No, he's watching us.
I was expecting you to hold him so that we can.
You can talk because information I give it to the public, not to you. You can also talk to counter the information to the public.
Maybe he's watching you. He's watching you.
I want to know who is that one. Who is that? I'm not. Please, I was trying to address the caller to get some questions. You're telling me I should throw my question to the public.
Address him.
I was saying you should have hold him down so that he can't just come here and make some blanket statement that somebody
will address him.
You talk as if you are fighting. It's not fight.
I'm not fighting. The guy, I want to address. He raised some.
Talk to him now. You are taking time. We have.
No, you are not the one I'm talking to. You are not the one I'm talking to. He's the person that spoke last.
Man, are you not surprised, my brother? As if he has something against me. If I can continue,
I don't have anything against
I wanted to ask him how he determines who win election, who is going to win if Obi cannot win. But he's gone. Another person is there telling me.
That is a very good point. As you said that one, people will take it. Thank you.
Yeah, you are the one. The one.
I want to get something for the guy. Who is that
Mr.
guy there?
Murray, I think he's watching us. Then he can come back and answer your question. Go ahead. Don't waste time. We have a traditional.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. Everybody's becoming a moderator of the platform. I think that is uncalled for.
It's back. It's back now. Do I take him?
I listened to my brother Louis. He made some very logical points and very vital points too. Yeah. You see, people talk about fundamental issues of Nigeria. I think almost every Tom, Dick, and Harry is aware of these fundamental issues. Even those that are in authority today, it's not as if they're not aware. They are aware, but they profiteer from it. They profiteer. Even this security in Nigeria has become an industry to certain persons. We know what is going on. The issue of restructure, it's not as if they are not aware. They are aware. The subsidy, where you have your crude, you have to take it to America somewhere to refine it before bringing it to the country. When APC was about coming to power, that was the major issue they wanted to address. They said there was no need for it. As soon as they came, it went for billions to trillions subsidy. So it's not as if they are not aware. There is a racketeering, there is a mafia, there is a cabal that is holding Nigerian system. You know, it's not as if they are not aware. Article you're talking about has been contested since 1992. This is about the 9th or the 10th time. Article contested with Abiola. You know, it has been from, we've been rigmarole. It has been from one point to the other. You know, much head, less speed. You know, we're not making any headway. It's not as if they're not aware of the basic challenges. They know. But if you talk of restructure, for example, somebody that is benefiting from the system that is holding us down would not want to challenge these basic issues headlong, because it's like you're taking sugar away from their mouth. You're taking honey away from their mouth. They even know it better than you do. We are looking at it from the outside. They have been there. I think, for example, I've been the vice president to Obasanjo. Obasanjo too ruled us as a military man. He's the only man that was opportune, apart from Buhari, to come back again as a civilian. Let's assume he made some drastic mistakes while he was the head of state, as as the military head of state. He came back. He had an opportunity to come and rectify them. At the end of the day, he still messed up. See, these basic issues we talk about, we take a drastic, a courageous leadership with genuine intention, with the political will to address the main issues. It doesn't matter if the man lasts for one day. He will be there ready to do it. Even if they kill him, they kill him. He doesn't give a damn. That is who we need. If for instance come here and say they are not aware, they are talking about it, but when they get there, they're not going to do it. So whatever, for example, is talking about it. That is even why Sowore and the Obi are the people now we are trying to. A lot of them have told us about his subsidy. They have told us about restructuring. They don't have the political will to do it. So whatever we look at it, the issues, it takes a leader. People are talking about this. Some people are even giving up on Nigeria. Some people don't want to hear about election. So I want to let them know that it takes a good leadership, a courageous leadership, a genuine leadership with the political will to address the salient issues holding us down. These issues are with us. These issues are man-made. They are not God-made. They are man-made. We created them. He talked about the military document called the 1999 Constitution. People are aware of the defective, the systemic problem we are facing in Nigeria. They are not, they are not foreign. They are local problems. It takes it takes Nigeria to solve Nigerian problem. We can't wait for America to come and address our problem. We can't wait for Britain to come and waste. It is going to be an effort in futility.
Tomorrow, 1 minute.
All right, thank you very much, sir. So just to summarize this thing, brilliant ideas. I want to summarize by saying, it's not as if they are not aware. They are aware. They are even more aware as much as you do. They know it better than you do. But there is no political way to address it, because it's like you giving them an AK-47, putting their hands on trigger to fire, like you're trying to fire them. You're cocking a gun against themselves, so they're not willing to address it. This is my humble submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I use this opportunity to call Samuel Olaka? He's never spoken since. Samuel Olaka, it's your turn now.
All right. Hello. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, panel.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm calling from United Kingdom. I've been listening to this discussion. Actually, didn't want to. Regards to the issue of P2B going to Egypt, and some people are against that. To me, I feel that if you are against it, then it means you don't understand the value of economic and resource management. Because you want to invest in your economy and you don't take feasibility study as a very important issue, then it shows that you very much enjoy the destructive tendencies of our government over the years, and you appreciate the way they have been managing Nigerian economy. That aside, when we now talk about a situation whereby you have seen somebody who knows how to manage resources, and having done that, he went to Egypt, and I believe it must have been an arrangement with his political group, his political party. That understanding of him going there, the party has a very good understanding of it. And how long has it been since P2B came into Labour Party? It isn't very long coming into this. So he also needs to take some time to really settle down and understand both the party structure, both the party mechanism, and the individual that have been put into the different positions that people are vying for. And you're saying that he needs to, charity begins at home. Please, for goodness sake, this man, in his pursuit of his political presidential ambition, he went over virtually all the states. And you're talking about building charity begins at home. Then you don't understand what is charity. It just shows the level of bias because it is P2B. Whatever he does, you just want to see the negative side of him because you want to bring him down. I'm asking Atiku, Tinubu, and the rest, what have you looked at them critically? There are issues that they have faults, millions of faults. Yes, they've destroyed this country. How often have you sat down and critically looked at the faults that they have brought upon us?
One question, my brother.
Excuse me. There are issues.
So before you finish, you're going to have the floor back. Just one question.
Okay.
Nobody is saying that they're going to Egypt or anything, but my take on this is that here is a situation. You've been a governor, you've been a vice president, a running mate to Atiku, and do you want to tell me that it is not proper, or will it have been proper for him to have all this information in hand at time before going to Egypt in the face of a pending campaign? When people are campaigning, that is when he has to go. If you don't go, if you don't have all this information, what makes you a president that your first priority of electricity, then in the middle of campaign, in all state or local government, then you have to travel at that time? That is, go ahead.
Okay, fine. Now, after he went to Egypt, even the party gave a statement saying that the Labour Party over there had some issues. That notwithstanding, he had also made this arrangement long before coming to. And you recall that this deadline for submission for presentation for becoming a presidential candidacy, they had a particular time for it, but they shifted it, and he had made this arrangement with some gap before the time. But now, if you observe, now that this is going came in line with the time that they now shifted it. So that shifting caused this clash into something that he had already arranged, and he has to go for this that he had already arranged. If they had not shifted it, and APC, what's the reason why they did this shifting? He would have not, but he had already made this arrangement, so he has to go. Probably if they didn't shift it, then he would have said, okay, before this time, I can go and do this campaigning. But by that aside, there are other opportunities. The campaign is going to open, and he's going to make moves for that structural grassroots campaigning. Why just P2B then? What about Atiku? Deborah was killed. He deleted his tweet and said, no, it wasn't him. What is that an issue? Is that the person that, why are you not asking the questions that this man that did this kind of a thing, why would he not defend, and why would he delete, say it's not him? That means he doesn't value Deborah's life. And that is how he wouldn't value your life when he manages your economy. We have this issue of others that have Lekki case and other things. And we are not talking that this little thing. Look, P2B will make a lot of faults in your eyes if you want to look at his fault. He will make a lot of it. And if you want to politicize it, go ahead. It just makes me know that some people still enjoy and want us to remain where we are. They are not progressive minded. That's why you vote people that are destructive to our collective ambition. Such a shame. Thank you.
Bros, now a principal, I not go talk against town. Lekki toll gate, una not give them 50 million, I'll go give people for Zafara for 50 million. Make they talk and come out.
No,
bring their own issue.
In another topic.
No, another one they talk and as campaign strategy, now they take and make.
In another topic. So you are, in a way, if you say that, in a way, you are agreeing to me that Peter Obi is supposed to arm himself with all this information from Egypt before deciding to become a presidential candidate for Labour. That is the question here. In the middle
you didn't add this one. You are using that strategy for Obi. Why haven't you deliberate? This matter has been on since before the primary. Why did your candidate went to give people in Zamfara 50 million? The people who died in Lagos, they never gave them one kobo. Why did your candidate never do that thing? Talk.
That topic doesn't reflect this. That means I'll be diverting the topic.
It's still part of it. It's still part of it because you guys, your party is using a strategy to weaken Obi's own. Make una they talk una all.
Listen, okay, make I talk a while. Obi supposed to be winning minds. Obi supposed to be winning hearts and minds, not relying on
winning our hearts, winning our revolutionary mindset. What are you talking about?
1 year.
Actually, okay, let's do it one after the other.
Actually, what you are doing, thinking you are talking about to be or whatever, is actually making him popular. But the thing is, assume if Obi is the one that buy votes to win primary, what will happen by now? People will be talking about it up to now, and this should be. Today you talk about this person, tomorrow you talk about this person, the other day you talk about this person, and it will balance.
Please,
because
I crave your
this is what.
Let me receive this call from Island, please. From Island, he's going to talk about Peter Obi. Go ahead, Island. Hello, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead. Just go 1 minute.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to lend my voice to this Obi Egypt journey.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I don't know if it is, I cannot speak if it is the right time, but all I need to know is that, all I want to say is that now the journey to Egypt is a strategic journey. It started in 2019 when a certain Abba Kyari, the chief of staff to President Buhari, the late chief of staff to President Buhari, went to Germany to sign a contract with Samsung. And at about the same time, the Egyptian people, they signed the same contract with Samsung. Now, 4 years later, Egypt has added 45,000 megawatts to their own electricity. And nothing has come out from the same contracts that Nigeria went into. So that was why he chose Egypt. It's not as if he just went there because he wanted to go. He just went there to go and see how it is, how they did their own. Because it was the same contract.
In the middle of a campaign and people choosing a running mate. Go ahead.
Let me finish. So that's why I said from the beginning, I just want to present a background.
Yeah.
So it was at about the same time we signed our own that the Egyptians also signed their own. But look at what we have gotten and look at what the Egyptians have gotten. Now, if you say at the middle of a contract, at least you understand the way things work in a society where people behave like people. He has taken these appointments. Probably he has planned it in such a way that he will be able to come and still have 1 week before the Ekiti polls or whatever. And the time, you agree that the time he took this appointment, you don't just wake up and take up all these appointments. The time he took this appointment from Egypt, probably he was not even in Labour Party then. And these are not things you just shift your appointment anyhow. So those people that live in Sena Climb, it's a sign that you are not serious about what you are doing. But let's even leave all those. And the bigger question now is that we are forgetting that when this man went to Egypt, he flew economy class and he went there with his money.
Hello, one second.
Let him finish.
I think you are the one that has been able to give a good response to this question. Go ahead.
That's your opinion.
Because we need to look beyond trip. And he has been able to demonstrate again that these things can be done without the waste of public funds. You can see this one, he has not talked about private jets or anything. But before APC came to power, Buhari was trying.
You don't go another way now.
Let's hear a view now.
Today, those 10 private jets are still in the Nigeria military service, and Buhari is still using all 10 of them. All 10 of them, apart from only 2 that developed some technical problems. Now, I think as people, we need to take away emotions from all these things we are saying. I have not really seen people saying Obi cannot do the job. The only thing people are talking about is he does, or he's traveling at the wrong time, or he's doing this at the wrong time. I don't know how all those are going to solve our problem. So we really have to look at what happened. It should be a shame, because now somebody has just gone to Egypt to unravel. It's like you send your child to school, and another person sends his own child to the same school. After 4 years, your child came home with a certificate, and another person's child cannot even have anything to show for it. So this is just the issue. We have to look at the issues. Let's remove APC or PDP from this. The best chance to restore the dignity of Nigeria is through Obi, and the cabals, they know it.
One second, caller from Ireland. Are you judging Obi to be the best based on what he did in Anambra, 1, and 2? Is he the only one that performed very well in all the state governors?
Now, you see, the problem is this. Let's look at all these things carefully. Even if you go to the problem of Anambra, you know, we have to be very, very, very honest with ourselves. What is making our leaders not to perform very well is greed and gluttony.
Thank you, Mr. Chris.
Religion, they are always second place. But the main thing that unites all of them, even at the national level, is greed and gluttony. And these are 2 attributes that you cannot find in Obi. You can never find these 2 attributes in him. Because if not so, somebody called and talked, somebody was speaking on the panel, and they talked about the current war on insurgency going on. The war will not even end. And look at the fuel subsidy. Now, the subsidy in Jonathan time used to hover around 500 million, but the last one was 1.2 trillion naira. And to get a new refinery, a brand new refinery, is in the realm of 17 trillion naira. And yet, we are ready to pay 1.3 trillion naira every year to be doing that instead of building a brand new refinery. So the issue is not just about what he did in Anambra, but his lifestyle. And his details.
What is happening?
Me, I don't know. Did they pan mute us again?
Just doing your own.
Hello, it's talking. Go ahead. I know Mitamo. Go ahead, my friend from Italy. Now, my great follower, this guy. Go ahead, Italy. I mean, Ireland.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get it, because now the thing we all forget is that it is the attitude of the leader is the direction of the country. Look at all the great countries in the world. The most popular one is Lee Kuan Yew. The guy came into power, and the first thing he did was to give example, was to use his minister to give example. And when he dealt with that same minister, everybody in that ministry started behaving properly, and the other ministers copied that action that he did, and there was sanity restored to Singapore. So till today, you can see Singapore is among the first world country. So without leadership, we are not going to go anywhere. People used to say, oh, Nigerians are corrupt, oh, they are not interested. Nigerians are, they are this. Just look, it is because the people, they've not seen somebody they can rally around. Just imagine since Obi came into the scene. Look at the attitude of the youth that we have been saying the youths are not ready for change. Look at their attitude. They are all forming WhatsApp group, even without a dime. They are all doing everything possible, even without a dime. For the first time, look at the way Nigerian politics is going. There's nobody there talk about sharing of
Island, wait. It's not the first time. We've heard about Sowore, we heard about Biafra, we heard about a lot of youth. This one will come in. Can you give answers to it? Wait, before you answer. My people, Peter Obi supporters, including myself, when I see the way human being person, they take answer, they take fight, they take response to support.
You are not Peter Obi fan. You are not a Peter Obi supporter. You will not be supporter.
You will not be supporter.
No, you will not be supporter. The APC man.
Not bias here. Go ahead, Island. The question is that what I ask you is that a lot of people, I mean, what was I saying? That we've had about youth in 2019, so we're in 2016, we heard about youth to the point that they were now shouting Biafra, Biafra, Biafra. Now again, this is 2023 election loading. They've started saying a youth, somebody that will change. And no evidence is being put down to tell us that this is the man. But most of the time, the supporters, they don't have substance like you have now, but they just come in and say, you are biased, you are biased, you are biased. Peter Obi will cut change, will cut this one. Peter Obi will use penny to buy aeroplane. Go ahead, Island.
He's buying Concord.
If we have to be honest with ourselves, let me look at the person of Sowore. A lot of people are not blind. Although during Sowore's time, he had a lot of followers, but I, for one, personally, I was also rooting for Sowore, but there's a baggage. There's an albatross Sowore is carrying on his shoulders, which it's still difficult for a lot of people to forgive him about. And that is the albatross of the role he played in the election that brought in Buhari. I have listened to most people that supported that government. Eleni Momodo as a person, I know it's spokesperson, but I've heard him apologize over and over again. Do you know until today, Sowore has not still seen anything wrong with that? The man is full of himself. The man is too proud. And no, that's not the kind of leader you have. We need to galvanize ourselves around for now. And you know the youth we have...
Wait a minute. That brought me to another question now. So then when people were following him, he had a lot of followership. They didn't know this. What guarantee would you give to the listener today that you will not discover fault after the election? Go ahead. Yes, after the election or during the election, they will come and say maybe he's full of himself too. It's another one, he deceived us. But to me, I don't know. I want people to convince me to follow.
Ipa, just a reporter, Ipa. Can this guy also explain to us how should we brought the body?
Mori will answer you, Island. Don't go. After you've spoken, Mr. Mori will take you on. I know you very well. I'm a Benin man.
Saying somebody was a good wife is a diagnosis you make in retrospect. Yes, it is when you are old. If you marry somebody, it is after like 30 years that you look back that you can conveniently say that your wife was a good woman or was a good wife to you. But that doesn't mean that if you want to marry a wife, you just go in and marry her, irrespective of her character or thing. You just and you'll be waiting 50 years. No, that is not what it means. What it means is that you look for a woman, you look for the character you want in that woman, then you go ahead and marry that woman. When the woman now becomes a bad person, that is not your fault because you did the right thing. The point is this. Now we have looked at Peter Obi is as clean as a plain paper. What's the French called tabula rasa?
Tabula rasa.
Yeah. Almost nothing you can attach to it by the standard of other Nigerian politicians. So we have on that basis we make that choice. It now becomes a mistake. Then who will know that we did what we are supposed to do? We have done the proper thing as citizens. So that will no longer be our fault again. Just like I said, it's a diagnosis to made in retrospect. You can't see that even our own children, we think this is who they are, but at the end of the day, they turn out to be something else. But the only way you blame yourself is if you have not played your role. So it will not make sense for me to say, because I'm thinking Peter Obi will change like the rest, so I will not give him the opportunity. When clearly he's miles ahead of other contestants we have. Now, we talk about religious intolerance.
Island, I'll call you back again. Please send me your name and your number, and I will be happier to discuss it further with you. And I want you to call back again.
Ipa, can you just let me give you this one so that we can explain this thing once and for all? These lies have been flying for too long. Let's deal with these lies, once and for all. He said he's a follower of Shogure. I'm not on this platform because of Shogure. But when lies continue for too long, it will begin to, give us a semblance of maybe hatred. We have come here to...
Mr. Moruyi, 1 second. Oga from Ireland just explained something now that Peter Obi is a clean state. That is tabula rasa.
Nobody is perfect. No perfect in humanity.
And that we should forget about Sowore that they made a mistake. So the ball is now in your court. Omoruyi and Makebali. So Omoruyi first, go ahead.
Thank you, Ipa. Ipa, the other day I advised you that when you are coming here, we respect you so much. You are our Ipa, you are our Kagbe. When you want to anchor a program like this, you do away with your partisanship. You drop your Agbadal of APC at home.
Go ahead. Nobody's talking about APC yet.
When you climb this stage, so that we're able to get the best we can from this deliberation. Having said that, see, there is something that is bothering my mind. I want to advise my fellow Obi supporters. Before the emergence of Obi, we were rooting for Showere. We just wanted a better Nigeria. Anything but PDP and APC. So, having said this, I want to say that Mr. Obi is not a perfect human being. He's also human. So, each time he should expect more criticism, more attacks. We have not started though. By the time campaign starts, I asked the other day, I said, imagine an underage girl of about 10, 12, 13, 14 comes out tomorrow that she's pregnant and she was impregnated by Obi. Will you be surprised? This is a political era. People will come up with a lot of things. And I also made the allusion that only a tree that has fruit, should expect stones. And again, the way I think we're leaving the object and pursuing shadow. We should concentrate on how we want to strategies on how to win the election. Solve the numerous of problems.
Go straight to the point. 1 minute.
And the message
my question for the gentleman. He said he was the follower of Shogure. Now Shogure brought Buhari to power. Can he explain to us how Shogure brought Buhari to power?
He's supposed to know how to help me out.
Tiobala, can you mute yourself, please? Tiobala.
Just want to give him money.
Tiobala, can you mute yourself?
I
had talk now. I see the receipt now.
Hey, Tiobala, where is he?
Can I make me tell you, just send and give and come on for them?
It's not Tiobala.
Ipa, can you mute him? Ipa, can you mute him?
I don't. Who is his? What is his name? I can't find it there.
Tiobala.
Tiobala is not written here. Murray, you go ahead, please.
Okay. We have heard, if you want to kill a dog, you can always give a dog a bad name in order to hang it. I'm not surprised the way we are attacking Showore. We did same to Gani Fawehimi. Gani was almost taking people's cases pro bono, defending communities, defending states without collecting a dime. And when he contested as an NCP presidential candidate, we never voted for him. Even the so-called celebrated hero, our Juku from the southeast, he came up with Aga. He never won the Eastern region. So somebody came on this program to say, we never fight for those that fought for, Nigerians never fight for those that fought for them. That was by Jimo Era. I'm beginning to believe this, and I'm not surprised. Jesus Christ was even killed by people he suffered for. So it's not a surprise to me, but these lies are getting too far. People came here and told us for Showore is fighting for, he was fighting for Tinubu in the last election. Now they still say he's fighting for Tinubu. He's fronting for Buhari and all that. The same government that put him in detention. He's fighting for them to detain him. I don't know why people play. Somebody yesterday here, somebody said he's one of those that are agents of the government. I'm not getting it. So he's fighting for government to put him in detention, to abandon his family for about 3-4 years now without seeing them, to be taking tear gas and bullets. I'm not getting these conspiracy theories. Can people just wake up from their slumber and be real for once? He said he brought the body to
Mr. Murray,
was he a crime exposing the corruption? Was he a crime exposing the corruption in Jonathan's government? Was he a lie? Was Jonathan government corrupt?
Mr. Murray, the guy from Ireland is talking to you. Go ahead, 1 minute, please. Ask Mr. Murray your question.
No, I was waiting for his question before the line went off. So
how did he bring Buhari? You said you were a follower.
Mr. Murray, you said he was waiting for your question. You were ready to take him on. He said he's waiting for your question.
Okay, the question is simple question. To summarize it all, you said you were a follower of Buhari, ardent follower of Showore. I mean, he has a baggage on his head. The baggage is that he had to bring Buhari. Buhari won his election with about 15 million votes. How did Showore, as a president, as an individual, singularly bring Buhari to power? Or are you talking about the corruption he revealed? He had the option of collecting a brown envelope and look the other way without exposing Jonathan. Don't forget, Jonathan is an job brother to Showore, a Satana and a fellow Christian. Was he a crime exposing the corruption he inherited Jonathan's government? Or you wanted him to look the other way? Is that the baggage he's carrying? Can we address this once and for all?
Ireland, yes. Ireland, yes, we can hear you.
With due respect, I don't know, before the line went off, we are talking about when lies are repeated continuously. I don't know, this is a public space, it's hard for we to accuse other people of lying. And I think what we should have done is to be asking him about the facts. What are the facts? And if you listen to what I said carefully, I said he played. There's a difference between playing a role and being responsible for somebody coming into power. I said he played a role, and I was being careful of my words. Now, if you want evidences of the role Showore played, there are the things you call corruption. There were many of such things that he revealed, and they all turned out to be lies and half-truths.
Now, which of them?
One of them is that Jonathan stole money, 20 billion.
Yes, and even at that,
was this Showore or CBA governor that was having with Jonathan? Why are two people coming here with falsehood? A lot of people are listening to us. Why are you misinforming people?
Can I just chip in for the guy in Ireland?
I think the guy in Mr. Murray, 1 second, you have the time to explain. He uses
with a city government.
I think the guy in Ireland is probably not explaining himself properly. I think what he's trying to say.
That allegation came from Sanusi.
Mr. Murray, you have to
let him, Louis, let him finish. 1 minute, 1 minute, Ireland.
Propagated a lot of fake news and some true news. And those fake news turned out to be the most damaging of them all. Take the issue of the money that was missing from NNPC, which he himself played a role. First of all, they said it was how many billion? 20 billion. When Sanusi was made to face the panel, he now reduced it. I think they even started with $50 billion. He now reduced, and Jonathan said if $50 billion is missing, the Americans will know. When Sanusi was invited to the National Assembly, he reduced it to 20 billion. After those forensic experts, they came and they did their forensic expert and they said it was like 2 billion. Then Sanusi now reduced it, that the money is actually between 5 to 10 billion. But whereas the damage has already been done. And Mr. Amuri, that is in the public space. And I can't continue giving example and example. So
even the example you gave now is even wrong. Can you tell us the position of Sanusi in that government, Jonathan's government?
That perpetuated a lot of lies and half-truths, which people now assumed to be true.
You are the one propagating lies, don't you worry. Are you blaming Showore for the sin of Sanusi?
Person at every point in time. If any other person comes out now and I feel is better than Peter Obi, that's the person I will go with. So that's just it, Mr. Moro. It's not personal, it's about
Thank you, Island. Thank you, Island. May I let you
one example you gave is wrong. One example you gave about the whole lies is even wrong. Who was the
Sanusi? Go ahead now. The floor is yours.
Sorry, let's take it one after the other. Don't worry. Okay. Just let's take it after the other. You go on.
Okay, sir. Now, I thank God. I just want us to address these issues once and for all. See, I like criticism. I don't want to follow anybody blindly. See, if I have anything against you, I will be the number one person that will bring it out. So, even the one example you gave now is very controversial and contradictory. You started blaming Showore. Now you ended up heaping it on the Sanusi. Sanusi occupied a very sensitive position in Jonathan's government. The position of the governor of the central bank is even more powerful than the position of the finance minister. It's like the government bank and the national bank is the CBN. Everything, apart from money, printing of every sensitive document we have is kept with the CBN. Now, you started with the Showore that is an outsider that was even living in New York at the time. Now, you living in somebody, living the object and pursuing shadow. And a government functionary, a government agent, as powerful as the CBN governor, came up with allegation. Showore's one was to bring it to public to me. Don't forget, his work is journalism. Are you trying to stampede him from doing his job? Or are you telling me he should have collected bribe and look the other way around? You started with Showore that brought it out. The person that brought out the allegation, Sanusi, who is not guilty in this direction? I'm not getting it.
Wait.
Mr. Mori,
one second, Mr.
Let's Alois wants to speak on something.
Mr. Alois, can you respond?
Mr. Mori, I just want to repeat. You said Showore brought that allegation to the public, and the CBN governor is the one that actually said it. Now, what the guy in Ireland is saying is right a little bit. It's not totally right. So there are things you do that can contribute to an event. Just like we are talking about Peter Obi now, saying we need him there. We are promoting the goodwill of Peter Obi. If Peter Obi wins tomorrow, we have contributed to Peter Obi becoming the president of Nigeria. Now, if you go out there, there's so many publications about Showore, which a lot of people have read, how he contributed to the downfall of Goodluck Jonathan government. Showore did not actually say CBN Jonathan stole the money. Now, I can read a quote from you from one of the publications from The Guardian. You have to understand. So they titled it that. I'll give you the title of this document. It says, Showore, Nigeria wrong prisoner, a note to Buhari. Look at that heading. He helped Buhari, but he's now the prisoner. Now, I'll read a quote for you on one of the paragraphs. He said, yes, Sahara reporters and his relentless crusade against President Jonathan's clueless, corrupt government. That website took advantage of its capacity as an online, offline, literally unreachable and incorruptible medium, unhampered by the daunting limitations and substability of the home media. So they said for the first time, an online media, where you have to understand here, if you are a Tinubu or the APC or whatever, they had people in the government of Jonathan. They could be feeding Sahara reporters information, and he is publishing it. So that's what that guy is trying to explain. So a lot of those information were not true, but he published it indirectly. He contributed to the downfall of Jonathan. It's just like you have the militants in the Niger Delta. Those militants did not spring up from anywhere. It was the governors that used them at the beginning to win elections. When they won the election, money wasn't coming. They saw a different business with the guns and whatever they gave to them. I think that's what the guy is trying to explain there. He's not just saying Sowore was the one that removed Jonathan and everything, but the actions of his online newspaper, what he was publishing, contributed. And what the CBN governor said, he said somebody stole money, this money is missing. Now, the Sarah reporters really go and investigate the treasury that the money was missing, but they published it. But today,
Alui, thank you for the clarification. But money was missing. And again, it's Sarah reporter was not the only publication. It's the Vanguard you quoted, the Punch, the media, the mainstream media, they all published it.
They
the
all
money was
published
missing.
That is correct. But today, has anybody actually told you that money was missing?
Yeah, money was missing.
Mr. Moruyi, 1 second.
Who could be more correct? Who could be more correct than the governor?
Mr. Moruyi, 1 second. Hakim is here now. He will respond to this. But before then, I just want to tell you, it's not only that money was missing. We heard about that somebody is training some killers to ambush all the leaders to kill them too. We heard all those type of things coming from Obasanjo. Yes or no? I just want to refresh your memory.
See, in political era like we are right now, expect a lot of things. A lot of allegations will come up. Are you blaming the message or the messenger? I mean, we should make clarification between all these things.
Very much, Hakim. Go ahead.
It's not a small position. It's a sensitive position.
Yeah,
anything coming from CPN governor cannot be treated with this blow.
Was political.
Hakim, go ahead.
He wanted Jonathan to leave government.
Do we not place to go there for the politics of Sanusi? What about the support from Oyen?
Mr. Mori, you hold on.
Thank you very much. I've been trying to come back in. The place has been full up and my network has just been playing up. I just listened to my brother that called from Ireland just now, and one of the characteristics he gave Peter Obi was that the man is not greedy. Okay, let's put that one into context. The Pandora investigation that they did that revealed that Obi was while he was a governor, he created tax havens.
Now you are talking. Go ahead.
He created tax havens.
I know. Go ahead.
No, Mr. Zelda. He created tax haven to conceal investment under pseudo names. So when you behave like that, those are actions of a greedy person. So for my brother to not come and say that one of his qualities that is not a greedy person, that is not. Listen, I've always said this. The man is a good man. He's a nice person. I have no issue with him. But what I'm trying to tell our people is this: stop telling us that these people are corrupt, and the only reason why you are supporting Obi is because Obi is not corrupt. That I'm not going to take from anybody. Obi, I've told you people, is one of them. It's not different from them. If an Obi can accept to be a vice presidential candidate to Atiku, and you are calling Atiku a chief, I don't understand what kind of credibility you want to give to Obi. How do you do that? How do you even open your mouth and say something like that? When he clearly accept to be a vice presidential candidate to Atiku, and you guys are telling me that Atiku is failed, Atiku is this, Atiku is that. Oh, they are all the same. So if Obi, I wish Atiku had won that election, Obi would have been the vice president to a thief. That is what you guys are not telling me. Come on, we cannot continue like this. If you're going to support the man, support him based on the fact that he is the least among all of them. But don't just tell me say he's clean. He has a clean slate. Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air. It's not a breath of fresh air. He was a two-time governor. He ran. He moved from ABGA to PDP. That is what typical Nigerian politician does, which is decamping from one party to another. So that is not an action of somebody with credibility. Then apart from that, he ran under the same ticket with Atiku. Somebody you all agree that is a corrupt politician. So in terms of credibility, Obi is no different from those people that we are castigating. So if you want to say he is the best qualified among all of them, yeah, I can ride with that. If you want to say he is the youngest among all of them and then he have the energy, I can ride with that. You can give me other reasons why you want to support this man, but to tell me that corruption is not one of them, I'm never going to buy into that. That is not true. Thank you very much.
Akim, I think they say there is
you guys have
there is
talked many times.
there is
It's my turn now again.
Let me come in here.
Everyone has spoken many times now. It's now my turn.
Sorry, Mr. O. I'm sorry,
Can
Mr.
I talk
O.
now?
6 o'clock.
A caller on the line. 1 minute caller. Just want half a minute. Go on, talk. No, we're not lecturing yet. Talk your own. Mr. Murray, someone said you wanted to ask a question. Go ahead, the caller. Just talk. 1 minute. 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 5 seconds. Quickly say what you have to say before they start to discuss me. Amori is into politics. Amori is a politician. Thank you.
Amori, they don't dismiss you
now. Mr. Machiavelli, I think it's your turn. I can see your hands up
there.
there.
Somebody said there's some issues against me.
Okay. But by 6 p.m. we'll be on our debate soon. So let me put this one in before I join our debate. Because this one now, this is another top one. It's coming on our debate. It's Friday. You guys know it's every Friday. We are on here 6 p.m. Now, this issue of this Omoyo election were their own. I'm not going to talk about it because this is not why we are here. I will not use that one to, change my.
It's a distraction.
It's a distraction to me now because forward ever, backward never. EPA here we want us to come and talk about this because he want to support his principle. My question is to EPA. Let me give you instance of why.
Wait a second. You know, this platform is made for everybody to come and support their own principle.
Yeah. And that's why I'm so. EPA, let me talk now. Don't you're trying to push me back. I will not stop. You know one thing. EPA is using me to kind of support his candidate. My belief is that I want good governance, and the only person that I'm seeing that is doing it now is Peter Obi. I want Nigerians to grow. That is my own. Whether Obi cannot reach the thing, but he let him just open the door for us so that we can have back our right. The reason why EPA is pushing back is bringing all these things so that it can cause something for you guys to believe his own candidate is because EPA, I want to ask you, all these your candidates that you have always joined, education F9, security F9, social and economic development F9. This has been since 1960, since Nigeria was created, since Nigeria got their independence. Are you not tired of it? I want to ask you, during the EndSARS, people died in Lekki. Our flag was bleeding, heavily bleeding. Now, your candidate you are supporting never gave a dime, never gave a penny. He was even outside the country. You understand? Enjoying the dividends of democracy of somebody else. He never paid nothing. Immediately he was celebrating his birthday. He heard that some people were captured in a train and an explosion in Zamfara or somewhere in the north. How much did he give? How much did he give to these people? 50 million. Because he believed he want to use it as a campaign strategy. You are not talking about it. Somebody went to Egypt with his own money and want to go and learn, whether he want to go and learn electrician or want to go and carry spinal. It's for the betterment of every Nigerian. Me, I cannot see. Let me finish.
Machiavelli, thank you very much.
No. You want to cut me? No. You want to cut me? I'm not. No, leave me, pa. And let me finish when I finish, I will say thank you. I've not said thank you.
Finish your own. But what I'm saying, my principal, Tinubu was not in power then, was not the governor or head of state of Lagos.
He's not in power. Where
to solve
did
the
he
issue,
get his money
Machiavelli,
from?
can you liaise with EPA to set up a Tinubu debate?
This is what no, your next debate should be what Tinubu has done and where did he get his money that he's using? Where did he get his money from? You need to tell us where did he get his money from. We need to know. You cannot then somebody who is telling your candidate. Yes, I'm coming for the debate now. Wait now. Let me finish now. I'm coming for the debate.
Atiku debate.
Atiku, yes, bring Atiku, all of them. Now I want to ask you, your principal. Hold on now.
Someone is calling from New York. He wants to ask you a question. New York,
okay, yeah, I'm waiting here.
New York.
I just want to say this.
Go ahead, say it now.
The guy that spoke last was freaking sense. And I'm sorry that most of us there, what we're talking about, we have our individual that pleases us, that we want to vote for or want to influence people to vote for. In doing this, we shouldn't put people down. But my own contribution is this. When you're voting, if you're outside the country and you want to influence people, remember that when you put a bad government, you will work extra hard, more work to send money home to take care of people. But when you influence people to choose a good government, you'll be at ease wherever you are. You only give when you want to give. My last comment is this. Each of you went to Egypt to see what they are doing pertaining to power. It's a step in the right direction. No presidential aspirant have done that. One, because they don't care. What they care for is getting there and know what to do. When you check all of them out, all of them have children abroad. But because they don't believe in that Nigeria. Nigeria is just an industry that they make money abroad. I live here and I know how many political children that comes around. Now, let's get it right. I see Nigeria watch now. Maybe I'll still keep watching people sometimes. But I believe some people have infiltrated Nigeria watch to come and disorganize things. If there's a movement for OP, you think they will leave people like that? APC got into government through social media. I'm telling you, they brought Jonathan down through social media before they started campaigning on ground. Now social media is bringing OP. If they put social media again, they want to bring OP, the movement down. So that Atiku will win. You think Tinubu will win? I live in the North country before I left Nigeria. It will be hard for an Hausa man to leave an Hausa man to vote for a South. And Southerners now we're trying to take Middlebelt out of the North. And some Southerners are coming down to put the Southern people down. Middlebelt is a land chalk. That's what North is using to rule Nigeria. I want to put them out. And I'm in Middlebelt. I'm in Kaduna where I live. Just that we call Jesus our Savior. Abuja, which very close to what they call it, Nasarawa. In Niger, which is very close to Kogi and close to Kwara. Kwara and Kogi together, they are almost the same thing. If you can put them to the south, the Southerner will win. But now, they not pull them to the north, and the Southerner is coming here to put the Southern president that even the Middlebelt are getting and are preparing for down. Man, that country have a long way to go. Even the youth self, may God help everybody.
Amen. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, New York. Amen. May God help the youth. May God help me.
If I'm still here.
Naja.
I think I have waited so long.
Moemo, just please go ahead.
I've been waiting here for more than half an hour.
Okay.
Can I take Haruna or Haruna? You ready? Go ahead. Fire
I
on.
have been listening.
Hello.
Haruna, go ahead. Go on.
Okay, you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I really want to celebrate what you people are doing, your resilience, your commitment to spread the word around, in spite of sometimes facing obstacles, challenges, and people opposing. But I think as you remain resolute and visionary, we will get there. As I said the other day when I came on, I am from the north, and what we have noticed is that those of us that are in the north that want to see the progress of Nigeria, and we don't want to be used, and we are tired of being told that we should stand as northerners against the southerners and not allow the southerners, and we realize that the few that have been lying to us, they've just been taking advantage of us, keeping our people poor, hungry, starving, while few of them are making it advancing. So I would say at a time like this, I beg the Southerners, please, 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 don't be divided. Because I hear some people saying, you are Igbo, you are Yoruba, you are Delta, and all those things. Northerners don't know any difference from the moment you are from the north. And those Hausa Fulani people will subdue everyone, then they are all united. Even when there are 3 or 2 different political opponents from the north, the moment they realize that they're going to lose, they will team up against the other. They can even jump ship to make sure they get it. So please, I will plead with you. We are not happy to see people from the south divided and attacking each other. Let the different candidates, all those small parties, come together and unite as one.
1 second, Mr. Haruna. What part of the north are you from?
Kaduna. I used to live in Zaria.
Okay.
These are the people
Kaduna, you not be Igbo.
decimated.
Go ahead. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm saying is that please, everybody that is watching online and those that are on this team right now speaking, let's start to push that the unity more and more. Because if we can get the entire South to unite and say, because I used to tell people that these killings they are seeing in the north is going to come to the south. People were telling me, no, Southerners, nobody can ever penetrate. That is only a problem of the north. But their plan is to take over the entire south. And anybody they can use, they will make sure they do that. So I'm pleading with us. And just one more thing, regarding Peter Obi, those of you that have a way of getting through to him, tell him to concentrate at home now. Stop making travel. Stop going to check what's happening anywhere. Let him face what is happening, because people are looking for any little thing to try and discredit him now. They're saying people want to know, where he stands, and then he's doing trips. I'm not against the trip, but we already know him to be a visionary man. Let him do those trips later and check what is happening the moment he gets the seat of power.
Thank you, Haruna. I'm not trying to be sexy here. Your time is up. Like, there are 2 people who have not had their turn, and that
no problem. Thank you.
Sorry, this is a person from the northern part of the country. We have not had any person from the north. I think you're supposed to give him time to at least ask some questions to know how the northern people are feeling.
We've heard it. He has told you, in his introduction, he summarized what he wanted.
Of course, I know.
Is that not what you want among the Southerners? Haruna, is that not what you are saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying I am open in case, as the discussion goes on, if there's anybody that has a question, how do we think? How can you get the north? Because
I have a question.
Yeah, because I can assist you. I know how our people think.
Somebody said he has a question for you, Haruna. But
Okay,
Jimo
let him go
is
ahead.
here, not spoken. Mr.
Okay.
CM is here, not spoken. He's from the north as well.
Haruna, welcome to, at least this is my first time of hearing your voice on this platform. You are most welcomed. In fact, I so much like this thing you what you've said regarding election generally. You see, the thing what I want to find out from you is that I want you to, because most people everybody is listening. Since you said you are from Kaduna, we know Kaduna has a lot of Christians, and then the killings has been going on there. What I want to ask you is this: are the people in the north an average person? When I say an average person, I don't mean Christian or Muslim. It can be anybody. Are the people in the north, are they really tired of the backwardness, the hardship, not really suffering, hardship that people are facing all over the country? Are they really tired? Do they really want a change that somebody this time, people are no more voting for party? What they want to vote, who they want to vote for is the individual, the person they are interested in, to know the background, what the person can do. Are the people in the north, the average person, are they really tired of the suffering and hardship people are facing here?
Okay, I would say they are tired. That's why even when you go to the state where Buhari comes from, the people will speak in Hausa and tell them that they are hungry, they are tired. But the only challenge is this: because of the way they act as mob, they will act as if they are zombies. When anybody that has authority in the north stands up to speak, what they use to leverage and deceive the people is religion. They use Islam. That if they vote for an infidel, Allah is not happy with them. So only the educated people can think beyond that narrative that they are pumping on them. But they have a lot of the people they have kept ignorant, like the Almajiris and all those ones. So they use those ones as the block votes anytime.
Can I
Thank you
ask you a
very much.
question?
Mr. Jimo.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Alois, go ask question, please.
So, when you started just now, you spoke about the North when they have a Northern candidate. A lot of them will come together and vote for that Northern candidate. Now, we've been talking about the Labour Party for a very long time. So my question is, don't you think that to win an election in the North, when I say North, the key Northern states, the 3Ks, the Northeast, the Bornus, the Meduguris, and those big states which are pure Fulani states or really core North, in those states, in my opinion, I feel that for you to win there, you need to have one of the leaders there as your supporter who are going to tell these people who to vote for. Is that how it works in the North?
Can I answer that?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me say, if you had, let's say, just for the sake of argument, if somebody like Kwankwaso was going to be a running mate to what is his name, to Peter Obi, I'll tell you the game is over. But since they are different parties, anyone that has that kind of level of influence, not just a no-name, somebody that is a mover, somebody that is a Muslim that will speak, because it's not just about being from the north. The person has got to be a Muslim.
Yes.
So then with Peter Obi, I would have said if somebody like Aisha were to be a politician who is this thing, she is somebody that can push the whole north. But if you have a male or somebody else like that, the moment you get one and he can penetrate the north, getting through the north is so easy. It's not as complex as the south. The south, people have their views, they have their opinions, they are fighting each other. But in the north, if this person speaks, everybody follows. So that's what the homework should be, to identify that person in the north now.
So in your opinion, the APC and PDP has more or less collected those guys who can direct people at the moment. They are in their side.
Yeah. For example, in the north, what APC, anybody they choose, they are going to choose somebody because they already have the block vote. If they choose, just like what happened with their primaries, what happened with the PDP primaries, the moment somebody they see this is their northern, and then one will step down for the other, which is what we struggle to see in the south. The south, everybody wants to be. So in the north, that's what the PDP is going to use. That's what APC is going to use. So since Peter Obi and Labour Party, they don't have they are just coming up now. They don't have all the time to go everywhere, and we don't have like 2 years or 3 years to do that. So they need to identify an individual who can penetrate that is accepted. Let's say if somebody like Sanusi was together with Peter Obi, the game is over for the others.
Yeah, so you know why I'm asking you all these questions, because every time I speak, I believe in logical thinking and practicalities and whatever.
Yeah.
So because when I started speaking on this show today, it's exactly what I said when I was saying going to Egypt now is not what is the most important thing for a Peter Obi presidency. I was saying what's important for him is to go and build bridges with these so-called people you are talking about now. That's what I'm saying. Those are the practicalities of election. It's not talking about, oh, we will win, oh, Peter Obi will win, oh, people are talking on social media. You just said the practicalities. And that is what I want Peter Obi supporters to focus on. How can you be practicable and attract these emirs, these Sanusis or whoever can control vote in Bonu or can control vote in those areas? That is what I'm saying. Otherwise, they will keep going down in this circle in 2023. Nothing will happen.
Thank you very much. Jimon,
yes, thank you very much.
Can we
Can I say something now?
Do I have the floor now,
Thank you
please?
very much, Louis. Jimon, is
thank you.
Can I say something now?
Yes, go ahead.
So who has the floor now?
So
CM was talking just now, or no? Jimon,
thank you.
Mr. Jimon should fire on.
Thank you.
No, Rocky Life is asking if I can say something.
Jimon, please, 1 second. Somebody from Canada wants to speak to Haruna. Hello,
okay.
Go ahead, Canada. 1 minute. Hello.
Hello, Niger Watch. Thank God. Thank you for picking my call.
Thank you.
I so much appreciate Mr. Haruna. Haruna just said it the way it is. Haruna, Yayade?
Yeah, I catch you for.
Yayade Haruna.
Yeah, Mungo de Allafa.
Okay. You know what? I live in Zaria. I left Zaria to be in Canada. I live in I live in Samaru. See, you just said it. The difference between the northerner and the southerner is that the northern listen and they go in block and they don't call question. You see, the southerner, they listen and they question. If somebody come out in the north as influential and say, go this way, even if they are going to perish, all of them go. If somebody come in south and say, go this way, somebody will rise from that south and say, why? That's the difference. Now, Aruna said it the way it is. Jimo, please, just hear what Aruna said. All what Aruna said was truth and right. If Kwankwaso said it's going to be Obi's vice, the game is over. Obi is as his president straight. If former Emir Sanusi say it's going to be Obi's vice, the game is over. Obi is the president. But let me tell you one thing. It will be hard for a Fulani to say he want to be a vice to a southerner, just like a Muslim man that is an imam. It will be hard for him to say he wants to be on the ground and a Yoruba Muslim will be at the head of Afra to pray for him. They believe they are more superior. You will never see a Fulani go to mosque and a Yoruba Afra will be the head to pray. It's an Arab. Now, let me conclude with this, because I am not a northerner, but I live all my life in the north. I live all my life in the north. It is true it will be my gain and insight on what the north is and work on it. See, Jimo, you said Peter B went to Egypt. There's nobody that is perfect. There's nobody that is perfect in life. It's only God that is perfect. It's true in imperfection, we can make him right. Now, what we're saying is a real fact. Right now, Obi should be looking, not even Obi, every Obi people that believe that Obi will change the country so that we can have a better life should be looking at in the North, call North, and try to tell him this is the kind of person you go for. It's not only Kwakwaso that has an influence. A lot of people in the North have influence. The only problem APC has now is the Muslim ticket. If it's not so, they've already won. But when it's Muslim ticket, the South think they have more Christians than the North. They are joke. If you go to Kaduna, most Kaduna are Christian from Southern area.
Please mute.
They're good. It's true, yes.
CM.
It's,
Is very close to Jos, and they are Christian. Let me round up, please.
Please, 1 minute. 1 minute, yeah.
Let me round up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me round up. You see, in Kaduna, Christian has no rule before except by chance. This man that died in the plane. The Fulani know how to play the game well. When they see that somebody is coming up like a Christian, they will, even if they have more interest, they will just see their interest and come together and win. And that's what plays in PDP. And that's why we lost finally, even the VP, the everything. Do you see PDP choose Okowa? Because Okowa is submissive, he talk less, he can't bulldoze. I think who gets scared of Wike, he knows that even when he becomes president, Wike can topple him. Now, my final statement is this. The more we talk, I'm watching Niger Water from Canada. Don't you think could be watching people provide solution so that when he's going to take a step, he knows what to do. When you talk against him, they still give him solution too, so that he can reason. We can take the reason from him, but he can reason. They say people will get sense and then they work together. People will not get sense, not they work together. Let me use that pidgin English. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you very much. The way it is now, my brother, before you go, one more question for you. The man from Canada. Assuming the Southeast and the South-South vote for Peter Obi, don't you think Atiku is gone? Atiku would PDP will lose the election. If you are still there, you can phone in to answer. Mr. Jimo Elmo, it's your turn. It's here now. The Canadian man is back. Hello, go ahead, Canadian man. One minute.
It's Lucky Rap's turn. It's Lucky Rap's turn, not Jimo turn. Jimo have spoke twice.
Yeah, 1 minute. Answer.
You ask me a question.
Yeah.
The line. That's what I'm looking at. You just ask me a question.
Yeah.
You said the question you asked me is because I'm watching people. I've already gone before you ask that question. That's why I call back.
Yeah.
The question you asked me is that if South and Southeast do not vote for PDP is gone.
I know what the question is. If all the votes go to Peter Obi in the Southeast and South-South, what is the position of PDP then?
See, let me tell you, moderator, if you can hear me loud and clear.
Loud and clear, we can hear you.
Yeah, if you can hear me loud and clear. You see one thing, it is not by South-Side or Southeast. The colonial master and the federal government of Nigeria have made South-South and Southeast irrelevant. There's nothing called South-Side if you live in the North. If you don't speak Yoruba, you don't speak Hausa, you are an Igbo man. We fought the war 3 times. Not war, it's called riot. If you don't speak Hausa and you don't speak Yoruba, you are an Igbo man. Be you Edo, be you Calabar, Efiko, be you Ibibio, or be you Calabari, Ijo, what we call Ijo. You are Igbo man.
Including the Edos or the Benin.
Aruna, shake your head to our faith.
If you don't speak Hausa and you are not speaking Yoruba, you are Igbo man.
Yeah.
So now, that is South and Southeast, that is Eastern, that is Igbo, Eastern, and that number will not provide president. The number that can provide president is not. And let me tell you, not play this politics by dragging middle beds, which they call middle beds to them. To them, there's nothing called middle beds. It is not. But it is we that will say, I'm from South.
I have a clarification to make to this Canadian chat.
How do we now speak when you all have clarifications?
It's middle bed, but they say it's not. So my answer to you is that Atiku will win, even if not East, or even if it's Southeast and South did not vote for him. The only thing that will make Atiku not win is what Haruna has said. If Obi just carry Kwankwaso join body, oh my God, the game is over. The North is divided. The North is divided. It's not just divided. You see, Kano, Kaduna, Jos, that's Kapasia. They will go for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, caller from Canada. You have really made my day. God bless you. I've got your number. I'm going to store it. CM, or who wants to talk?
The clarification I wanted was...
Moderator, please do this job now.
I'm doing the job.
Yeah, who is speaking?
Please,
who owns the floor?
Allow them
Jimo
to
was
speak,
already on before that guy came. Let Jimo continue.
Please let
Jimo
Jimo speak.
continue,
Please
please.
let me yield the floor to him. Jimo, speak, please.
I hope that I'm not a controversial figure right now.
So it's okay. You've been given the floor. Just continue.
You are disturbing me now. So I was just making fun anyway. You see, I want to tell us that each time, every election year, we begin to discuss things that are irrelevant, while the relevant issues are begging for attention. Today is Shwari said this, tomorrow is Reverend Ubaka this, and I believe that Peter B supporters are so happy when Obi matter is on the table, not even thinking of how important that matter is. Obi traveling to Egypt is not an issue to me. I believe those ones are distractions now. If I was one of the supporters of Peter Obi, when you bring up a topic like going to Egypt, I will divert and begin to sell my candidates. You see, there are ways how you campaign, but I just feel that because Obi is on the ballot, that's why many people just come online. They are not really campaigning. What they are doing is alienating people that would have been supporting Obi. I will tell you this. I was not so happy for some days how people have bashed Sowore on this platform. For one simple reason. This man, you would be able to get his supporters. He got 33,000 in the last election. And that is the highest any single individual has gotten. Right from the time of Gani Fawemi, Fela, and the rest. He has gotten the highest. Peter Obi needs every vote. Look at Reverend Mbaka. This is a man that has over 1 million followers. Peter Obi himself said he will not respond and he's not preparing to respond. What a wise man. But what are his supporters doing? Oh, Peter Mbaka is not the man. Oh, he said this, he said that. They are fighting over nothing. I believe if you want to listen to me, I have said everything that my brother Haruna just said today. Maybe it's sweeter because he's a Northerner. I've said this from day one. And I told you guys that when you didn't listen to me, and I said on the 24th of February, I will be here to discuss this matter further, and I will remind you guys of what I said. Imagine a man like Sowore, because he brought out a dossier or a secret about a government. Should that be the reason why nobody will vote for him, or should that be the reason why people will begin to back him? Look, according to my brother, Mr. Mori, he said 15 million voted for Buhari. 15 million. Every year, that man gets about 11 million on his own, 10 million on his own. Buhari is one of the most popular politicians alive today. So let us not blame Sowore or somebody else for the misfortune that we are having today in Nigeria. People that supported Buhari supported him for one simple reason: security, corruption. They thought he would be able to manage. I won't speak because I'm an AC man, APC man. Because of that, I won't say the truth. He failed. He failed in security. He failed on what we all thought he was going to bring on the table. So Sowore should not be the scapegoat. What you guys should be doing now is looking for ways how to sell your candidate. To come out and begin to sell a candidate about integrity. Look, every politician in Nigeria, they are the same. Obi is not different. When the campaign starts proper, Jimoyama will come out on this stage and will begin to expose all the ills of politicians. So by the time anybody comes here to begin to sell integrity to us, we just watch and we are quiet because the campaign proper has not started. So that having said that, for Peter Obi, this man is a very, very credible man. He can get the job done if he gets there. Look, let me align with my brother Haruna. The problem is, if he is making his political stunts by traveling to Egypt, he's only wasting his time. He is supposed to be in Electricity, campaigning for a governorship candidate. He knows fully well, when somebody don't have a governor, your party don't have a senator, no House of Rep, you want to be president. What a $1 million joke. But people will not value it. We speak to reality. He should be in Electricity, supporting his governor, and not in Egypt looking at one wall. It just don't add up. Then, as of today, people are talking about where is the VP of Tinubu, where is the VP of Labour Party. You must understand, Labour Party has a lot to do. They need to register a lot of people because they have barely, what did they score in the last election? Maybe 5,000, 6,000. So they need a lot. The time they are using to register, APC and PDP are planning ahead, already campaigning in the north. I cannot imagine a presidential candidate of Peter Obi's stature being in Egypt or Indonesia 2 minutes to election. What he should be doing now is campaigning with every of his candidates from Labour, so that he will begin to get recognition, more people into Labour. Because most of all these people collecting, registering now, half of them can get PVC before the election. I can guarantee you this. And half of them are not going to vote. Half of them will be ad hoc staffs looking how to earn money on that day. While some will be there to collect money. So let us forget about this hype that everywhere is glooming. They should go back to the drawing board. I must say this. They should go back to the drawing board. It is not the candidate they are looking for. Labour has a candidate in Peter Obi. That is what nobody can take away from him. But the supporters of Obi are his greatest albatross. And they need to change on the Thank you.
It's my turn now.
I have not talked, please. Can I talk?
Wait a minute, my brother. I will want
talk now.
DES to go on now.
All right, thank you very much. I have a couple of thank you the panels, thank you Najawa for letting me speak. I have a few things to say. I've been hearing you guys say a lot of stuff, so I have a lot in my head right now. So about Shore, I don't know, and I'm not saying anything bad about Shore. The only thing I have against Shore, it's coming out to apologize for campaigning for Buhari. That is the only bad thing I would say I have against him. If he comes out and say I made a mistake, I shouldn't have campaigned for Buhari, I'm happy with him. I don't have any issue with him.
Point of correction, did he campaign for Buhari? Point of correction, sir. He cannot apologize for his sin he did not commit.
No, he did.
Who did Obi campaign? Who did Obi support that same year?
Bro, can I talk?
What kind of confused people are
Allow
we?
people to talk now. You've done your own.
Yes, talk.
Wait for someone to talk, big man.
Please, if you say he didn't campaign, I can show you so many videos that he did. So it's out there. It's not like I'm just making
Please
this up.
send it now. Send it now. Not even in the next 1 minute.
Videos are
Send
out
it now.
there.
Yeah,
Just
Send it
go
to
to Google, go to YouTube and just Google it. You're gonna see
No,
it there.
send it to the YouTube
It's not
number
something.
here. To the WhatsApp number here.
I'll
Somebody came
send.
here before and make some
Don't worry.
accusation.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Allow
It's fine. I'm going to send it. I'm going to send it on the private chat.
Send it
Don't
now,
worry.
now, sir. I'll
Let
post
me
it here so
finish,
everybody can see.
please. I
I'll
will.
play it
I
here, everybody
will.
can see once and for all. So with this,
I
you can
will.
relate to rest.
I'm going to send it. Okay.
This word is his bond.
So
We'll send it.
and people are like, I heard someone else saying about the Pandora box, all those stuffs. I'm a P2B fan, yeah. Pandora box, the videos are still out there. I mean, if you're saying something, try and make a lot of researches before you come out and say something. It's out there. You don't just like watch some kind of part of a video and use it without doing your general researches. The videos are out there. You will see P2B debunking the whole Pandora's box is out there. He told you that. I think that they were saying that he had over $500 million in offshore accounts. He laughed and he said if he has 10% or 5% of that money, he's gonna pay for the ticket for people that are gonna investigate the matter. If he has 5% of that money they talked about, that they should take everything he has in this world, both international and local. And they checked, they didn't see anything, and EFCC never came back to do anything, or nobody came back to say anything. That is where this whole story died, because they know they couldn't see anything. It's a man that is hard for you. It's not a saint, but it's just hard for you to find something bad about him. So all this stuff, Father Mbaka, I'm a Catholic.
1 minute.
All this stuff about Father Mbaka, I'm a core Father Mbaka fan. And people saying that people are against Father, I'm a core Father Mbaka. I've gone to 2 of his adorations. So I'm a core fan of Father Mbaka. So what he said, I feel so disappointed. I feel I'm not gonna stop liking him because he's a likable guy. I'm a Christian, but a lot of his fan, I can tell you, Father Mbaka fan, are not like getting into that message he just passed. They're not even listening to him. Not that they're not going to be supporting Father Mbaka. They're still going to be worshiping, but they're not going to follow what he's saying. Other 1 million 1 million followers he's saying are still going to support Pito because they know what P2B is all about. That's all I have to say. Thank you. I'm going to send you the link of the video now. Okay.
Thank you, DES. Thank you,
Can
DES. I would like to go to Amoru.
Can I
Amoru,
talk
1
now?
minute.
Is it not
Close it down now.
yeah.
1 minute.
Okay.
It's supposed to be Lucky Life that we talk.
Mr. Amoru, are you there?
It's been long.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, sir.
It's your turn.
Hello.
It's
I
your
can't hear you
turn.
very well, sir.
It's your turn. Go on, talk.
Okay. See, sir, I don't want to speak on Showore or whatever. But one thing I want to say briefly, what you are doing to Showore is like somebody taking a one village girl, going to one typical village to pick a girl up, you know, who from a very poor background, no food, nothing. You send her to secondary school, send her to university. After graduation, you send her to America to do nursing. And you are there in a Onitsha market selling pass, you know, wasting your own time, you know, making your own money, your effort to sponsor this girl, you know, to maybe to bring her, thinking that when she's okay, it will be better for both of you. She comes back from America after nursing or doctorate degree and telling you, you are too low for her standard, to hell with you. That's exactly what we are doing to Showore today. And it doesn't matter, it can happen to anybody. I want to tell everybody here, Showore has come a long way. Somebody published his certificate yesterday that he doesn't even have one paper. Showore has natural love. Me here talking, I've known Showore for 35 years now. We fought for June 12 authorization together. We were detained together. We almost died together. It took the grace of God for us to be alive today. Nobody, whether it does even, whether it didn't even go to primary school, kindergarten. Our love for Showore is natural, it's undiluted, and it's more organic than any politician. It's more than emotion. It's more than sentiment. It's more than ethnicity. It's more than anybody, what everybody can play up here. But I have one advice for you. When I started this thing, I'm afraid the way we are going now. I said yesterday, Showore could be the Martin Luther King of our time, who created wave years ago for the Obama we had a few years ago. He might not get there. He might be the Moses of our time. He might be the Martin Luther King that went to the mountain and saw, been to the mountain top and said, I might not be there with you. It's too late for me. Say, like every other human being, I like longevity, but it doesn't matter now. So when there's somebody that's ready to sacrifice his life for Nigeria, this he has been doing so consistently. Any attempt to rubbish Showore here will backfire on the so-called this movement. If there's anybody that started the movement for a change here on this platform, anybody here can testify. I'm number one. It's against PDP and APC. But the way things are going now, instead of focusing on the object, we are pursuing shadow. We are guided by sentiment. I also say here today, we need a Showore to actualize AOB movement. But the way we are going right now, if we don't control our emotion, if we don't copy Peter Obi personality of not castigating anybody, I think with the so-called Peter Obi supporters, instead of doing homework in your I don't want to use some derogatory statements here. If you want to be disappointed, you should be disappointed in your AGA chairman. You should be disappointed in the Kanu. You should be disappointed in the son.
It's okay now. What is the meaning of? Is it because when they give you floor, then you start to talk?
Mr. Morio, I just sent you the link. I just sent.
You think you are the only person here? Whenever they give you chance to talk, you start to rant and rave. Are you the only person that can shout? What
my brother? I just sent you the link on the private chat. Go and watch the video before you talk. Okay.
Every time. Any attempt to rubbish Showore. What of any attempt to rubbish Tinubu? Wouldn't that backfire? What sort of human being are you? You must try and be considerate.
I want to what your has done.
I have sent you the link. I have sent you the video on the private link. Go and watch it, please.
Each time he speaks,
Mr. Alois, please, I'm going to mute everybody now. Mr. Alois, talk. There is Fred Agbons. Somebody is waiting to talk. I don't know who that person is. I not type his name here. Why is Mr. Alois talk? Mr. Alois, go ahead.
Please, the debate has been very civil, so we shouldn't take it so personal. So at the end of the day, they are going to be winners and they are going to be losers. So my friend, Showore is your man, and you have a very good right to defend him. Just like somebody else will defend Peter Obi, some will defend Tinubu, some will defend the other one. Yes, Showore is a freedom fighter, like you said. But people can also say that about Tinubu as well. Tinubu was one of the few that were fighting Abacha and the rest through Nadeko. So he also fought his fight. So Showore is fighting today doesn't mean that Tinubu wasn't a fighter. The difference between Showore and Tinubu today, whether people like it or not, is that Tinubu has tasted power. Showore has not tasted. So Tinubu was even fighting the strongest man in Nigeria. So Abacha was the strongest man in Nigeria. So let's not deceive ourselves.
Fred Agbons, I told you, write the name of the person wishing to talk so that he can talk.
Me.
Mr. Alois, go ahead.
So let's not deceive ourselves as to say nobody is corrupt or nobody is not a fighter. At the end of the day, my friend talked about whether it's Pandora or Panama paper. That is irrelevant. If you take a criminal today, you catch him stealing in a shop. You catch him video camera, you take him to a law court or somewhere, see, ask him, did you steal it? He will tell you that he didn't steal it. Peter Obi is not going to tell you he put money in Pandora. It's of no issue to me. At the end of the day, Tinubu has money in Pandora. Peter Obi has money in Pandora. Atiku has money in Pandora. Big Gate has money in Pandora. Anybody that has become a billionaire has money there. So it's irrelevant. So, and it's not even a crime that EFCC has to investigate because it's all about transparency. There's no law that says you cannot put money in Pandora or in Panama Island or whatever. What's important is who is governing Nigeria. So that's what I see here. So Peter Obi is a good man. I think what we are all missing, and I'm very happy we have our brother, what Jimo said, and our brother from the north. I can't remember his name. He's got glasses now, so I can't remember his name. Yeah, the guy that is looking forward actually. So I'm very happy we have you on this platform today. The reason I'm very happy is that there is a lot of wish. But you have come in here, like what I've been saying for a long time. You've told the people of the South the practicalities of winning presidency in Nigeria. How we in the South are tearing ourselves down. Tear this candidate down, tear the other candidate down. What you also did not tell these people that they didn't understand. The more you fight Tinubu corrupt, you fight Peter Obi corrupt, what you are actually doing is handing over the presidency to the North, which is Atiku Abubakar. That is what you are doing. And the certain people are complaining about, oh, herdsmen or the other one, whatever, or Fulani or whatever. I'm not against that. I'm just using it as an example. They are complaining about those. Now, it's come to the election now. All you people in the South are busy doing is fighting each other by saying Tinubu is bad, is this, is that. Obi is bad or bad. You are handing over the presidency to the North. Because at the end of the day, let's look at this election in a practical point of view. Like the man said, election is tomorrow or next year. As you are still sitting down here now, whether you like it or not, is the blind truth. APC and PDP are ahead of every other party. Before you even go and vote there on that, the APC and PDP, before you even vote, they already have 10 million, 20 million votes because they are the party on ground. That is the simple truth. But now with Peter Obi, like you said, there's no point we just sugarcoating Peter Obi and keep sugarcoating him. What we need to do, like the man in Canada said, is to work at micro level. Let's find these northern allies and work with them for him to win. Peter Obi cannot win in isolation. And don't forget, if you look at the last 3 elections that people are talking about now, the figures don't lie. For you to become the president of Nigeria, you have to win in 4 out of the 6 regions. There are 6 regions, Northwest, Northeast, whatever you call them. But Buhari won in 4. He didn't win the South, he didn't win the Southeast. So as long as the Yorubas give you their vote and you win the North, you will become the president. So that is what it is. So the APC and the PDP knows that. So that's why APC is not too bothered about the Southeast. And again, if you look at the vote coming from the Southeast, go and check it. 1 or 2 states from the North can actually clean out all the votes that come from the Southeast. If you take Kanu, add another state to it. That is the reality of the ball on election day. So I think what you guys should do is to listen to the guy in America, listen to Jimo and other ones, look for allies for Peter Obi to work with. Like he spoke about working with Kwansoko. Kwansoko, I know him for a long time. I support him as a Satana. He can muster vote. He's also a very good man at heart. He can muster vote. But if Peter Obi continue to work in isolation, like Peter Obi alone, like you are shouting now, you people are just singing. It will not wash. You cannot win. That is the simple truth. You either accept the blind truth or you don't accept it.
Thank you very much. Can we give the floor to Haruna? Haruna, go ahead.
Okay. Can I talk?
Pa, you are now cheating on me.
What
Can I talk?
Now? Hey. Okay.
See him as he talk.
For a long time now.
Okay, Lucky Raf. Sorry, Haruna. Lucky Raf, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you notice during the
Haruna, I'm sorry, let Lucky Raf speak. And Mr. Charles is still there since he has not. And Jimo has just spoken once. After these 3 people, we will all have 2 minutes to round up this video. Please. Thank you very much.
Please, once again, I greet all of us. I want us to know, without disagreement, there cannot be agreement. But the thing is, my joy is that
nobody have said that, okay, Obi is not qualified or something like that. Everything we have discussed here about how to approach the grassroots issue is correct. This idea of Showore this, Showore that. My question is this: are we voting for the supporter of Obi or supporter of Showore, or we are voting for the person we are talking about, Obi? Have he respond to any of whatever from anybody? Even when Showore talk to say something about, did he call Showore name? When Mbaka speak, did he call Mbaka name? We should look at the person who is the person we are looking at to lead us. If he is behaving where there is 3 or 4 people, there must be disobedient ones. There must be those that can't control their anger. Just like Jim, he's trying to correct the Obi supporters, and he's doing the same thing, getting angry over somebody saying Showore did this, and he's getting angry. We can always discuss without getting angry. If people actually attack Showore or Tinubu or Atiku the way they attack Obi, we see the same thing from their supporters also. But that doesn't mean that we can't reason together. What are we looking for? We are looking for good governance. We are looking for someone who will not, because people don't actually know that this money we are talking about, the money these people are looting and sharing, is more than enough to give Nigeria free education. Is more than enough to give Nigeria healthcare. And we are just doing as if it's normal. Normal. Now, check 43 billion they use just to register and the money they share within this election. Don't you think is enough to give Nigeria life if we have a good leader? Now, Aruna, please, I want to come to you. I don't want to dwell in this unnecessary argument. Aruna, please, some of us here are not in the group, planning group. I am in more than 15 WhatsApp group, Pobi, Northeast, Gombe, Kaduna, Kanu, all of that. Now, there are group, Aruna, there are group in the north, some youth from 19 states, head of youth. They are doing some building. They are building office now in some areas, and they are planning to kick off campaign from next week. People like that, I believe their voice can make a difference, because all these things we are discussing here, they are on it. They are discussing it also, and I believe with what you just said, and with their, because they are mobilizing the youth also. That is what they are doing. So all the advice you gave us here is correct, but we still need your own help. We need your help where you are. You can also link with them and join them in this process. My happiness is this OB issue, this movement issue in Nigeria. I can tell you this: there are many Northerners that are in our group in the Gombe, Yobe, different part of the north, Kaduna, Kanu, and the young youth. They are happy. We are related like brothers. A different atmosphere with what we are doing here. Completely different atmosphere with what we are doing in Canada. Love should lead, because we are talking about leaders. We all have roots, our own to play. Just by behaving normal, we are contributing to the growth of Nigeria. Just by behaving normal and listening to each other. So I plead with all of us. Everyone has right to point out anything. But my conclusion is this. There is voice in the ground. There is voice in the ground. My conclusion is this: when an issue is raised, someone should address it. Like Jumo raised issue about the problem he have with Obi is that one, he is in PDP and APGA before, and two, issue of Pandora. Now,
1 minute.
I'm rounding up. Now,
yeah, round up so that Haruna can take over. Haruna, please send me your phone number, please.
Let me round up.
Round up. Talk about it, Mr. Obi. Please go ahead.
Now, Jimo, I'm addressing you direct, so that we can listen together about this APGA and PDP. That someone is in the party doesn't mean he agree with whatever they say. That is why he fight with them throughout 8 years as governor. That is why they impeach him. If he agree with what they are saying, sharing and whatever, they will not impeach him, and he will not be in fight with them. He will not go court twice to claim his seat. Now, two, about Pandora. He is on national television, and he said, if you go there and find 25% of the money you are mentioning, confiscate everything I have. I don't know any other way a sincere man can prove himself.
Thank you very much.
If every other, that would be, if any other candidate can actually, you are good in this interrupting someone when the person is not saying what you want to hear. Let us show some little this thing to each other.
Let the man speak.
Sorry, Agui, not verse.
So, if each and every one of these candidates we are looking at can actually be outspoken out with information to us the same way Obi is, I will listen to the person. If I'm convinced, I will go for the person. But APC and PDP, we should try another new person. Let us see if there can be difference as we pray. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Lucky Ralph. See, next time, I not come play ball for London. If you see Peter Obi, tell us say they not they take Hungry Belle South King. Yeah, Haruna, make you go ahead.
Okay, can I speak?
Yes, you can, Haruna.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be part of this discussion. However, because the time is short, I would say a lot of the talk should be how to promote, to sell, and to expand the voter base for Obi. All those talk about Sowore, what is said, what Mba said, those are distractions. The concentration should just be Obi. How do we sell him to Nigeria? How do we get especially the North, influential people to buy in? Because for the youth in the South, the Southern youth are independent, but the Northern youth may talk, but then when they go home and they are told, don't sell us out, they're going to follow whatever their elders say. That's why we need to penetrate the North and make sure we get that. And then we shouldn't be carried away. While I know that the vibe, the excitement on social media, the youth are getting together, but did you notice during the primaries of APC, the time that Osibanjo got up to speak, they didn't give him time to speak. There was a lot of noise and shouting. If one had that, it would say he's going to be the winner. But he did not make it, because noise alone is not what brings the vote and takes somebody in. And it's not whether you're an activist. No activist wins an election like this type. They can create the environment and the platform to sensitize people, to get angry about the status quo and look for change. But somebody else that understands that's a Democrat that knows how to get people without bribing and be loved all over Nigeria. That is what we need to do now. Sell Obi. But you, especially those that are from the south, southwest, southeast, and south, whatever you call it, in the north, we are just northerners. We don't know the difference. But you are the people creating the problem of Obi with your division in the south. The candidates are more from the south than in the north. Northerners have few candidates and they will step down for each other. But Southerners, everybody wants to be president. That's where the problem is. So, and we can see the division from the north. That's why we make sure we go to the west and get the Yorubas to give us their votes. Then we keep ruling. And even when we give a Yoruba, we are preparing to come back. That's why they're doing Muslim ticket, because they know Fulanis will still rule and they will tell Tinubu what he must do. So that's my concern.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fire on. Jimo, go ahead. Finish here.
Thank you. Yes, I thought it was CM speaking. I don't want to.
It's me now. That's why, because I've been saying.
Please, moderator.
CM, sorry. After CM,
Okay.
Jimo.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator, and all protocols observed. First of all, I must have to express my sincere thanks to Mr. Haruna for coming. In fact, Haruna, I know I will be speaking the mind of all of us here to say you should try and join us every day if you can.
Haruna, please, you send me your phone number, please. If you can write it on the wall for me.
If you can, Haruna, we need you here. Then, having said that, one thing I want to touch on is this. You see, I don't know whether it is only me that have had it. The campaign manager or the director general for P2B is Dr. Doyo Kupe. He was asked on radio program, what are his plans for P2B to be to campaign up north, that everything is concentrated down south here. Doyo Kupe said that INEC has not given yet the go-ahead for campaigns to start. That whatever they are doing it underground. That if they should go now, they may break INEC's law, because INEC will now say, I'm coming. INEC will now say, campaign has formally been, it's now okay for people to start campaigning. That is full-blown campaign. So when Doyo Kupe said this, I reckoned with it. But having said that, Haruna, that is not to discountenance what you've said. At our level here, we are maybe say masses. But people like Doyo Kupe, those in P2B's campaign, they know politics. They know that we need vote in the north and how to go about it. Just like you said. Just like you said. I'm aware. They know. They are aware that they need to penetrate the north. And that will start with their running mate that P2B will choose. It must come from the north and they must be a Muslim, because P2B is already south and a Muslim. So to balance it, it must be a Muslim and then from the north. But I don't know who. So at their level, I think they are taking care of that. I can say that because for us here, or for me here, I can't boast of saying I have links in the north, even to the type of people you are mentioning, and they cannot suddenly come up. So to that extent, that is what I will only say there, that I know they are handling it. That is what I can say there. Then on the issue of people maybe not feeling happy, the way people are reacting to Father Mbaka, and then P2B keep quiet. There is a thing that when Good Luck was in power, people were saying, okay, Good Luck, a breath of fresh air. From the first person from South to be president. And look at the circumstances, Good Luck came up. And then being an Ijaw man and everything. So people felt that at least let's try somebody who is not a politician, from the university to vice the deputy governor and all those things. So Mbaka prophesied that Good Luck, Jonathan, Good Luck has become bad luck. The same place, that is the pulpit, he said it there. People now said, okay, let's follow him. Mbaka also said, Buhari is prayer answered. That is the Messiah. Haruna, is Buhari the Messiah in Nigeria today? With what we are having. So when you now tell people this, people will be wondering, say, is it really God that told you that Buhari is a Messiah? How can God tell us that Jonathan should go and then Buhari should be a Messiah? Are you sure God? So that's why when Mbaka predicts now, people will now react to him and say, look, all this, that is what is causing it. Just like Tunde Bakare said, God told him that since Buhari is the 15th head of state or president of Nigeria since 1960, that he, Tunde Bakare, God told him that he will be the person to succeed Buhari. Now, I mean, he said it openly. So when you hear this type of prophecy, that's why when people now say something, in future, if Tunde Bakare did not succeed Buhari, he says something again in future, people might say, you see it, you said God told you this, and now it's no longer there. So that is as far as that one goes. Then on the issue of somebody, maybe Labour Party is still a party that hasn't commanded.
Mr. CM, just want something to help you with I need your advice. At the moment, I just got information that the southern leaders and the middle belt leaders call Okowa a traitor. They want him out. Go ahead, talk.
Okay, well, okay. That we may discuss that tomorrow or next when you bring it up in the forum. So now, what I'm trying to say, so on the issue of, Labour Party, we know there's no government house occupied by a Labour Party governor and all those things. But Nigerian politics there's one unique something you must know about Nigerian politics. Do you know that today, as of 2 months ago, All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, has no senator? Do you know because I'm coming? Yes, they have no senator.
Okay.
They have no senator. Normally they used to have from Anambra State, but now the two, Anambra North and the Anambra Central are PDP. Then Anambra South is Ifanyoba, YPP. So do you know that 2 months ago, APGA has no senator since Victor Ume left? Do you know that Enyinaya Baribe resigned from PDP, joined APGA? He's still in the Senate. So APGA has gotten a senator. You see, that is the way Nigerian politics is. I remember when they are forming APC, PDP were having most of the governors. But before you know it, Saraki joined, Amwechi joined, all the governors. Before you know it, they say they are now controlling the state. Dave Umahi was in PDP. The moment he joined APC, they said APC is now having a foothold in the east, Ebonyi State. So that is the thing. So don't be surprised that if the P2B revolution continues as it's going, some members of the House of Reps may say, I resign, I join Labour. So you've become you can't say Labour hasn't got elected person. So that is the uniqueness of Nigerian politics. It's so fluid that anybody can move anywhere, but I'm not counting on that. So having said that, I would also like to thank everybody that has spoken. What we are here to do, the much we can do for P2B is you burnish his right credentials, like what Haruna gave us. It is, I wish you know Doyo Kupe if you discuss with him or people like that, because that is where the thing will have effect. Somebody like us here coming to discuss, we only discuss out of passion and what we feel, but the real work will be done from what you say, because in the South, you can't tell somebody to go and give a block vote, but in the North, you can do it. So we have to know how to, conquer that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. CM. CM,
yes.
please, I still need your phone number, please. And Haruna.
Okay.
And please, can I give the floor to Jimon Elmo, please?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Let me thank my brother CM for his submission. Okay. But I just want to tell him one thing, I just made a statement before he came on board, and he continued from there. Yeah. You see, Father Mbaka is a very big number.
Yeah.
If you see that Peter Obi is not responding, not because he cannot speak,
good,
you don't need to respond. You don't need to continue and begin to emphasize, because that man is a number. Because in 2019, the vote in the whole of Southeast was 2,158,000, if I can remember. Kano State alone had 2 million. Katsina and Bonu can even make more. You see, forget about what people say. As we speak today, Tinubu and Atiku are the most insulted politicians.
Yes.
I'm an APC man. Have you seen me defending Tinubu on this platform?
No.
I don't need to. When the time comes,
He never tell you.
No. Hold on. When the time comes, the time comes, you will see me defending. Right now, it is time for me to begin to win souls to APC. Because please hold on. Whether you like it or not, in every country in the world, there are always two dominant parties. In England, is the conservative and Labour. In America, is Democratic and blah blah blah. In Germany, is CDU and SPD. In Nigeria, is APC PDP. You can try to wish it away how you want it. Peter Obi, if I was his fan, when I say fan, somebody that I'm close to, because every politician I've worked for, I'm close to them and have numbers. I will tell him to go back. He should not listen to this, devilish party, APC, PD, devilish party. The APC and PDP are so happy when people are saying that. Because you can't wish away those two parties. The easiest way to get to power is through those two, because they're already standing. If you believe that one small political party will come, it's just like saying that one small party from the US will come under and defeat Democrat and Republican. You are a joke. So that's the way it is in every country. And Nigeria is like that. There's no exception. So I would say, if I'm Obi supporters, Obi knows that himself. That's why when he left ABGA, he said he wants to play on a national platform. That was why he defected to PDP. He didn't go to Labour. I've said it before. He should try to rethink. Gather these followers that he's having now. He should gather these followers.
It's because of Jonathan he went to PDP.
No. He made a statement that he wants to play on the national. Listen, as popular as Odimego Ojukwu, as popular as he is.
Abga didn't vote for him. I can second that. Peter Obi actually said he needs to go to a national platform because it's a regional
that is to
party.
cover because I know
I have the floor. Let me finish, please. Okay. Yeah, let me finish. What I'm saying here, you can go on. Let me speak like Peter Obi here. You can go and Google it.
He said it, but I'm telling you the reason. I'm not doubting.
No. You are not Peter Obi. He said it in his mouth. You can't come here to defend a man that's alive. He's there. And I can tell you, he knows it. You see, those 100 million that he's talking about, those 100 million youths that are hungry. Let me tell you, year in, year out, there is no way 100 million can vote in the election in Nigeria. Even if you want to vote, the time will not be there. Oh, my brother, look, if you are part of the system, you will know that if 100 million...
I can never be part of rotten Nigerian system.
Election closes, listen, voting closes. Listen now. Voting closes.
I can never be part of Nigerian system.
You hold on. When you have time, you say that, please. Voting in Nigeria closes at 5. Normally, they even put it at 4. And I will tell you why. Look, before the ballot paper we get to Southeast, it will be 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Before you vote 4 o'clock, it's over. You'll be on the queue there. You only start crying.
That one I lie, please. What are you talking? Are you in Southeast? What are you talking about?
Now, wait.
Why are you talking like that? Are you in Southeast? Stop saying that.
Not only Southeast.
Don't say
not
that.
Only Southeast.
This is lie.
Don't say what you don't know. Don't say what you don't know.
You know now.
Now what for Nigerians?
Okay.
Nigeria for you.
Somebody should continue because on the 24th of February we will come here and discuss later.
Okay. Can I just
always go before DES.
Okay, Jimo has made his point. Jimo is a very practical politician, and I understand what he's saying. So for the Labour Party, anybody in his right thinking cannot wake up tomorrow and say Labour Party will just wake up and defeat the PDP or the APC. Just like you are in America, the Independent Party cannot wake up and defeat the Democrat or the or the Republican. Same as Britain. The third party, Liberal, cannot just wake up and defeat Labour and the other one. That is not really the issue. We all know that. And I am very happy we have two Northerners who have come here to speak today. Because I'm very happy. The reason I say that is that sometimes there's a Benin parable that says Ahojihian Ojiwi Emuswera Ohunia we no va.
No.
So Reverend Umbaka has come out and make a very callous statement. When I know crazy at the command of God say make callous statement to a statement he makes, someone not use God to pursue me. He made a very callous statement, Reverend Umbaka. Now, in society, we have what you call activist judges. You have activist doctors. You also have activist pastors. So Reverend Umbaka is an activist pastor. Now, if I was Peter Obi supporters, and Reverend Umbaka make that statement, I thought I would just need to even pray to God. God, thank God you've answered my prayer.
Tell them.
Because he actually re-emphasized what Peter Obi is saying. He say, I am incorruptible. So I don't know why Peter Obi supporters are not able to praise Reverend Umbaka. Because he's done the biggest favor. He said this man is not corrupt, he is stingy. That means he's not corrupt now. So why is Peter Obi supporters angry with Umbaka?
They are attacking the Reverend.
The guy just said Peter Obi easily without Peter Obi even selling himself.
No, because inside be false prophecy.
Forget prophecy.
This one the ones will come true.
This one I'm marketing for TV, Jingo. For NTA, for AIT. He said my candidate no corrupt, they share money, they chop money, and now they vex. Hi, this is why I say Nigerians don't really understand issues. That is the biggest gift Peter Obi can get. That's why the man don't respond. Because it's a gift. That is the simple truth. So when we talk about is this CM or Jimo was speaking just now about Labour Party and whatever, in a way he's right. I said it at the beginning. If you look at the way Nigeria is structured when it comes to voting, it's also similar to America. If you go to the state of Illinois, or what a lot of people know it as Chicago, if Democrat put dog for that ticket, they put rat. Now they go win for there. You like go put Jesus Christ for Republican. Now Democrat go win Illinois. If you go to the state of Tennessee, if Republican put cow, no matter that Democrat go put Martin Luther King, now that cow go still win the election. Same as in Nigeria. If you go to a state like Borno State, go and check the history of voting there. They have never voted for the PDP. It was ANPP, Buhari Party, CPC, and all the way to APC. So it doesn't matter the sincerity Peter Obi will portray there. They will vote for APC in Borno State. Same as you go to, if you go to, may I pick another state there? Say, for example, you go to
New York.
No, give me one state for notes. Give me one state for notes. I don't want. If you go to more take the Middle Belt now. The Middle Belt is a region that is a little bit penetratable because that Middle Belt has 3 Christian states there. That's the Christian states. Now you can penetrate there, but what we are saying is that my friend said Peter Obi spokesman said he's waiting for INEC to relax the rules so you can campaign. No, that is not the issue. This is the time you build allies. Say if I mention Edo State, now let me just give you a simple example. Since Benin people, they don't spoil all their leaders, they don't dismantle them like our Hausa man talk. Benin people don't get where they dig, they don't dismantle all their leaders. So you used to have the likes of Tony Aneni, Samo Gbemudia, Tommy Kimi, and whatever. It doesn't matter whether you go bring Saint come, Tommy Kimi has where he controls. He can deliver votes from there. Same as Dr. Ogbemudia back in the days. That is what we are talking about. It's not about campaigning. So there is a Dr. Ogbemudia in Ekanu. There's a Dr. Ogbemudia in Jigawa. There's a Dr. Ogbemudia in Niger State. There's I'm just saying the example. So they also have that. That is what the Labour Party needs to go and pick. But if you realize saying on social media or people talking in Tafara Balawa Square, they will not vote. And my friend was right just now. If you look, I start with debate, say for you to win in Nigeria, you need 4 out of 6 regions. My friend in the north said the north called the south only 1 region. That's true. But when you break them down in whatever, it's 6 regions: the northeast, the northwest, the north central. Now, if you look why Buhari won this election, Jonathan was in power. What Tinubu sold to Buhari or Buhari sold to Tinubu was that there is 2 regions in Nigeria, 2 regions that vote in blocks. Aruna was right. The north, they vote in blocks. Then the other region where they vote in block is the southwest. So that's why Buhari and Tinubu merged. So when they went there, they voted in blocks. Buhari didn't win in the south-south. He didn't win in the southeast. So you get the northern region, you made it with the southwest, you win the election. Now, Jonathan used a different route to become president. So Jonathan did not win in that northwest. But what Jonathan succeeded in doing was that he won in the south-south, he won in the southeast, he won in the north central and the northeast. In the northeast, these are the practicalities. So you understand what's going on. Now with Peter Obi, now how is he going to win? Like my friend thought, APC and PDP is the true candidates. Really, is right in a way, because whether you like it or not, APC will deliver those states which they have. It's the simple truth. And you mentioned, for example, that Abga now has one senator. Senator. The truth of the matter is that the governor of Enugu State, or which are Abia State, say that senator, I don't want you, I mean want that ticket. So he pushed the guy away. This is SARS fighting each other again. He pushed the guy away. The guy didn't have a choice. He had to decamp to Abga. Now, in that election in 2023, now, that senator now with the resources of the state, the governor, you go use that against that senator. Where did he say he want go? So you are looking at these practicalities. Now, again, if you look at Peter Obi and the Labour and everything, whatever, look at where the problem is. People are just saying that the Southeast will just vote for Wango. They are just saying the Southeast will just vote for Peter Obi alone.
I like it. I like your analysis. So does it mean rigging will continue?
My brother, it's no ringing. You have to understand one thing. You have to understand one thing.
No.
You have to understand one thing.
I'm happy we are talking. No, get me wrong.
My brother, you have to understand one thing. Look at the complications of Obi. That is why I agreed to my brother. I say you should use the major party. Look at what people are not looking at here. Obi may be from the southwest. Now, the governor of Enugu State is having a senatorial ticket from PDP. Same as Abia from PDP. Now, you're not going to tell me on election day, now when it gets to election, the governor of Anambra State will be saying, don't vote for PDP, vote for Labour Party. It will mobilize the East in that region to vote for PDP because he is on that ticket. That's what you call the voter suppression that Labour will get. So we people need to understand these complexities. So it's not a straight vote going to Labour from the southeast.
Alois, can you give me 30 seconds from your time?
Okay,
just 30 seconds.
That's why I asked the question I asked.
Don't bring your APC politics come here, pa.
Can I talk?
You ask me.
Somebody will come for 1 hour.
Moderator, you ask for my phone number.
Just 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. You see, what I want to align with my brother Louis. What people are failing to understand is that even if we don't speak the way you will like it, but it is good for us to say the truth so that it will not be new. What APC or PDP are looking for in Southeast is just the 25% they need to get from the states. They know they cannot maybe win there because of the popularity of Obi right now. They just need to.
I can give you one thing. Let me give you an example now. I can give you, if I was APC, let me just give you one strategy. Let me give you one strategy that APC and PDP will use. That people don't understand. Assuming that Peter Obi is so popular in the Southeast, the Southeast, last election, they delivered less than 2 million votes, which you can cancel with one state in the north or 2 states. As Peter Obi is so popular in the Southeast, APC and PDP know that they are going to lose 100%. Do you know what they will do? There's already one organization in the Southeast called IPOB. They will go and sponsor people in IPOB and say there will be no election, no coming out. They will suppress that vote there. People will not come out. The only APC is only interested in the Yoruba side and the North.
Don't predict what
you don't remember to stop when we talk about APC. That's why you dey moderate your program.
Nigeria.
Right, what's going on?
APC convention will there for you.
I enjoy your analysis. So to be honest, I enjoy the analysis.
Sorry, say I speak no verse. Let's go back to the man we are supporting. I just wanted us to go a little bit and see the realities of Nigeria.
It's true.
Mr. Mary, you have not spoken since.
Because of what you, Mr. Jimo and the enemy they do. I don't forgive my other brother when they talk about Shogore and Baka. This is the reason why we have to team up together now. We are tired, Mr. Jimo. I want to tell you, we are tired of your APC, PDP, all the status quo. We are tired. Yeah.
Please,
there is need for us to form a synergy.
When you said all these things, it don't put my hope. Now, make an answer. Sorry,
call PDP and APC. Yeah, this is why I have to tell my beloved Obi supporters. We have to come together.
Mr. Mary, I'm with you. We are on the same page.
Make I talk.
To dethrone these people. You see what I mean? Not coming here to scandalize ourselves. We need the Showore, we need the Conquest, we need Peter Obi for us to come together and defeat Jimo. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
For selling our candidate.
Yeah, we need Baka. We get this over coming tomorrow and appeal to him like he should work with us. We don't need PDP, we don't need APC. I don't know what you guys are going to campaign with. Anyway, you contradicted yourself by saying we have decapitated the godfathers in Edo State. The way we did to Aneni, the way we did to Tamudia, the way we did to Yabu, so we will do to Tinubu, Atiku, and the rest of them. Thank you very much. Obi is our new president.
Omaru, you don't miss a lot. To say you follow the analysis, you follow the analysis.
I don't know where they vex so for them back up.
We should be taking how to form a synergy now. We need him. So whatever we need him.
If you need Kwakwanso, then Obi need to be vice to Kwakwanso.
Omaru, you miss a great analysis.
Yeah, we'll get that number now. I'm talking to Showore already. Showore is my good friend. It could be very principle. Matters of principle. He could be as solid as a rock. He doesn't want to compromise. Then Showore and he will work together by the grace of God.
But, Mr. Mary, please.
Sir?
If you really need Kwakwanso, then I think you need to talk to Obi to vice him because Kwakwanso will never be vice. That's the issue.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that the supremacy mentality they have.
Exactly.
But we'll do whatever we can to woo him to our side. We'll do it. Don't worry. If it means borrowing money, borrowing some dollars from we'll do so.
I wish you success, my brother.
Moderator, you can see.
Yeah, we are going to defeat PDP. We are ready to defeat the old order. We are tired of the old order. We have not led us anywhere since 1999.
After Mr. Kundaye, GES and CM, then we round up. Please.
Nigeria never wants to survive.
Good evening, family. Good evening, all the viewers and the commenters. Waiting me, I will want to tell people. PDP, APC, now one party. They not be opposition. That is why people went in the APC yesterday, they don't enter PDP this morning. People went in there PDP this morning, they don't enter APC in the afternoon. So now, una they just say, now so they go just go carry east, carry north, carry south, carry west, carry this one. No problem. Now then they carry on since. Now because they carry them, now make all of us go the pass Libya, the enter road. So we get waiting to ask people questions. Because if you be say this PDP or APC na good party, your children or your brothers or sisters for not go the meme for desert. Many for not go the meme for inside fish, when fish can they do burial for them. So it is very simple. If that life never tire people, they may they go vote for PDP and APC. If the left don't tire them, if the hello.
Una hear they say make PDP make them go they tire them, make them go they bury them for fish. Go on, Okunda. I dey talk to the voters, so not me.
So if they know say they no want may fish go they do burial for their children again, or may sand when they Libya road they do burial for their children, or may they not come they cry for Zazun, say may they come help them come back to Nigeria, they no need to vote PDP and APC. But if now that one they want say may they made their most children, because if you check all people when they cry, may they deport them come, all the SAT they, whether you be Yoruba, you be Benin, you be Igbos, all of them they inside. So it's very simple. We get logic to campaign. PDP person when they use America, they compare yours now. Say America, this one not go fit happen, made the other one with. Yes, it gets state when PDP they win. It gets state when APC they win. That one no problem. Make them win and finish. Then may Hesman and the other names go be their visitor. So there are things to ask them question. Now question, because before when campaign will come, they not they ask voters question. Now ask voters question. You like me this Hesman continue to visit you. If you say no, you tell us say make you go vote Labour Party. So if you say yes, tell us say okay, may you go vote APC or PDP, so that the Hesman will continue to visit them. Like those people where they go meet for inside church for what we do now. I believe those their family now. Those one not gonna go and vote for APC or PDP. Except if they want me, they constantly visit them again, then can go and vote for APC and PDP.
Thank
it is very
clear. Thank you very much. The next person now to talk is I will leave the floor for CM now.
I mean now, what's happening?
Okay, let him talk. After him, I will talk.
Okay.
CM don't hear all the analysis.
I never talk. I never talk now.
Talk.
So,
I go talk.
Person come they talk say Republican and Democrats. Now them be the only party for America, and this one be only party for Germany. No be saying that them be the like only major party. The truth of the matter, the question is going to ask himself. The question is going to ask himself is America working?
Yes.
Is Germany working?
Yes.
All these countries mentioning, are they working?
They get light.
Yes.
And they get light. Are they working? Ask that question to yourself, and the answer is yes, they are working. That's why there's no choice of going to another place to find what you don't know. When you know that what you have is working, there's no point. Now Nigeria, all these two parties, we have seen so many years that they are not working. Now we're looking for alternative. If I tell you, if Republican and Democrat, if America is bad, trust me, I know. I mean, I live in America. I know they will go for another party. No matter. America are just self-set. They're self-taught. They know what they're doing.
But you know. Answer your own question. Educated, self-taught.
They're educated.
There is 2 million out-of-school children in Nigeria.
Brother,
those people,
calm down.
They go.
He said 2 million. 2 million.
Like, if you go present. Half of them
are 13. He said 2. What be 2? Okay, 13 million.
Those 13 million people now, they know what to be good governance.
So now we Southerners are, brother. We Southerners are intelligent people.
Yes.
We know that. We Southerners. The problem we're having is we are intelligent. We know that we don't need these people. That's just the truth. We know that we don't need them. So all this you are talking about intelligence. Where the problem is the North. And now he's talking about Kwankwaso will never join. Kwankwaso, if you see, Kwankwaso has not even chosen his vice. P2B has not chosen vice. You don't know what both of them are thinking about right now. So stop saying that he will never join. We don't know until come tomorrow or come next tomorrow. I don't know what they're going to choose. Then we'll know all this thing we're arguing about is not necessary until we know what is on ground. It's just the truth.
Article go contest because deadline is today.
Yeah. So today now we'll see what's going on. So we don't have to argue about all this thing. When P2B now presents his VP, that's when we start talking about all this thing. the 3 days he went for a trip is just 3 days. There's still 8 months to campaign. So make people not use three days. They saying at the end of the world. No, it's not.
Thank
It's
you.
just 3 days. Thank you.
DS. Thank you,
Okay.
DS. Somebody who is serious. Instead of a mate, they choose a running mate. If they go Cameroon, CM, go ahead, please.
In fact, this our discussion today to me is lively. Before I was this thing, but after this analysis I've had now, you see, my friend. I mean, yes, man.
My
You
friend, you
know,
are too
you
funny,
know,
CMO. You
no,
are
no, no,
funny.
no, no, it's true. No, no, no. Forget that. I mean, what is my own? I'm a liberal person. I want to learn because after you said it, fear grip me. Oh, fear day my body because
See the one you
yes,
got.
because they suffer too much. So fear
Yes.
day my body. So does it mean every 4 years the same thing we repeat? We have to find a way. And that short. First
The
of
only
all,
way is revolution.
first of all, what you said is the reality. I'm not doubting it because that is the way it goes. I'm never doubting anything. All those analysis, I'm not doubting. That's why I ask you, say, so rigging will continue now. We go there as we did again. Because these voters is true. Because voter suppression means if they know that this place is your weak point or their opponent's strong point, you go there, go cause confusion so that something go happen. Yes, now, when you said it, it does happen. Uh-huh. But the thing I want to factor in is this. Maybe we think about it, or everybody gonna think about it. They said before the former method they use, maybe PVC didn't work, you fill incident form, they collate, and all those things you can manipulate figure. But this time that they say it is beavers, or the way they say that it transmits directly until they do this Ekiti election, then we will see. So in that case now, when people are saying the social person have so million votes in their bank, is sure to get it, is sure to do this. Remember that was when they used to snatch ballot box. It
Passenger
will
time.
because it will affect, if this thing works the way INEC is saying, it will affect ballot box snatching. Because if you snatch and go, then go declare that one, you can't transmit it electronically. If you like, go between if you want to hand over the in those days, if the collation center is somewhere at Yoka, between Inewi and the Yoka, somebody go there for bush as soon as they come, you go stop, exchange the box, then go count. So whether all those things, because you have to factor it in, it will affect the count now. That is one. Then the next thing again I have to point out is because of what INEC said, the system they are going to use. If a kitty, which is the test case, it works very well. So no need, even if you give somebody money, the moment the person slots in and then votes, the vote goes in. So all those collation, changing figure, counting this, and the midnight they are still collating. It won't work anymore. You vote on Saturday, Monday, then go. You vote on Saturday. Yes, now you vote on Saturday, on Monday, then go announce results. Say that they could all through Sunday when I go there in darkness. But this time, as they do, so this time, so that's what we are hoping for. Then on the issue of obese, this thing is that one thing we have to understand is that I will, because this suffering is affecting everybody. And if all these people, if some people will reason, I will sort of disabuse my mind and argue that somehow, somehow there will be a change in voting pattern. Somehow it may not be of much effect, but people go notice that there is a change in voting pattern because the suffering now is up and down and everybody is complaining. So, and they've seen that if you follow the normal route, you end the normal way again. Then on our own side, I feel in the south, no politician can intimidate something like a get block vote or tell people to go and vote like that. Maybe something like to acquire a block vote like it is in the north. Definitely it can't happen. It doesn't happen. Okay, it's not common in the south. Say you go to Bayelsa, Jonathan will tell them, President Jonathan, every all of you vote PDP, then go agree. They no go agree. Some go say no way. You go vote for who you want, or one person go say vote for APC or vote for Labour. It may not work that way. So people will still use their discretion because of the way we vote. But in the end, when you go to the north, then it will happen. Let me leave you people with this question so that we think about it. All this new PVC goes, what of underage voters in the north? What do we do about that?
Alois.
Can I come in?
Yeah, because in the south we don't do underage voting. Not that I know, everybody knows now. We don't do underage voting mainly in the south. You go say you never reach, but in the north it's common. In fact, we should have asked Haruna. I forgot.
You see, yes, that's the reason why we are saying that in a state where you have governors, they also what I'm saying here is not that it's the best to us how it should be, but we're just saying the way it is practically. Every state where you have a governor, they devise a means to win the election.
Exactly.
That underage voting is what you can't stop. You know why? Because the police will not be ready for you.
And the army too.
Yes, they will not be ready for you. They are not. You see, the agents. That's the reason why we are saying if we want to actually hold these people, we must go to a party that can deal with the police, so that from there you cannot have a chance to now pick your vote and say, okay, I want to help the people. You see, this corruption, bad election and the rest, it is among those thieves those people we are calling thieves. Yes. That one will say, I'm tired, we have to do this thing right. We are praying for that day. Because as you speak now, if you want evidence, I will send it to you. Labour Party, Peter Obi men are also doing now. What they are doing. You want me to tell you?
Hey, talk on
now. Okay. We are discussing, yes.
In Kanu, no, because we are in a public space. In Kanu, right?
Yeah.
Obi supporters are moved down there at ad hoc staffs. And they are registering one person 3 times now. And the evidence is there, but nobody is saying it now because the campaign has not really started. This issue of rigging is all the parties. But it depends on how powerful your party is. You outrig the other.
Yes.
They are rigging.
My brother, so I wouldn't stick to that speculation, say the right, I register 3 people myself, because at the end of the day, the new
just
legislation...
send me a private DM. I will send you the evidence.
No, you send me it's fine, but what I'm trying to say is that
the thing go override if not the same person come
with the
twice.
new voting thing, you need your face, you need all your thumbs and everything. So when it goes into that computer, it will pick it up.
Correct.
So you
let me, please, Mr. Lewis, let me tell you this.
Let me explain that.
Mr. Lewis,
yes,
the truth is this. The truth is this. Now, all those cards you are talking about, those card readers, right? Those card readers, you are in your house. If you come to my village, I have my people around me. Nobody talked about card reader. Nobody talk about that. You are only talking about the card reader when you are in a place. For example, I'm representative of being Kanu. I will be shouting. By the time you make noise too much,
see what I mean. I'm not talking about voting on election poll unless INEC is not doing their job. Say, for example, now I register you 3 times now. You only just registered. What INEC will do is that those registration is put in a computer. It goes to their office. From their office, you now do the fingerprint matching, the facial matching. So once you do the matching and it come up, automatically you are deleting those ones. So it doesn't matter if the person is one for
let me ask you a question. Why is it that those days you will have number of registered voters 50 in a unit?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, those problems were there, but they've been able to rectify a lot of them now. They've been able to rectify now. So what happens now? What happens now is that if you go to a voting booth now, there's a time for accreditation, say 50. So that 50 is automatically recorded as accredited. So if it goes beyond that one, there's 2 ways in the law. The law says INEC, say that 50 they accredit and you vote 100 now. The law says INEC can automatically cancel that polling unit if they choose to.
Yes, so but you don't let me explain that 50
Let me explain that. I have a first-hand experience. Can I explain that?
Okay.
See the way it works, when you get there, what you will find there, you find all the security people there. Those ones there, they are looking for money. You already know. Then go there and sort them out. Then the youth corpers are the people operating these machines. So the party agents,
they
will buy all these people voters card. It will be with them about thousands. Then the youth corper will collect money and he will close eye. Then when the other opponent, the other polling agent from a different party wants to talk, you will say 50-50. You bring your own, I bring my own. Now who get money pass? Now they'll just fill your ballot box for you. I like Jimo.
No, you know that. So now they try to tell Alois, forget about.
You see, Jimo. That's why I asked the question now. Why I asked before. So this rigging now, we never.
Every party they rig. Oh,
every party they ring. You are
right. What I mean is that our salvation never day near now. We never. Our salvation.
Yeah, if you have a country where the level of education is very low, the literacy
correct,
is low, and people are hungry, it will always happen. You have to understand one thing, and the reason I mentioned people
now,
say
they bring the cars where you buy.
The reason I say people queuing in Tapawa, Balefwa Square in Lagos, people are saying, oh, they are queuing in Lagos to pick up PVC. If you are a politician, elections even in America or Britain in the whole world, you don't win election in urban centers. Now rural areas. That is where the rigging take place. That is where the voting take place.
Correct.
So don't judge it by saying people are registering in Lagos. No. If you go to a state like Borno, there is, apart from the people that is registered to vote, the regular one, you still have a percentage of close to 1 million, even 2 million displaced. Those people are not going to vote based on PVC. They are going to vote because they are displaced. It's a different law. And also, you going to win bonus.
I'm not joining this discussion. I'm not there.
Network machine not working. Network not there.
So
this discussion, I'm not there inside though.
So you going to a place like Borno State to win now? It's practically impossible because one, Professor Zulum is too popular.
Correct.
Whoever I say they want to vote for, it doesn't matter. You go and bring a cent from the SAT.
It's true.
And even myself, I would like to you. If you mention 3 performing governors in Nigeria today, Professor Zulu is among the 3.
Zulu is among them, yeah, that's for sure. We know, yes, we know. Everybody can see.
It's not that one that they are saying that those states saying that somebody's what do you call it, technocrat.
Just leave that one.
They should go and look at Zulu, and you understand.
But so you have to also measure the fund, their money available to Zulum and they're available to Shomole.
Governance has never been about money. That's the way people get it wrong. It's not about how much you have. It's about how you manage what you have. There are poor countries in this world. There are poor states. So even the north that you are saying now, a lot of the northern states are poor. But if you also go and check, they are the states that are refused to really borrow. Come to the certain states that are rich. They've borrowed more than any other region. All of them are indebted. And they have more money. So you have to look at these things. So we have a fundamental problem in the south. That is the truth. My friend did not make the true argument. We are all fighting ourselves in the south. But what he didn't say is that fight that we are fighting ourselves, we are actually handing the presidency to the north. And you guys are saying you don't want Fulani. Fulani will continue to rule for another 8 years. That's what's going on. And if you look at the case of Peter Obi, let me just finish this one. The case of Peter Obi. Now, from my point of view, if I look at it from a very analytical point of view, Peter Obi, you can like what I say or hear what I say. Peter Obi in his church mind, if he closes his door, he knows he's not going to win 2023. He knows that. But there is one thing Peter Obi is doing that people don't understand. Peter Obi knows that for you to become relevant in Nigeria, you need to have a movement. You need to control a particular section of people. You need to build your own crowd. So Peter Obi has done his mathematical calculation because if you look at the 2 parties now, the APC and the PDP, so they have 2 candidates. They are the last standing octogenarian, the last standing of the bad and the worst and the best. Atiku and Tinubu, they are the last standing. After those 2, it's a new generation of people coming through. Now, what Peter Obi has looked at is that this election can only be won by APC and PDP. Now, for Peter Obi to be a president, considering his age now, in the next 20 years, he has to pray that Atiku becomes the president in 2023. You know why? Because the North will rule for another 8 years. By the time the presidency will rotate back to the South, people will say, okay, the Southwest contested against Atiku. It's not your turn. he has to go to the southeast, which the clamor will again rise again. Now, Peter Obi will now stand high and shoulder because he has made a name now. That is the only thing I see about Peter Obi. It is plain truth, but people will not like it, but it's the plain truth.
Yes.
My brother, that is not truth.
When you after following this analysis, because all these things we are saying, one thing I wouldn't just say, in the south, like Haruna said, is because of the level of our, okay, let me just say that Nigeria is from a Benue state down to the Atlantic. We won't be having problem.
That's correct. That's the part
We
of the
won't. We
North
won't.
Central.
Yes, some part of just at least when I say Benue, the areas are here down to the Atlantic, down to Bayelsa. We won't be having problem.
We will still be having problem, just like Ubaka. We will still be having problem. If we can have Ubaka,
wait.
Why would we have problem?
Oh boy, wait. Which one you there, sir? So listen. So there's problem. Because what I'm saying is that take the whole of Southeast. Everybody say there must be education. You can't go to Bayelsa and tell them education no good, or South or Edo Delta. Education up to Southwest. Then because since majority, the Southeast now, Southwest and South believe in education, producing candidate for JAMB. The small area of North Central that joined us, we've been affected. So give it a year, 2, 3, 4, 5, they become like us. So because of that education, that liberalism, when we now sit down and say, let us make constitution, they don't know their strengths and weaknesses. So people can then say, okay, let us go and vote. Easily, we won't be having all the, okay, first of all, you have to know that there wouldn't be something like all this terrorism. It can't come. No matter what, Yorubas have Muslim population, but their Muslim population can never join terrorism. They can't war. That is one thing.
My brother, you never see Christian where they thief.
Wait, no, not terrorism.
Terrorism is not the same, bro. Terrorism is not the same.
Everybody can be bad now.
I'm coming.
Where they know they thief. US said that they thief.
My brother.
What I'm saying is that the terrorism I mean is that, for instance, they say, they cartoon Prophet Muhammad for Denmark, the Yoruba Muslim go come begin to slaughter somebody in Bayelsa, will be Christian. It can't work. It can never happen. So that level of advancement, that will help us, because when we are not doing it, in fact, everybody, I tell you, people can easily go to sleep, and their politicians cannot deceive us, because they now know that everybody, I mean, it's like we are a little bit a step ahead. But because of the fact that Nigeria, it is the way it is, okay, 3 million people, 30 million people are say out of school. Are you telling me that you can go to Bayelsa and get 1 million children out of school, or 500,000? It's impossible.
Let me correct something here. These people you thought they are out of school, they are educated. They're educated. Yes, listen very well.
Out of school now, Almajiri for street now. Be out of school.
Listen very well. Those one you call Almajiri for street, give them Quran to give them Arab to Rabi. They will not write it for you.
That is not what they used to judge.
Yeah, but that is no education. What we are talking about, somebody went to primary. Somebody went to primary school.
Formal education.
Formal education. That's what we say.
You speak English. You speak English. It is for British.
I want to explain something here. English
is for British. Italian is for the Italian. Dutch is for Germany and others. Arab is for also people. French is for also people. So don't think.
Language is not education.
People in Saudi Arabia don't go to primary school. Don't go to secondary school.
I don't understand. That's what he's saying.
We are talking of.
He's not talking about language.
We're talking of formal education. We're talking of formal education.
These people are educated. The thing you need to say. The thing you need to say. I will believe that cultures. The cultures of these people are different from our culture.
Those are Almajiri where they carry plate, they beg. Which primary school, secondary school they graduate?
Their culture. Sir, the culture they believe on. The thing you are saying that the East, the South, and the West, we practice the same culture.
That is why when you see Ugbonima in Igbo, you see in Edo, you see in Benin, you see in Yoruba. When you see anything, because it's our culture.
Wait,
So
my
those
brother,
people, it's their culture.
Afghanistan is one of the most backward countries. They still they get formal education. The only thing here is that they are stopping girls from going to school. So don't get you are missing the point here.
That's what we are trying to explain. So because of this out of school something now. Okay, now remember all those Almajiri now. Some of them go
Which
join
school
train.
are they going to? Is it not English school? To go and learn how to read and write English.
Brother, come on,
brother.
Anyway, let's go back. Let's go
make
back to the issue that really concerned us. You see, from the very beginning,
English are superior. Others are superior because everyone has their life to live. So don't look at English as so superior because
not English. You are still getting us
You're not
wrong.
talking about English.
We're talking of formal
Talking
education,
about
whereby
formal
you go to
education.
nursery, primary, secondary,
You know,
higher institution.
Formal
learn biology,
education.
learn stuff.
I want to ask question. This formal education, how do they go? Is it not through English?
You can teach it with any language. It doesn't matter what language you teach it with.
In French, in Chinese, in Arabic.
That is why I'm telling you, these people have still
You
learned
can
on
teach
their
it. You can teach it in Hausa. It doesn't matter.
But it should be
can teach
formal
it in
now
Hausa.
because
It
you
should
do
be
it
formal.
according to age. When you hear somebody is 20 years, you expect to say go don't finish primary school, maybe finish secondary school, maybe on the undergraduate, then they go. So formally, so that's why we say for their own case, because of that number, okay, they will now come down south, start to take plate they beg. I don't know whether you've been to the north. So it's a problem. That is a problem. And these are the people they use to rig this election, the last week they talk. Because now them, then go take to rig election well. Say, give an all of them, they just register them small underage, give them PVC, that they queue up. Use them to rig election, bring the number. You know what you have to understand is why is it that Zamfara go return like 4 million still you've registered voters, maybe 4, 5, 6 million. But to write school start in a year, they pass 200 for the entire state.
Which school start? This is what I'm saying. Which school start?
Formal education, man.
Listen, sir. This is what is disturbing with the Satanat that enable these people to take over us. These people has it in their brain that we must look on the other people. We did not have it in our brain that we should contest other people. We believe on what British or other people bring to us. Why these people have it in their brain that
understand what my brother is saying?
Exactly.
See what he said. We should be studying Aroshukuku, Ogun, Sango. That's what
See, I don't finish when I was saying supposing Nigeria is from Benue State to the Atlantic. Everybody agrees, say this kind of problem we are having, it shouldn't be to this level.
Because that is where our family started from. The Benue are our family. The Kogi are our family. So this is why you still see it as if it starts from there because they are our family. Okay, now I will give you in the Benin has 3 local government in Benue. The Igbo has, the Yoruba has, in Kogi we have almost half of the local government.
He say Benin has a 3 in Benue State.
Yes.
Please tell me because I need to learn this.
Igbos in Benue, natural Igbos.
Yes, I know that one. I know. I'm aware of Igbo.
If you go to Igede, if you hear of Igede,
Igede people.
Yes, they are Benis. And they have 3 local governments.
Okay. Is that
so Idoma family are Benis.
Okay, Idoma. Idoma is to the west. Yeah, western. Western.
Now, when you have these people, these are our family. So that culture is in them. That thinking are the same. The other part, the Igbo has their own there. The thinking are the same. So we are all Yoruba also. There's them Dino Milaye and with the Kogi. And they have much people in these places. So this culture and these people are one family. So we think like ourselves. That's why we not speak different languages. That does not matter.
The
What
value
matter is
system.
the brain, is the
The,
blood. So
the
the
value.
other people believe on they are about to conquer all the other person. So that is why they have the orientation. That's both plenty children. So now we say the British have bring us together and say we are now one family. So we can now use this opportunity to override them. This is what they are doing. Not that they did not go to school. No, they go to school. They are riding now that it is now opportunity to override these people. So let's have plenty children. With these plenty children, we are one Nigeria now. So if we push this our children to their place, they cannot drive it. They can no longer fight us again. Because if it is before, we fight them and pursue them back. Now, in the name of we thought we are civilized, you can no longer do these things again. So they are using it as opportunity to take over you. That is what we are facing. Not that they did not go to school. Please, we should understand it very well. I did not say Patogun or all those things. No, I am putting what we are lacking, that these people get over us. That they are using it, but we are thinking that they are not educated. That is why no, it's not they are not educated.
But let me ask
Now,
you.
I want to
This Fulani. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm gonna say continue.
Before you ask the question, now do they not have church in Ebonyi mosque?
They have, and Afipo, they have now. They have.
Are they never convinced many people to their way of thinking? They have done. And do they not have emir there? Well, they has the name they call it. They have it inside there now in that Ebonyi. Now in Lagos, they have emir. The other day they wanted to have emir in Edo. What are we talking about? Ask your question.
Why I'm particular? That's why sometimes when people talk about Islam or Muslim or these things, I tend to make distinction. I said, Yorubas are Muslims, but you can never see them with somebody like Ganefa or him. Do you know? I didn't know that Ganef was a Muslim until he died. Nobody knew. So they don't wear it on their sleeve. But these people, they use their own, they wrongly to intimidate you. Yoruba Muslim, we know them. Yorubas have a lodge or your state, your Ogun, everywhere. But yet these things. So sometimes when I look at this thing, I marvel. I said, what surprises me, what I tend to baffle me is, where will this solution then come? Now, Fulani, as a people, they are minority. Their population in Nigeria are not up to, I don't think they're up to 10 million. Because when they say in the north, now we just there south, they say north. When you get in there, they will tell you that if you get a place like Kebi, there are different Christian tribes in Kebi. If you get to a place like even Gombe, there are Christians there. If you get to Adamawa, there are Christians. Borno, there are. Where you have maybe predominantly Muslim in Bikano and Katsina. But yet, when they want to talk, you think that Fulani dominate the entire northern Nigeria and they could produce leadership. Okay, Atiku is a Fulani. The man where they na Fulani. Tambuwal, I think, na Fulani. All these things you keep hearing, any of their politicians na Fulani. So the thing is really a problem. Because if you don't get foothold, must we then continue like this? We can't. Something must have to give. We can't. The suffering is too much. There's no end in sight. Even the permutation we are making, you find out that no way. That is what is surprising to me. But now, if the people of Middle Belt, given the fact that, for instance, Benue and Southern Kaduna, with all the terrorism visited on them, if they can be thinking like us in the South to be politically aligned to, I don't care whether they are aligned to maybe in Yoruba, then go aligned to, or maybe in Igbo or South. But let them be thinking, let them detach themselves from them, politically at least. Be detaching themselves, then that will be the hope, so that they won't rely on them to prop up their numbers, saying there are millions and they can continue to rule. That is the way I'm looking at it.
No, I think the problem is, let's really look at the numbers in most of those northern states.
Yes.
So in the states that you have the Christians, it's mostly 80-20%. That's where the issue is. Now, in a few states, 3 states, maybe like Plateau, you have close to 50-50. It's only in 3 states. So the rest, they are minorities. So that is like you go to Bauchi now, where you have this Dongora that was in the House of Rep.
Okay, Dongora, this one they're suggesting for Tinubu.
So he's a Christian, but again, he's a minority there, but in that state. But what's happened is that, like you said, Johnson, on the Christian part, every time they've removed the guy, or when he decamp, he drop his seat, he recontested, he keeps winning. So the governor can't do anything about that because he comes from those Christian side and they give him that vote. So you understand? So that is the problem with that knot. So again, whether we like it or not, we have to get a Southern president and trick the knot. We have to trick the knot to think like us. The only way to maybe trick them, whether we like it or not, it still goes back to this education. We can keep talking. We have to educate these people, put them in schools.
My brother,
Yeah.
this thing you talk to trick them with Satan, this, this thing for don't happen. If not be Tinubu, we go bring Buhari. Jonathan for enter again. Implement that 2014 agreement, isn't it?
Yeah, but that was part of the problem I said about Jonathan.
Please
They
let me correct this
gave him
impression.
the document, he didn't sign.
No.
My brother Alois, let me correct this impression. CM just said that Tinubu went to bring Buhari.
Buhari.
You see, let me correct this. When Buhari was there, we the Santanas were tired. We felt that we need a change.
Okay,
that
Jonathan.
The way corruption is, that he was corrupt, everything. That's how we killed the man. Then we were looking for somebody.
But that na lie now, because most
people. Not the truth, yeah, but not the propaganda. But that was what happened.
Yeah, okay, yes, not the propaganda, yes.
Yes, that was what happened. And Tinubu that time was seen as a god. He was the one that aligned. We were all happy that he aligned. Somebody is coming to fight corruption. That was how it happened. So it was Tinubu who went to bring Buhari. We were even happy. We needed somebody that can fight corruption. That was the trick.
It's an opportunity
but it boils down to when we are saying we need to elect somebody that has backing of his region or backing of his people. Jonathan was easy. Jonathan
It can only happen if we use the option A4. That is the reason why the executive they will never agree for a direct primary, which is option A4.
No, I don't really think Jonathan was removed because the election was rigged. It wasn't because of rigging.
It was not rigged.
That's why I come back to you just now. There is 2 regions that vote in blocks in Nigeria.
Yes.
The North
Southwest
and the Southwest.
Yeah, that's
now. And the North and the Southwest, they are the only 2 that vote in block.
Correct.
So when you put those 2 together, they will remove whoever you bring from the other side.
It's not rigged at all.
It's not rigged now. If you look at the PDP situation that you talk about now, I say Satan has got problem. Okowa was the one holding meeting, conferences, shouting. He must be a Satan leader. He must be a Satan leader. Behind closed door, he was installing a national chairman, installing Atiku.
Exactly.
Give himself VP now. That's what you are seeing. That is the division of the South and the Southeast. If you look at the Southeast, every presidential election, mark my word, when INEC will release the list next week of all the candidates, you see that the Southeast has the highest number of presidential candidates. You will also see it.
Yes.
They will have the highest number. Now, charity begins at home. If Enugu State is having a presidential candidate, Ebonyi is having a presidential candidate, how can you fight another region when you already know that in Nigeria, the Southeast has the smallest number of votes?
Correct.
So that is what people don't look at.
In fact, to support what I've just said, in this last election, why we came on this platform at the early stage, because most of us are even going back now, we are not coming so often like before. When we started, I said, how possible is it for the Igbos to be a presidential candidate of any of these big political parties? They were telling me it's possible. Why not? I said, okay, listen. In the East, you have 5 candidates. 5. No one could step down for the other. They went into that election with 285 delegates. Now, they got only 40 votes. Umari got 38. Okorocha had 1. And the other man. That was it. From 285. They would have used that 285 as a bargaining chip.
Yes.
They will use it, but they don't have it. So until they come together by themselves and say, look, this is what we want. It is not just enough for the youth to be talking in the corner. We want Eastern, we want this, we want that. But you people are not cooperating. That's why I said the first problem that the Southeast need to solve is to come together as one. Let everybody see that you people vote as a
Why
block.
why do people keep classifying Southeast politically? It's annoying sometimes. Sometimes people see Southeast, they're just talking about politicians. As if
No.
Southeast in general are just like politicians. We're
Listen,
not
my
politicians.
brother, hold on.
We're
Look
not
at
politicians.
the background. You have to understand one thing. When we use the word Southeast, I'll give you a simple example. If you go to the PDP, when you are picking your presidential candidate, there's what you call delegates, which is based on the state. The Southeast has the smallest number of delegates. Now, for you to be the presidential flag bearer of PDP and APC, you must be loved by somebody from the Northeast or from the Northwest. There is no way a Southeast vote will ever put you on that position. Now, we keep using the Southeast because I believe an Igbo man can be president, but the only way this can
Southeast
happen.
politicians. Just say it.
Southeast
Not
politicians.
South.
Okay,
Yeah.
Southeast politicians. Let me use that word there. I feel the only way for us Nigerians to try or give an Igbo man the presidency is that all political parties in Nigeria has to come together in a conference of political parties, and they will amend the constitution for one election cycle and say all parties must produce a Southeast candidate. That's the only way. Because the way the whole thing is structured, it will be very difficult to put a Southeast man or politician on the top of a main party. Very difficult. Is the simple truth. Unless people start looking at it that way, APC will have to feed an Igbo politician, PDP, NNPP,
Obi is getting it right now.
Everybody.
Peter Obi is getting it right now. He will take all these followers. I can tell you now, he's going to pack all these followers to one other party. Go and write it down.
No,
these followers
don't say
building
that.
now.
No.
Thank you, my brother. We are in the party already.
So will
That
not all these supporters.
Yeah, we're in the party. That's Labour Party.
We are in the party already. That
We're
is
not going
Labour.
anywhere.
So
Okay.
we are
We're
not
not going
Piripiri.
anywhere.
We are not Piripiri and Pussy party. We did not belong to Piripiri or the Pussy party. No, we are now in Labour. Labour, if you not Labour, you cannot eat. According to the Bible said, without Labour, there is no food. So we have to labor so that we can have food on our table.
Yeah.
So let us continue to labor now.
So then the only one thing, please let me say something. One thing I'm looking for, a president that will come from South will do for us. We should take Benue and Kogi out of North. He should not be called North, whether North Center. Hello?
How do you do that?
Is it no person that draw the map and say this side is South and this side is North?
But the Northerners, before you do anything in the constitution, the Northerners has majority in House of Rep and Senate. How do you do anything without them?
Sir, is it the Northerners that write thing and say they are not? It is agreement that make people to say they are not. Those people will still tell you this is our family. So we need to begin to look for our family and say this is who we are. Until we begin to know ourselves and say this is who we are, people will always describe it the way you describe yourself, sir. So
it is not the way we describe it, my brother. Listen, now if you look at the states, how they draw it, from the National Assembly, our people are supposed to fight for us. When you talk to our people,
who draw the state? Is it we that draw the state? Is it not person from Nigeria that draw the state and give it to us?
Hold on, I'll try to listen. Let's listen to ourselves so that we can understand each other. Now, in the National Assembly, the issue of they have more people in the National Assembly was drawn by them. In the National Assembly, they have already majority. Whatever we in the South, any bill we want to pass, we must go and beg. In most cases, they don't need to beg us because they have already drawn this majority. The only thing we can do now is go back to the Constitution and try to change. And for you to change the Constitution, you also need 2/3 of the National Assembly. They will give it to you. That's where we are.
I see what my brother is saying. Change can be effected, but there is a fundamental problem. The man in Delta does not agree with the man in those states. The man in Edo does not agree with Akwa Ibom. No, the North is not the problem. All these people in the South, that's what
Thank you, my brother. You understand what I'm saying?
It is not the North. This PDP primary has just shown you. We can actually win. We can actually win that primary until your people sold out. Bayelsa, how can Bayelsa give all their vote to Atiku? How can Delta give all their vote to Atiku? Then you are telling me the North is the problem?
No, we are talking about changing the constitution
That is what
right
I'm saying.
now.
For you to change it, you need your people to be
You know,
together.
your people is not even enough. How?
Man, your people are enough. Your people are enough.
It's not enough.
Let me
No,
put
it's
it
not
this way.
enough.
Let me put it this way.
Sir,
If you have
sir,
all the
you are
people in the
saying
south,
that
hold
who
on,
make it? Who cut a state?
Hold on.
Is it not person? Is it not Babangida that divides states? Is Babangida not China?
Hold on, my brother. If you have all the southern states agreeing, as those Fulani states are agreeing within themselves, it's not easier to put that North Central to come and join us. The problem is we are not agreeing with ourselves. So how can you go and change it with the Northerners?
Who are the North Central? You are talking about Kogi. You are talking about Niger. You are talking about
those people can be changed. They can be changed. They are not totally.
We did not say all. You know your family. We did not say all. These two people are my family. So this is what I need. I did not need all. I only need my family. I only need my family. Kogi and Benue. Those are the two that is my family. I did not say
never see themselves as Kogi never see themselves as Satana.
Who told you?
We are not saying they are totally, but they are not. They themselves don't see themselves as a Kanu side. They see themselves as a middle, so they can be changed.
You know.
Then look at the votes. Look at the votes coming out from Kogi. Go and check the votes coming out from Kogi.
Hello. If that I have your WhatsApp this thing now, I will have said it for you so that you will know that they see themselves as the Benin people, and they said they want to join their brothers. So it is because of this our too much education that is making who's supposed to be our brother and friend, and we not do because we thought we are too much educated. If I have your WhatsApp now, I will have sent you the video so that you will know that they want to be. But the way you are talking now, you will drive them out.
They are in minority. Listen, my brother, we have to face the fact. You are talking about
there is
Kogi.
something like minority, but your brother say, I want to join you. Go, you first unite yourself. If you unite yourself, there is nothing like minority, my brother.
You have 109. You have 109 senators. How many are Satanas? Do you know?
Do the Benue not have the Benue senator not belongs to there?
So let's make it easy.
I don't know among the senator.
Let's make it easy. There is 17 southern states and 19 northern states. So you don't need only 4. You don't need only 4 from 4 northern states. Are you telling me that it's not easy to pinch from each of those? If we are united.
My brother, you are talking about 17 and 19, right?
Yes.
You need to look at the local government in Bonu and look at the local government in Edo State. Look at it, local government. You see, you get senators or House of Rep per local government.
No, hold on. You are getting us wrong. We have 19 northern states. 17 senators. Automatically, it's 3 per state. Forget local government, it's 3 per state. Now, if those 17 states agree with it themselves to stick, it's not easy for you to say, I want to pinch Kogi, I want to pinch Benue, I want to pinch that one. The problem is that your 17 states, they are fighting themselves.
What of the House of Rep?
It's also the same calculation.
Is it 3 per state?
Is
it 3 per state?
No. My brother, you will cross the bridge when you get there.
No. Let's cross it now. Let's cross it now. House of Rep. Is it 3 per state? National Assembly means Rep and Senate.
It's not 3 per state for House of Reps. Not 3 per state.
So,
why I believe that if supposing the southern states, south, southeast, and southwest, they firmly agree that they want a change in terms of constitution and everything.
Gentlemen, please, can we welcome Midwest Republic and Ejiro?
Midwest, my brother, you're welcome, Mr. Ejiro.
Where's Midwest been all this while?
We are in there now, Midwest. We know. Did we just the farm?
Are you there?
Maybe in just finish work.
No, Midwest has been missing. He has been in action a long time.
Ejiro.
If my network not they work, Abi?
You know they work,
Okay, we don't hear it. They work now.
This network not too good.
You need NEPA.
I go enter later again.
Okay. We'll wait for you.
So if the 3 zones in the south, first of all, let them first agree among themselves.
That is what we are saying.
Exactly. No, I believe I'm reiterating it. So if they agree among them, say full stop that they really need this, getting from Kwara, Kogi, and Benue and part of Taraba, it go easy.
Yes, don't forget Taraba is a lot of Christians there. Even
Exactly.
Jigawa, we also align.
Jigawa is even far. Just say, let's leave Jigawa for there in terms of Senate. Just say Kogi, Kwara, and some part of Kwara, Benue, and Taraba. We can. Then first of all, let them first agree. That's why sometimes I wonder, upon all our education, we still cannot reach alignment, reach agreement, and then get what we want.
Don't forget what that guy from the north said. That is exactly what he said. He said,
Education we have is what is costing us now. Because that is the same education that enabled British to say they cannot join European Union, that they are rich. Because too much education. So the education we have is what doesn't make people to move forward. That is why we believe to speak English, that's something we're supposed to construct with hand, we open.
Because the thing is it baffles me. I can't say every generation to generation. Can't we agree? We know what we need. Okay, do you know that according to Michael Zekome, Michael Zekome is from Edo State. Michael's a very intelligent lawyer. Michael Zekome said that 2014 conference they held at Abuja because they voted him the man of the moment. He was the best among them. The whole people voted for him to be the hen. So he said all the things, so about 1,000 items, up to 1,000. They agreed. He said, let them put it in practice. The moment they do, and Nigeria will just know the development will just spring like that. Bam.
Yes.
And you now find out that is it people from Osun State or okay, let me say Southwest or Southeast or South that doesn't want it. All of us want it. Is it getting people from Benue, given this time that Fulani are finishing them, and Kogi, are they not willing to join? So that when we now go there and say put to vote, then the majority wins and they do the thing. Then every time a minority from the north, because of the Fulani, they will come and manipulate our people down south. This idea of, for instance, look at somebody was saying, the primaries PDP did. To me, I feel so ashamed about it because Southeast, you said you have about 285, the smallest number of delegates. Yet now you bring the highest number of candidates. It's not good now. It can't work. It cannot work. Then in the end, people that you're capable of, have the vision, are ruling you. Very easy. And now they make up. Do you know that PDP is the what they call the the stronghold of PDP in that country is Southeast and then South and South. Yes. These are the stronghold. Yet Atiku, that's why Wike was saying that time, but I don't know how he's feeling now. Wike was saying that time that whenever they do election, even Atiku in 2019 only scored 430 something thousand votes to beat APC of 300 and something thousand. Yet they rely on the bulk vote of PDP from Southeast and South to say PDP scored 10 million votes.
In Adamawa, he only beat Buhari by 20,000 votes in his own state.
Something like that. Okay, yeah, I think you have you are correct, and you are more accurate. So Wike was saying that is true. So which means they will then go and bring the candidate, they will go to bring the voter.
Yes.
Nice,
now. It's education, no. That is what education do.
Yes, on this count, I agree with you. That is miseducation. Because, okay, it's true. So, which means Atiku is from the northeast. Yet, in your state, you can't commandeer up to 1 million votes, and you are the presidential candidate. Are you telling me that if you make Okowa presidential candidate of PDP, he go sweep Delta now by force? That one is constant. He will
PDP will always win Delta, whether they put Okowa or they put another person. It's a PDP state. But the issue of that say changing the north, my brother mentioned Britain leaving the EU. The British are very educated people. It's not education that made them leave.
We are coming to the end of this program. Please.
Okay, Baba,
so
I want to ask a question, Baba, before we close. Because education, I want to ask a question of education. Please, Abeg, who discovered River Niger?
Namungo Park.
Wait, hold on. You
Is
made
that not
that
what
mention
you
of it.
want?
I will
Maybe
tell
it
you
was
one
there.
important issue that happened in this world.
Yes.
The
Jimmy.
issue of slave trade.
Yes.
If you go and check the records of the British Parliament or whatever, when they passed that banning of slave trade, like you people, they shout instruction, you can't change the note. They never sent a bill to the House called banning slave trade. There was no bill called banning slave trade because every time they send that bill to that National Assembly of Britain, I use National Assembly, I don't know what it's called now.
Parliament.
They go throw away for bill because a lot of people were benefiting, like you they say, cabas for Nigeria now. They were also here back in the days. So they were benefiting from slave trade, including the church, including many organizations. And a lot of these people, they were also MPs and whatever. So when Rutherford or whatever he's called, he was the son of a priest. He then became a parliamentarian.
William Wilberforce.
He was the son of a priest, a very priest. Then he became a parliamentarian. So he decided to take it up. At the same time, he kept advocating the whole thing in the parliament continuously. And every time he comes, the speaker won't even bring it for hearing. They will just dump it like you are saying the north now. Now, what did they decide to do? They then strategize, say, okay, we have to find a way for this bill to pass. So how do they do it? They didn't take a bill and say banning slave trade. Now, they then calculated the parliament as they talk, say now we'll drop Kogi, drop Benue. They then calculated that there are some members who that when they stand up for their speaker, everybody go vote no. They can't calculate the time where we say these people will not be sitting. This is a calculated risk that this person will not be inside parliament. And secondly,
now our level of awareness or their own.
So and secondly, the other thing they did was that so instead of saying ban slave trade, they didn't do that one. You know what they did? They now say in that bill, they should ban any ship that is carrying slaves in British waters. You understand? Any ship carrying slaves in British waters. So that means if ship they carry slaves, they pass British water, you go seize them. So when people in parliament, a lot of those people where they supposedly they didn't understand. So the bill went there, they passed it. Now, if you ban the ship where they carry slave trade, what do you do?
You don't stop slavery.
You don't stop slave trade. So we have to meet these northerners small and pick them out. You cannot expect to just go there and say Ben will join us.
That's why this thing, because I was telling somebody, said if there are an area in Nigeria where this Fulani is supposed to preserve and then no harm them because they are always their pally. Now places like this Benue and Middle Belt, because these are people that you use to show up your number and then count them as not. And now they get refugee. According to Governor Tom, more than 1.6 million people in Benue are refugee. So I now felt that, this type of unintended consequences with these people now it's now to liberate themselves from these Fulanis. Because they will now say, look at, we voted for them, yet they brought their people to be killing us, taking over our homes, keep us in the refugee camp. This time, we should now be aligning with the South. I think maybe this will be a game changer. That's why I feel. Because if in the past, you labor to convince them, but with the situation now from Southern Kaduna coming down, if you go there and telling them, say, look, for every time you keep voting for these people, you keep voting for them. Now look at where they've left you. Why not try and join us in the South? Let's form a formidable distance. That way, all this attack will stop. Probably they will change.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, sir. That is why my brother that we are just saying, no, you cannot do it. You should have go and see what those people are saying. That they want to align with their brothers of the South. They always said it, even in their what do they call them? Their middle, something like that. They said they want to align with their brothers. That is why you hear Pandep, you hear Oduduwa, you hear the other one, then you hear their own.
Yeah.
So, my brother, why are they not aligning now? What is stopping them?
They are aligning. It's you. Listen,
do you know how many years this pandemic has been in session? Do you know how many years?
Listen, they are not aligning. Let me tell you the reason they are not aligning. It's just like, those people said, when Pharaoh see one of his children, he thought that other are complete. Just like the way you are saying that they cannot, they are not. You need to go and meet them. That you are using to chase them at now is the one making them not to align. Instead of you to recognize and say, yes, these people are my people. What will I do to get them back? And it's opportunity now for you to go and convince your people that, brother, where we are family, all this kind of nonsense that is happening here, we are not happening. Now, in the name of we are not one Nigeria, they have caused all this problem and they are now using the opportunity to. So let us put our hand together again to become one, unite, so that we can fight all these things. It's what you're supposed to be thinking. Not
okay,
to tell
when you
me
finish, also listen to me. When you finish, Abi, those days we used to have.
I will listen to you. I have something to say. Sir, I asked question just now. I said you discovered the Niger. You said what did you
a joke. We just say Mongo Park and a joke.
Mongo Park. Because that is what they taught us. That is what education taught us. That was Mongo Park. And our people were in River Niger, we call it Ohi in my language. Before Mongo Park, even no road to come to our land. Do you see that the lie they have been teaching us? So I will never even tell my children that there was not anything like Mongo Park exists. Neither I discovered River Niger, because my great-grandfather were there before Mongo Park.
Thank you. Now, listen to this. You see, these are the things we are talking about. No matter how you want to teach your children now, you see, if you teach them that, they won't write it in history in school. I'm sorry to tell you that. That's not what they will write, or they will fail the exam. There are things that we can change, and there are things that we can't change. For example, when we were growing up, we used to have North, Middle Belt, and South. From the National Assembly, as it is today, they cut it North and South. That North and South, Kogi, Benue now belong to North. So when they are saying that the Southerners should bring a candidate, it will mean nobody from Kogi upwards will bring, right? Now, if we have a chance, everybody wants it to be the sixth geopolitical zone the way it is. For your information, I'm a member of the Bender State Foundation. We are clamoring for Bender State again. We even want the Midwest. How possible it is? Because the Midwest is the only region that was constitutionally created by this thing.
1963.
Exactly. But now, we are even fighting for it. If you don't know, I'm a member. But it is so difficult.
I know.
Okay.
I know. So, that is why we have Midwest.
Hold on now.
They have sent me the link.
If you know, you will not be arguing. What I have told you since is that it's not that I don't want to, or that is why they are driving. Who is driving people? It is so difficult because how do we go back now to say we want our Midwest Republic again? Or if we don't go back to the Constitution?
We are not talking of Midwest Republic. It was because that one came when white man give you instruction. Sir, what you first of all, because you never even know before that Kogi were your family. Don't deceive yourself.
Listen.
You never knew that these people were your family. Don't deceive yourself.
My brother, listen. Not that because nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. Because you said it, I don't know if you belong to Benin. There's a Benin organization right now, right? Where they are bringing all the Benis from Ikwere, from every angle. If you are saying it, I should not be saying the same thing you are saying. It doesn't mean you are the only one that knows it. I'm sorry. You should know that we are also vast now. But we too can't be saying the same. When you are saying it, we have to be quiet if what you are saying is true. But let us leave that aside. For us to be able to make a headway, we alone can't do it. Jonathan would have been able to do it. It was an opportunity for us. Jonathan would have used that this thing and implement it. He failed. He chickened out. We need to have such an opportunity again. That's the only thing that will change all this narrative. For the South to unite, this one to unite, we want to. How possible it is? We have in Edo State, for example, we have over 20 different ethnic groups. Over 20.
You forget
in Benin, you still have Osanogogo. You have Eho. You have this. So how do you unite those people? Every place where there is fight in the world.
Thank you very much. I will tell you. You just say Eho yours now. I'm from Huade local government. Huade. That's why you call it Huade. I'm from Huade. Sir, unity comes when people come down from their high horses. You can only unite yourself with another person when you realize that this person is my brother. I don't need to feel that I'm bigger than him. So I know my people. I know my people. I know how our people are so high horses. So they thought it is only them. That is why you only hear, they will tell you only Edo and Delta. When you are partner, you will say Edo and Delta at the Bende or at the middle. Is that what you are going to tell me?
My brother, every place in the world where there are wars, they are caused by ethnic problem. Whether it's Mogadishu, Somalia, whether it's Kosovo, whether it's Soviet Union, everywhere. Nigeria is not an exception. Wherever you have so many people together to live, it just can't work. If you have a friend that you went to school together in the primary, secondary school, and you left abroad for 30 years, when you get contact with that your friend, it will never be the same anymore. Just a friend that you were in school together from primary to secondary, talk less of your brothers who lives in Ikwere that you have not even seen for ages. It will be difficult for that unity. There is no two ways about it.
It is not difficult. If I know you in person, I will have shown you example how unity to come. It is not very difficult, my dear.
Are you saying that you are more intelligent than every other platform that be created to bring people together?
No, sir, I'm not intelligent at all, but I always know some areas we can do. Did you know that Zoduwa you talk about just now, that Benin descendant? That Benin descendant. Let me tell you, the first day I told him that Benue people, we have Benue people, he argued with me. He said, no, there is nothing like that. But later on, before he now find out that really we really have people there.
We have Benin in Ghana.
Not that one. I'm not talking of after.
I tell you that we have them everywhere.
I'm not talking of after the sea. I'm talking of the one between your land. With the one between your land. When I told him for Kogi, he never believed. Then I told him the names of the family he will go for if he go for Kogi. That was how he was able to really, because he do physical search. He went there and found that it was truth. Most of you people never believed before that Onitsha, we are Benin people.
Everybody know all these things. Everybody
knows.
know all this. Why do you bring them back?
Thank you for the education.
No, you will have worked with it. If you know, you will have worked it. You will have looked for your solution.
They have gone to look for them now. Where are they? They have looked for them.
Of the press, can I interject?
Yes,
gentlemen of the press, can I interject, please?
Yes, you are free, sir.
Okay. I want to quickly say this because this election, we are gearing into the election period proper now, so the atmosphere is tensed up. There's something I want to say. I don't want to be a racist bigot here, but I just feel like I should throw this out. You see, in life, nobody can like you more than yourself. I have an issue with the Igbo people. In as much I like Peter Obi, is my favorite that I'm taking to win. The problem with the Igbo had always formed alliance with the North, which is that PDP. Because we all see PDP as a northern kind of gathering or another kind of setup, you know. So the Igbo had always formed alliance with the North, but never get nominated for presidency. And the Igbo alone cannot make themselves Nigerian president. In my view, I think it is time the Igbos build bridges across ethnic boundaries, like we all are saying here now, you know, across ethnic boundaries. Otherwise, Igbo president might be a mirage. Even the Peter Obi we are rooting for, election might just come and He will not be there. We just passing by, because this is a very good opportunity for them if they will cleave to that seat. Peter Obi seems to be the right man for the job, like we all know. And the way it is now, the youth are really in support of his movement. But there's that boundary, that bridge they needed to build across. Because without that, like I said, it's going to be a mirage. So this is my take on that area of Peter Obi, on this note, I will want to hit the floor to someone else. Thank you.
Right.
Note, I would like to bring the program in. Each participant panelist, you have 2 minutes to round up, please. Time is fast spent. Thank you.
Okay. Should I go?
Yeah, go ahead first, Alois.
Should I go since no one is speaking? Okay.
Go ahead, Alois.
Yeah, the last caller was right about an Igbo presidency maybe becoming a mirage, because at the end of the day, it boils down to the polling booth, and it boils down to how you build bridges across the Niger. Like we've said, if we look at the last presidential election, the APC got probably like 10 million votes or 8 million votes from the north alone. And if you look at the southeast, the vote that came from all the states in the southeast were like less than 2 million votes. So you cannot take the southeast for them to go and win the presidency in isolation. They have to form alliances with other regions. So I think we said that extensively. And for Peter Obi, he's a very good man at heart. It looks like he's a man that feel that he can help the country and to support the country and to give us a new direction. But like I always say, it's not the man that starts the race that reaps the benefit of the race. So Martin Luther King started a movement. It took close to like 60 years for Barack Obama to reap the benefits. So I think what I'm saying to the likes of Showore and Peter Obi and Mogalu and several of them, Shehu Sani and the rest, they have to remain selfless. They have to look at selflessness as the only way to change Nigeria. And they have to see it as a way that it must not be me that has to be the president. It cannot always be me. If it gets to the point where you have to support somebody down the line to bring that change on time, I think that is what they should do. Because the way Nigeria is structured now, I always say to people, we can only deceive ourselves when we say a third party will just come and sweep these other two parties. Like I made the example earlier, if you go to Borno State, if you like, you bring any other person, APC is going to win there. Doesn't matter. If you go to Sokoto State, if you like, bring another third party. We know who's going to win there. That's how it happens in America. If you go to Zamfara State has never voted PDP, and they will always keep voting APC or ANPP. So these things are there. But how do you change all these kind of things? It's about building alliances. Like one of my friends said earlier, it would have been nice if Peter Obi team up with Kwansukul and draw votes from the north. So it needs a big northern name for it to work. And also, we mustn't give up about change. It might not happen in 2023. We should believe in this movement, and we should also continue to look at ways we can educate the North, because education is the only thing that can change this whole thing. Doesn't matter how many music we go and play in Lagos. Like they said in Lagos, that people are registering in droves in TBA. I asked them the same question. If you have a Naira Marley playing there, Two-Face playing there, people will turn up. What's got nothing to do with registration? Because you brought all the biggest Afrobeat musicians. So they will turn up. Yaya Bello declared in Kogi State. He took that musician. Youths were everywhere because it's free music. So we have to build alliances, and the people that work for Peter Obi at every level has to know that alliances is what matters most. It's not about traveling to Egypt now. There was an election in Ekiti tomorrow. there's going to be another election in another state, for me to be best traveling around these states and meeting those people that matters and negotiate with them to bring them to the table. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next person is DS still there or Ejiro?
Who is DS now? Who is Ejiro?
Modula I'm here, yes. I'm still here, yes.
Yeah, please, can you go ahead and make your 2 minutes submission, please?
Okay, yeah. Ipa, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to say this. Maybe Umbaka will be listening to. Maybe Umbaka will be listening to this program now.
To you, okay.
For me, it's like something is wrong with Father Umbaka senses. Sorry to say. Listen, people. These words of Umbaka is invalid. He's speaking like a snake in the Bible, as John the Baptist.
My brother is valid. A free advert. Peter Obi say, but it's no.
Hold on. Let me land the point. Let me land the point. You can come back and agree or disagree. Let me land the point. Sorry. He's speaking. His words of Umbaka is invalid. He's speaking like the snake in the Bible, as John the Baptist called on the Pharisees and Sadducees from a distance. He loves money. This is not a prophetic declaration, rather a mere word spoken.
Is there anybody who doesn't like money?
Spoken at hatred and malice. Peter Obi is a God. Peter Obi is a God sent that will promote any country. You know, God is a lifter of men, and a lifter of churches, not a Peter Obi. If Peter Obi wants to give, it's left to him. If he don't want to give, it's a decision. You know, so and who is even Obaka to say he wants to begin to bring down Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a candidate and is a man of his words. This is our kind of ideology in Nigeria. We kind of like use our own little podium, you know, to bring down people. PhD, bring him downstream syndrome. We are fond of doing that in Nigeria. Peter Obi has been chosen by his people, which is the younger generation. So come and fight for us, not him. You know, so we will never vote for these old bald heads. A generation witnessing her president that cannot speak to his people without reading speeches.
Prepared speech.
You know? So this is bullshit. We are tired of old men and speech readers. You know, so Umbaka should just call the crap and let Peter Obi be. Because this time around, we cannot afford to make any other mistakes. Nigeria is at the brink of civil. Everything is on the table now. Brink of civil war, military takeover, people crossing each other. So everything on the table. So any slight mistake will just ignite that fire. The country is ignited now. Any slight mistake, flames will be up. Thank you very much. This is my submission.
Thank you very much. You have made your submission. Who else?
This is Jimoyamo.
Jimoyamo.
Yes.
Go ahead, fire.
Okay. This is my final submission. You see, I have just advised my brothers who are Peter Obi supporters, but I think they just don't see that advice as something that is really that will work for them. You see, if Reverend Ubaka come back tomorrow now to say, "Oh, I was just making a joke. Oh, please vote for this man," I think everybody here who are supporters will turn back again 360 and begin to praise him. This man, they are talking about what he said. but they never really tell us what happened. When Peter Obi was impeached, he went to this man's adoration ministry and he prayed for him and said, you will come back. Nobody's talking about that. Peter Obi never went back. He said that when you needed something, you came here. You never came back to say thank you to the church. But you people center only on what he's saying. Look, I may not agree with what he's saying, but I expect you guys to tread softly. That man has followers. You people need followers. But when I see the way you are attacking anybody that talk to Peter Obi, I feel that you people are not really ready for the presidency. Because you people should be an army that is winning souls to Obi, and not armies that is driving out supporters away from Peter Obi. Today, Mr. Moriyi was almost getting to that point of even telling you guys that Peter Obi was done, just because of this attitude. That is on one side. And let me tell you, for presidency, there is no magic. Alois has said it all. There is no magic in it. That's the way it goes. Whether you like it or not, from the Southeast politician, my brother will be saying Southeast politicians. From the Southeast, you don't have a state for labor. I don't think you will wait. An APC governor will wait for labor to come and take his state, because he will not have anything to negotiate for minister or whatever position in the federal. So he will fight tooth and nail. If any of these big political parties are able to get 25% each from those states, they are done. They are done. They must not win. Because if you score 25% of 2/3 of the states in Nigeria, you are a president. And secondly, the highest number of votes. So even if you score the highest vote in Southeast, Southwest, everywhere, and you don't have 25% in the states in the North, you can't be president. So these are the things I would advise that Obi supporters must put into consideration. Election is not magic. Election is Oshobe. But if you are able to alienate supporters, it will become a mirage, because there is no way one person will come from the Southeast without looking for alliances so that he can become president. As for Obi, I would advise that if he is able to be a vice president to anybody and he wins that presidency, he will have a chance to say, look, I'm a vice president, I've been here, I'm a unifier, please vote for me. Then the president will support him. But for him alone, it is a very, very tall order. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Well spoken. Well said. I really appreciate you. That was a good advice you gave to the Peter Obi supporters. I hope they will take it. I'm just hearing some rumor. It's a rumor yet. Doyin Okugbe is saying that he's the vice president of Peter Obi, but I don't know the location where Doyin Okugbe is coming from.
That cannot be, man. He's from
that is a rumor.
It should be a rumor. He's from the south, man. That cannot.
It's from the south. Yeah, you are right. Yeah. So the next person will be is it CM? CM, you please. I really want to have you all the time. Can I have your phone number, please?
Can you see it from there?
If you put it on the comment section, I'll just take it.
Okay, comment section. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Can I just put my number on? Then you use that to contact me. If that would be okay.
Okay. Yes, you can.
1 second.
Okay. So.
Can you see it?
This 9466.
That's right.
Okay. Oh, I've already stored it. I will contact you.
That's my number. Please get in touch, and I will so that I can have your number.
Okay.
I would like to have you on board all the time I'm on live.
Okay. I will.
Please, it's your turn now. Start and fire on.
In fact, you know, one thing with a discussion like this, I myself as a person, I don't always like someone that will tell me something that is sweet. Sometimes tell me the hard facts. I can be able to go and I can stay with it. I know that is
sorry, CM. They said Labour Party just confirmed me that Doyin Okugbe is the running mate of Peter Obi.
It cannot be unless they do this thing. They said
yes, it's a trick so that you don't beat the deadline.
Yes, yeah, my brother. What's your name? So sorry,
My name is Dimo Elmo.
Okay, Dimo Elmo.
Dimo Elmo.
In fact, you took the word out of my mouth.
It's a dummy. It's a dummy. This thing. Dummy.
Dummy is the word.
So
Yeah, it could be.
They can always change, isn't it?
They can always swap. So maybe then you put the dummy to beat the deadline. Then when you now want when you surprise. So you see, we all know. To be honest with me, if this like this Fulani is the way they lead Nigeria, assuming they are doing the right thing and things are moving, we follow the worry. But the thing is, they will pack themselves, put everywhere. Now, before it used to be that you go to an NPC like Paidwin Clark, we say, it's as if you are in Zaria. Everywhere them, but now they are now slaughtering us. In those days, they used to be, there's a religious riot in Bauchi, in Gombe, in Kasena. People will run come home. Now they are now coming to our place again to slaughter us. That's why when you look at all these things, you then say, what sort of nonsense is this? Something must have to give. You see, somebody said earlier that what P2B started, it might not be the end, but that is the beginning. I agree. This revolution, it must make a dent. It cannot be business as usual. Even if there must be, whoever it is, there must be, because the youths, the level of frustration now, the youths are taking it upon themselves. I'm even surprised. Why I still have a little bit of hope is that Nigeria is a country whereby if you want to do something, a rally, you need crowd, you pay. But people like is not pay. We know him that he doesn't even spend shishi. So, but yet people now feel that this is the man that we know him now. We know him now. People be careful. Where? So
no way for them then.
So where if people see, but then that is the salvation because are you telling me that Atiku that Obasanjo know? Somebody can offend you. Then you leave. For you to put it down in black and white, write it in 3-volume books or 2 volumes, you wrote it down and then still stand by it. If Atiku, sometimes I wonder, said, if he felt that Obasanjo blackmailed him or whatever, Atiku should have written a book of his own to counter it, but he hasn't done that since Obasanjo released it. So when you see somebody that stole such an amount of money through all this privatization and the commercialization, Obasanjo handed over to him to supervise. So when you then look at it, that's why you can afford to buy thousands of dollars per one delegate. So when such a person becomes your head of state, what do you think will happen? What do you think? Because there's what they call moral. That's why sometimes they ask people, said, why must you go and accept money from politicians? Some people will tell you, they give you 2,500 naira, 5,000, you go and vote for them. Later you come and complain. But there is a difference between, maybe I didn't take money from this man. Nobody took money. Instead, we even contributed our own. So when you are now being annoyed and criticizing him, definitely it must touch his conscience because it's like you didn't. I give an example. In Anambra State, Soludo, who is there, when he came in, when he contested earlier in 2009, he spent his money. Do you know that this time they had more than 20 support groups? He did not pay kobo. Penny, they said, don't pay, we just want you to agree. And they did it for him. So now that he's there now, he cannot say, he spent bill. He didn't spend any, he spent nothing. He said it. Now, if Nigerians can reject money politics, if they can, because definitely PDP, APC, they will roll out the money, but I don't know how many people they are going to buy. If they can, and then for once they put their feet down and say, look, it's either we die here or nothing, we don't want, and then vote their conscience. Even if he show let them increase the vote the massive vote you normally get every time. At least to make there must be a statement. People will now say, this revolution is really starting. Maybe from Ekiti State and all these things, people will now see that no more rigging, or rigging has been reduced at least to some minimum. So that is my wish and that is my hope, because I've seen that the poverty now, there is no way. There's no amount of borrowing that can change poverty. There's no amount of money you dash somebody that can end poverty. Everybody knows that. Somebody saw you, say, okay, take 100,000, take 200,000. It will end your poverty. Where are you going to invest it? You will eat it 2 days to feed to something you have to do. You see, it's frustrating, to be honest.
Thank you very much.
Frustrating.
Thank you. Can we? Do we still have a Jiro? Yeah. Okundaye, it's your turn.
You have me, Pa, or you want Okundaye to go first?
No, go first.
Go ahead. Go. Okundaye will speak last. Go on, speak.
Okay. Thanks again. Once again, you see, we have to, like I said initially, we have to get it right this time. Exactly. Because we might not have this opportunity again. Yes. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Because to be honest, if you ask me, at this stage of Nigeria, or where we are now as a people, where we find ourselves, we should not even be talking about election. That's the truth. There are some things we needed to correct first before even this so-called election. Because what we are doing in Nigeria, to be frank with you, since independence, we've been having validation, not even election. The cabals already know who is going to be the president in every tenure. It's just they're just fooling with the masses, with the electorate. You know? Why? Because our constitution, it still boils down to our constitution. Nigeria as a country is building on fraud. The constitution is a fraud. You cannot build on lies and expect that country to excel. It's not going to happen. You see, the constitution is like a pressure cooker for injustice. The constitution has helped this present APC even in the past administrations, but this one has really helped them. What most people thought cannot happen in Nigeria, this current government have really exposed a lot of things, that all those impossible are possible. You know?
Yeah.
Everything you have in the exclusive list.
Sorry,
everything.
Sorry, I beg. Just excuse me, Craig, your indulgence. Please, everyone here today, please, can you just collect my number and phone me? You are lovely panelists. I would like to have you back again on another topic. Please, just take the time to write my numbers, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, my brother. He said, Jimo,
right, still there? Got that.
Jimo, you still there?
I'm still here, but I've not rounded up.
Yes, I'm here. Jimo is still here.
I like your discussion, please. I like your view.
Shall Jimo give that analysis? Where they're depressing.
Thank you.
You give the analysis. No.
Now Louis be that. Oh, now get hope. Now Louis be that.
Okay, now Louis, now give the analysis. No hope.
No, not two of us. Not two of us.
So can I round off my thoughts?
Jimo Eromo Ejiro, please. I need your numbers. And
yes, I got your number from Israel today. I'm going to write you so that you can store my number.
Thank you very much. And Okundaye too, please.
So if I can I fire on?
Fire on, my brother. Fire on.
My brother.
Go on.
Okay. Like I said, what we would have been doing by now is to visit that 1999 constitution. That is the biggest headache we have in that country. If we can get that constitution right, because if you look at the constitution at the end, I've read the constitution. At the end, they will tell you, we the people of Nigeria.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, there is no people there. That constitution was not subjected to any.
You'll be scammed.
You know, so we have to visit that aspect of the nation's book. It's a big book because that is what binds us together. You know, so if we cannot get that right, whatever election we are doing, whatever mango we are doing, we'll still come back again to the round table. Because tell me now, if Peter Obi gets there, I like to use Peter Obi as a focal point. Most people see it as if Atiku is going to take over. Good luck to them. But for me, if Peter Obi gets there as a president, he has good intentions. It will still be very difficult for him to operate. Why? Because of that constitution.
It's true.
That's the truth. So whoever person that have any good intention to rule that country, if he gets there, it will be still very difficult. He's going to have big clashes with the Senate, the Red Chamber, and the House of Assembly, because that is the constitution they are rolling on the back of to do all whatever manner of things they are doing now. So we should visit that constitution, like somebody once said, yeah, that comfort Jonathan had. It's just unfortunate. I don't know, maybe Jonathan was scared to implement the comfort. It's just unfortunate. That was a very good window period.
Opportunity.
That window just left us. You know, so all said and done, it will take the grace of God for us to really get it right to fix that constitution. Because what they are doing now is cut and paste. They will just go and say, okay, this session, let's revisit it. Pull the whole thing down, scrape it down, not visit anything, don't amend anything. Let's get a fresh constitution that addresses every areas of the country. You know, so if we cannot get that constitution right, forget it. Because if that constitution is right, this state policing we are talking about will be the thing of the past.
It's true.
This Fulani herdsmen we are talking about will be the thing of the past. Exactly. This Boko Haram we are talking about will be the thing of the past. You know? Because what is happening in Nigeria now is business as usual. How Nigeria army that have gone to fight several wars in West African countries that are ranked #1 in the whole of Africa, saying they cannot defeat Boko Haram. They cannot defeat ordinary bandits. Bandit is ravaging everywhere in the north. Even taking over, almost want to take over now the southwest and south. So what we are doing is just a child's play. Business as usual, greasing our palm. That constitution is what we should be looking at. And who is the right man to come and clean up Nigeria to get that constitution right is yet unknown. I rest my case. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much. God bless you. I'm very happy to see you today and to join us today. I'm very happy. I greet everybody. Next person should fire on then Mr. Kundaye.
Okay, thank you, my brother Ejiro. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You make it clear. Well, any saint to go there, it will be very difficult for him to work, because the people that set up PDP and APC are the people that set up that constitution. They set up the constitution to favor themselves. That is why there is no good person that can come into PDP or APC that will be able to do good of his heart, because they set up their constitution of the APC and PDP to favor themselves also. So not to favor the people that the government, the constitution will have governor. So please, what I want to say about Mbaka, my brother said that Peter Obi. I want to say something. My brother said Peter Obi, when they impeach him, he go to Mbaka. It was Mbaka that prayed for him that he will come back. That was why he come back. I believe that impeachment, there was something they call court, that they went to court. If the court did not turn back, it will have not returned back. So we should understand that. Then too, he said he did not come and pay a homage after he had received the prayer. We should understand that the Bible said what the right hand is giving, the left hand should not know. And he said he should come and do open declaration.
Even then, Peter Obi never. Now one side you don't hear. Peter Obi never talk.
I watch the video. I watch the video. I will tell you something. Then the other hand is Peter Obi told him that show me the project you say you want to do for God.
It's true. Yes.
Show me the project, and I will do. He said he's talking of politics. He said no. Go and ask in Anambra. Everybody know that if I say something, I will do it. So let me know the project so that I can contribute my own. But there was nothing like project he was able to show him. So now, thank God that he said he's teaching. I'm very happy. The Nigerian people are complaining that this House of Assembly and all those so-called, they are wasting our money. That is why we are not gaining anything. Since they have told us that Peter Obi is teaching, that means Peter Obi will not waste our money. So he will be able to give Nigeria what they need. So he will not use that Nigerian money for waste. So that is why Nigeria need Peter Obi now than as never before. Because thank you for advertising Peter Obi for us. And in other hand, we should understand that he's a Catholic Reverend Father. And Catholic doesn't have a place that is superior than the other. All Catholic are the same. Wherever you do Thanksgiving in Catholic are Catholic. So you pray for a person in Enugu. The person went to Anambra Catholic and do donation. It's still the same Catholic.
It's still the same. Yes, you are right. You are right, my
because
brother.
I'm a Catholic person. So and in other hand, Obaka will have understand that in Rome here, Reverend Father never demand you to come and make vow. You do something voluntary. This is what Catholic doctrine says. It is voluntary something you do. It is not a force. There's no Reverend Father we ever force you to come and make vow. So that one have shown us that Reverend Father Baka is no longer a father of a Catholic. It's not a father of his greediness. So that is for it. Then for those who believe that PDP, APC, PDP, and APC will now come to this and this because they are the governor. The Nigerian people are witnessing when APC and PDP are governing them, and they are crying in other APC and PDP. So I'm wondering how these people that they are crying under said they want change, they want another person that will come and save them from these people's hand. Then when they now see the person, they will still leave that person and say, we want to suffer, continue. I believe that Nigeria will never do that again. So Nigeria, we are wise than APC government and PDP government. Thank you. We choose Peter Obi, Labour Party all the way. I am AAC person. I am for Sowore, but for this particular time, I am for Peter Obi. Thank you all. Good night. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Kundaye. My people, viewers at home, and all the commentators today, I thank all of una do well. Una see everybody came out today to come and contribute their own view, their own thinking about this political festival, which just we want just start. So I greet everybody, and in short, I'm very, very happy to see, to read and hear everybody's view. Please, you heard the last caller, the last person who spoke. He said, in like Peter Obi, he said he wants somebody, but he be like Sowore before. So Sowore. So my fear is, these people are, like him, I like Sowore before, and Sowore was in 2016 participating, and in 2019. I hope Peter Obi case not go turn to after 2023, the contact say, them be like Peter Obi before. They talk much, a lot of them spoke, say, they talk, say, Peter Obi go cut costs, he go reduce costs. That's good, but me I know one person wey go come tell me say make we dey buy second-hand clothes wey oyibo wear remain because of them dey cut cost, or make we go to buy ladder, make we not eat plenty food again, make we just dey eat plantain and all. That is not necessary.
That one can't happen.
Because of cutting cost.
Not those different money where people they waste like.
Suffer before pleasure. We first suffer first.
We don't suffer now. No, for them in government. for them in government. But then
EPA is no longer talking of the general public. EPA is talking of those people who engage that be stealing money from Nigerians. So they're thinking now because when Peter Obi cut their thing, they will no longer be spending those money they used to enter private.
I let you talk. I let you talk. You make you still let me talk. My own. May I not want me I call the save those say me will go to buy ladder or make we dey eat twice a day because of say they want cut cost. So now these things we dey fear, we dey think of. And again, I would like to thank people who come today, they can contribute. They were now able to explain how political situation, election time, the election exercise they take work for home. Election exercise means the way that they take vote for Nigeria. Una know say this program now for me to bring everything come explain it for pidgin English so that a lot of people will not the countries where then they speak big English, maybe they first they speak a pidgin English for home so that they go understand, so that they go feel vote wisely. A lot of them accuse me say me they bias and they support Tinubu. To me, if they talk so, I get right to my own view. And one thing I need to tell people for home and people with the viewers and people who come participate today, Nigeria to me, we have not done badly with the income where they come from oil. Only recently they increased the quota, how many barrels of oil will feel produced because everything a quota system that the regulator. That money where they come from there, now then they use for about 230 million people. One of our participants talked today, the money, say that by the time we money be $1 to $2, our Nigerian naira will be go be $2. That at the time we population never plenty. Our country not so bad. A lot of them they talk say our people thief their money, they thief their money. If they thief our money, 2016, a lot of these people then they politics. Go see them for home now. Some of them not even get money. So if they thief, but we not get evidence. With this today, I would like to tell our people, say make una not forget to subscribe to Nigeria Watch, and also make una not forget to subscribe to Edonet Watch, Edonet Watch TV. That na the section sister company of Nigeria Watch. They produce programs mainly that platform mainly specializes in on Edo culture, Edo tradition, and Edo politics. So with this today, I thank everybody for coming, and make una not forget to join us next time. This weekend we will still come out. I greet everybody. Una do well. God will bless all of una. Make una sleep well today. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
This